Hi everyone! Welcome. How are we doing? I do have some bad news. I don't want to linger on this too long because we have a lot to do today. It's been 2 weeks since the last public, 2 weeks since the last Pop Girly news stream. So I don't want to sit here too long, but just as a warning to people in the Los Angeles area, Spencer Pratt is currently polling at number 2 in the mayoral race, so maybe just want to keep an eye on that. I don't know. A little worried for you guys. Really, I guess it's none of my business, I suppose, but the last time I looked, I didn't even see anything about, any particular positions that he was running on, other than he's still bitter about the way that the LA fires thing was handled. That was the only thing, and I still don't even know the specifics of what he thinks should have been done better. So, good luck there. Praying for you guys. Don't think that that's gonna be good. But hey, I mean, he's currently polling at number 2, so that's not number 1. But from what I saw, it didn't even look like it was that far behind. So yeah, the first person in first has 25% support, and then Spencer is at 11. So he's polling behind by 14%. So not good. But, good luck. Good luck there. Now, I do want to talk about this. This is not related to any pop girls or anything, but we're a general pop culture news stream now. So this came up on my Twitter feed yesterday, and I want to talk about it a little bit, especially because it's not super related to what we're going to talk about later, but it is maybe kind of related. So Chloe Fineman, who's on SNL, which, by the way, I think that the decisions that were made for the current SNL cast for this season, terrible decisions across the board. I think it's insane that there are now no black women on the show. I think there's 2 black men. One of them is Kenan Thompson, so does that count anymore? He's more of just a fixture of the show at this point, but I guess he's still a cast member, technically. And I think he'll never be anything else, possibly. But a lot of decisions were made with the SNL casting that I thought were bad, especially in terms of the lack of diversity, not just the racial diversity, but the diversity of comedic senses and such. It's just too one note across the board. I don't love it. I don't love the current cast of SNL. And for most of the people on the cast, it's not even about them in particular. This guy here, I don't think that he adds something especially valuable to the cast, and that sounds really mean, and I don't mean it to be mean. I just mean that I don't know what it is that I don't know what skills he has that's adding anything new to the cast. And there's other people too, Michael Che, Colin Jost, where it's they've just been there too long. It's the same. We need new Weekend Update people. We need new head writers. But overall, I don't think that they're untalented people. This guy, sure, I don't think that he's adding anything particularly special to the cast, but I think that he's perfectly talented and he's funny and, it's fine. He does do an incredible Trump. That's true. Okay, that's true. He does a good Trump impression, and I'm glad that they stopped doing the fucking Alec Baldwin Trump thing. So, okay, he can stay for that reason. But a lot of them, there's that other redhead from that TikTok, the Please Don't Destroy or whatever, where I'm I don't think that he's bad, but I just don't know what it is that he's adding to the show that's that special. I don't know. Sarah Sherman is great. I love Sarah. I love this girl up here. I forget what her name is. And I like Mikey Day, and I don't know what her name is, but she's okay. But it's we could diversify a little bit with the race, especially, but also with the comedic styles. But for the most part, even the people who I'm I don't know, I don't really see what they're adding to the show. I don't think that was a good casting decision. I still think that they're talented people. The exception to that is Chloe Fineman. I feel bad. I don't think that she's funny. at all. I don't. And I feel kind of bad saying it, but I don't think I've ever laughed at any of her sketches. And I don't think the Britney impression is very good. I don't think, there definitely have been moments where I'm like, I don't love that as a Britney fan, like some stuff that I felt was a little mean-spirited, but even there have been sketches that she's done as Britney where I'm like, I don't find that offensive, but I also don't think that it's an accurate impression, and I think that there are a lot of people who do better Britney impressions, and I just don't think it's that good. I think it's kind of lazy. Like, she doesn't really do much with her voice, like, at all. But whatever. I don't think that she's very good on the show. I also, for the record, to defend Jake Shane in the way that Variety really came at him and was acting like, influencers are a plague on the red carpet because of that one or those two clips with him talking about, if I had legs, I'd kick you. I've seen Chloe Fineman on some red carpets. I don't remember what, network or what publication she was doing the red carpets for, but I've seen her on multiple red carpets and thought that she was way worse than Jake Shane. Period. So, yeah, I don't get the appeal of Chloe Fineman. I do see, as Matt's saying, Chloe is a Scientologist. Apparently she comes from a Scientologist family. Yes, she is, and I don't know, maybe there's some nepotism involved in that in some way. I'm like, I don't know how she keeps getting this gig, especially with the people that they let go from last season. I don't know how we got rid of some of those people and kept Chloe Fineman, but whatever. She's currently, I'm gonna let my opinions of her as a comedian go to the side here for a second, even though it's kind of hard because I do already, I think it's fair that I admit up front that I have a bias against her. I'm just not really a fan. But letting all that kind of go, they did this SNL Vanity Fair cast thing where they admit secrets or something. I don't know exactly what it was. Some people are now comparing it to that movie, The Drama, which I haven't seen yet. I think I'm going to see it tomorrow. But I understand that there's a disclosure of a thing that one of the characters did in their past. We won't say what it was, even if most of us probably already know it, even if we haven't seen the movie. But there was a thing that a character did previously that then changes people's opinions of that character going forward, particularly her fiance. This is getting compared to that because it's she's disclosing this thing that she did to her fellow cast members, and their reactions, they are definitely pretty shook. So let's see what Chloe has decided to confess.
No, I was fired as a camp counselor.
For hitting on the campers?
No, I pantsed a boy.
Oh, honey, I think you're on a list somewhere.
And he wasn't wearing underpants.
Oh!
And then a giant school bus drove by, and they were like, "You can't," because he would lift my shirt all the time.
Oh, what is happening?
It was Berkeley.
How old was the child?
He was 6. No, it was a different.
FBI, open up!
Girl. 6? Do we know how young a 6-year-old is? Let me just pull up a photo real fast, just so that we can all get this in our heads of the fucking age of this child that she did this to. Oh, I feel weird just pulling up a random 6-year-old, but let me do 6-year-old stock photo, and let's hope that this child is no longer 6 years old. This is the age of the child that she pantsed. Oh, come on. Here we go. Eek.
How old was the child?
He was 6. No, it was a different time. He would be like, "Hey, can I have a hug?"
And what do you mean it was a different time? Girl, you're in your 30s, probably. No way that it was that different of a time. Just no fucking way.
and I'd go to hug him and then he'd like lift my shirt like a dick. And then I was like, I'm gonna get back at you. And so we were on a hike and I was like, hey Ollie, go look over there, it's a hawk. And he looked. And then I yanked his pants down. He wasn't wearing underwear, his little ding-a-ling was out. And then these two twins were like, Ollie, I didn't know you didn't wear underwear. And then I was fired.
No, I was fired as a...
That's fucking crazy. And I did see some people talking about the Scientology thing, because I don't, people bring up Scientology with her constantly, like, whenever she does anything, and sometimes I think it's a little inappropriate of like, okay, well, that's not the explanation there. I think she's just kind of weird. But I do think there maybe is something to the fact that, like, in Scientology, they do just regard childhood really differently. Like, they don't really think of children as children. There really is kind of no such thing as children in Scientology, in a way. Like, you're just sort of like a smaller adult. So maybe that has something to do with this idea that she can just, like, get one over on a 6-year-old, because it's like, okay, yeah, he tried lifting up your shirt or something when you were, when you hugged him. Okay, you wanted to get back at him. Why are you getting back at a 6-year-old? Even if he did something kind of inappropriate to you, he's 6. So how... Just no. And also, as someone was pointing out, like, she did get fired, so it clearly wasn't that different of a time. People at the time thought that she crossed a line, so not that fucking different of a time. And it's one thing, too, I don't know how old she was at the time. I'm imagining if she was a camp counselor, she was probably, like, in her teens, like maybe 16 or something. So I'm like, I don't even... Whatever, she did it when she was 16, she also wasn't fully matured or whatever. But, like, to laugh about it now and to defend it now and be like, it was a different time. It's like, no? Not really. But then what I also found even more interesting, and I don't even think I would have brought this up on the show today if it weren't for this new development, because you can see, I mean, you saw the whole clip. You saw what she said. And you saw the way that the cast reacted and everything. This is a clip that I pulled from Twitter, because I had to, because the fucking Vanity Fair YouTube video, I watched this last night, and it was the full clip. They've now edited it, which, and this will come up, someone else has edited something out of one of their videos as well, so it just sort of happened to align with what we were going to talk about later, but they edited out a good chunk of what she said after the fact, which I just thought was crazy, because it's like, girl, well, I'd say girl, because it's Vanity Fair, so I don't know who decided to do it, but, like, people already saw the clip. It's all over Twitter, so now you editing it out is just drawing more attention to it. But here's the clip that they now have on the official Vanity Fair YouTube channel.
As a camp counselor.
For hitting on the campers?
What is that? No, I pantsed a boy. He would lift my shirt all the time.
Oh.
It was a different time. Like, he would be like, hey, can I have a hug? And I'd go to hug him and then he'd like lift my shirt like a dick. And then I was like, I'm gonna get back at you. And so we were on a hike and I was like, hey Ollie, go look over there, it's a hawk. And he looked. And then I yanked his pants down and then I was fired. Why was I featured on the Late Show?
It's not even well edited. It's really poorly edited, and they edited out, specifically, they edited out a lot of the cast reactions, like her in particular saying, I think you're on a list, and they edited out her saying that it was 6 years, the kid was 6 years old, and they edited out the part where she said the thing about him not wearing any underwear and his ding-a-ling being exposed. Like, what? And it's, again, it's not good editing. Which I sympathize in a way, because the YouTube editor sucks. I try to avoid ever using the YouTube editor, but you don't, like, you don't really get, like, good precision when you're editing stuff out, and you can't edit anything in. You can only edit stuff out, unless you're like Taylor Swift or Sabrina Carpenter, where apparently you can just re-upload whole different videos. Most of us don't get that privilege, but it's just not good editing. It's so fucking obvious. But the thing is that once you do it, when you edit it, you put in the timestamps that you want YouTube to edit out, And then however it turns out, you can't undo it after that, which is again why I try to never ever use the YouTube editor, because and every once in I've had to do it I think once just for like a copyright thing, but it is very choppy and weird.
Be like, hey, can I have a hug? And I'd go to because he would lift my shirt all the time. It's a different time. Like
they cut out a little part of that but again, it's YouTube editor, so and it almost in a way it kind of makes me laugh that like Sabrina Carpenter and Taylor Swift had both uploaded like different versions of music videos on YouTube without having to like re-upload them. Like they just changed the video that YouTube already had in their system, which most people just cannot do. They could only do it because they're Sabrina Carpenter and Taylor Swift. It's interesting to know that Vanity Fair can't do it either. Vanity Fair apparently is on our level. They have the same tools that we do. So yeah, just interesting. Interesting. Moving on. I did want to address this because this happened like right after the last stream, but I thought it was worth bringing up because last time we talked, there had been some sort of altercation between Usher and Justin Bieber at Beyonce's after party, reportedly, allegedly. There were reports of an altercation, but no details on what they were fighting about. And at the time, I think that I said, I don't know what they were fighting about, but on instinct, I'm on Usher's side. I would like to rescind that. I'm taking that back. Not editing it out of my live stream, let's be clear. I'm going to let that in. Let my objectionable take remain. But I am taking it back spiritually, because, this wasn't my favorite. Here's Usher talking about, Diddy.
I mean, this might be a bit controversial, but in the same way, I think many people choose to look past the reality of what our country is, the standards that we now stand on. We can't ignore the reality of the history, but in many ways, I think certain people are prosecuted and maybe not recognized for the greatness that they offer. I don't have anything negative to say about Sean Combs because my experience was not what the world has seen.
You don't have anything negative to say about him? At all?
And how he's been, misrepresented.
Misrepresented? There's a video of him beating a woman. We saw it. Even if you take away any other sort of allegations that we don't have like hard evidence of, there's video footage of him attacking Cassie physically and like dragging her back into his hotel room. What do you mean misrepresented?
I'm not saying that every man is perfect. I'm not saying that all of us don't have flaws, but I can't, with any sense of humanity, not recognize the valuable contributions that this man made. For us as Black entrepreneurs, for us as businessmen.
Okay, well, first of all, I mean, I guess this is just a difference in philosophy that Usher and I have, but like, for sure, I can understand wanting to acknowledge the contributions that Diddy or... To be honest, I don't even really know, and I am a white girl, so maybe this is part of it, but I'm like, how much did Diddy really contribute that was like that cool, like maybe I just don't know his work enough, but I'm like, is any of his music, I guess as a producer he's done a fair amount, but like, okay, is he like the most important person of that genre? Even I would say that like Usher is bigger than Diddy to me, I suppose, but then I just think this whole thing of like he's done a lot for for like Black entrepreneurs. I'm like, yeah, I just don't think that. I think that entrepreneurship in general is probably not like a societal good. Not saying that there's never been any entrepreneurs that have done like, I mean, of course there have been people that have done positive things, but like entrepreneurship is such a like capitalistic career field in general that I'm like, okay, we want like representation in maybe every field, but like at a certain point you're just sort of justifying different like marginalized groups' rights to exploit other people, you know? So I just entrepreneurship in general, I think, is something we really don't need to put that much hype into.
For us as people who transition, you know, culture and ideas into something that's tangible and becomes business, so many people benefited from what he created. And I acknowledge that. And that's why I see him.
You can, even if you want to acknowledge it, you can do that and acknowledge other stuff too. You don't have to say that he was misrepresented in the media when we have video footage of him beating a woman. And also, too, the amount that he has gone after and like damaged the careers and the lives of Black women. Like, how many of those women could have also had bigger impacts in pop culture and in Black culture too? Like, we have video footage of him beating Cassie. Cassie is not, like, just a random woman, even. She was someone with a career. She was someone who worked in music, who could have worked alongside you, who could still have a career right now. I mean, she does still have a career, but she doesn't have the career that she definitely could have because of Diddy. Like, he ruined a lot of women's lives, including Black women. So if you're that concerned about sticking up for Black culture, like, he did damage in that way too.
His legacy.
Yeah. You told Shannon Sharp you learned a lot about business during that era.
Absolutely.
What'd you learn?
Puff was a mentor but he was like a, you know, you have that really, really hard teacher, you know, but you're watching something in real time. You know, I think that the idea of the level of discipline that came with that time in business, especially in an era that was trying to prove itself culturally in hip hop. Now, you can't turn on the television and not see the influence of hip hop.
That's right.
But the people who actually...
Yeah, and also, yeah, Diddy scammed so many different people. That's how he got his money. Yeah. And he also, he blew up, allegedly, he blew up Chance the Rapper's car. I think was it Chance the Rapper whose dog he maybe assaulted too? And then he also, very possibly, allegedly, killed some people, you know? People who maybe also were gonna have a bigger amount of impact on pop culture than him. So, oh, Kid Cudi, you're right. Yeah, not Chance the Rapper, it was Kid Cudi. He did was it also Kid Cudi's dog? I don't remember, but he did something to somebody's dog.
He made that appropriate, and other forefathers are people like Sean Combs. And not just in the great times that they had musically, but in the idea of being able to find ways to monetize culture.
Is that good? Finding ways to monetize culture? You're literally just turning culture into a product. Into a capitalistic venture. That's not more meaningful than it just being culture. In fact, it's like more exploitative.
And create something that was not just Black or white. It was colorless. It was green. That's who I see that man as. And that's what I choose to remember.
And that too, it's like it was colorless. It was, what did he say? Did he say it was green?
Or white. It was colorless. It was green.
Yeah, okay, so taking Black culture and just turning it into a product that has no racial identity. How is that better? How is that good? That is literally just exploitation.
That's who I see that man as. And that's what I choose to remember. I put respect on his name because I realized that, you know, what I learned as a businessman before I even understood what business was came as a result of seeing the incredible things that he was able to do and the way that he positioned himself as a businessman. There are trials and tribulations that come with the pressures of success and power. But what we choose to do with it is what I hope that you see with me and hopefully all the people that I'm involved with, right?
Gross. gross. So yeah, kick his ass next time, Justin. I still don't know what the fuck they were fighting about, but I'm now definitely on Team Justin Bieber. I'm Team Biebs for that one. Until further notice. Maybe something else will come out, and I'm like, okay, never mind. Sorry. But, the moment. And now speaking of men getting away with shit, Kanye's back. He released his new album, and then he did a concert at SoFi Stadium this last weekend, and was joined on stage by Travis Scott and Lauryn Hill, which I'm not surprised by the Travis Scott thing. Lauryn Hill, that one definitely disappoints me, but I guess I'm not really that shocked, just that her public appearances are fairly, minimal, so the fact that she went out of her way to show up for Kanye, just gross. But she has a history as well, so it is what it is. And you know, here's the thing too, is like, oh, and also Northwest was there too. She performed with him, which is, I guess I'm not surprised by, but you know, it does just feel really gross. And then his album debuted at number 2 on the Billboard 200. And I was somewhat generous toward him when he did that apology with the Washington Post. Not like that I forgave him in that moment, but that I was like, okay, well, I do think that bipolar disorder for sure can have tremendous impact on your mental state, and it can make you do all kinds of things. So if he's willing to like acknowledge that he has a problem, I'm at least willing to see what happens after the fact. Like if he admits he has a problem and then he actually seeks treatment for his bipolar and he makes an effort to make amends with everybody, not just, I mean, even the Washington Post letter that he published or whatever, even that was like, it was so limited in what he was even willing to admit that he did. I mean, he mentioned the anti-Semitism, he mentioned the anti-blackness, he didn't mention the misogyny at all, he didn't mention the obvious abuse of his current wife, his ex-wife, the women that he is currently getting, like, sued for harassment or assault. You know, there was a lot of stuff that he left out of the conversation. And also, I think there was some homophobic shit too, maybe even some transphobic shit. I don't remember any transphobia specifically, but I wouldn't be shocked. It feels vaguely familiar, but it's hard to say because it's like all these different things kind of keep running together. But so even the original apology, or the most recent apology, was woefully short of even acknowledging everything. But even then I was like, okay, well, let's just see what happens after this. Like, does he like continue treatment? Does he actually decide to apologize to people? Does he show a real change in behavior? And I just don't think that, like, and maybe this is, no, I don't think this is harsh. I think that this is a fine thing to say. I think that deciding to do a huge stage like this and a huge, like, promotional campaign for your album, I think that in itself says that you don't take any of the things that you did seriously. Not seriously enough. I would kind of understand him maybe still wanting to make music if that's the way that he, like, processes information, if that's the way that he expresses himself. Okay, but when you're trying to sell out stadiums, I don't think that you're truly acknowledging the harm that you've caused when you already have an expectation that you can just re-enter the public sphere the way that he has. You need to do way more work before I think that you can feel comfortable just being in a stadium full of people who are cheering your name, you know? Like, they're just, for the amount of stuff that he's done, if he's that fucking sorry, there should be a greater amount of shame attached to it. Like, he should feel worse about everything to the point that you shouldn't feel comfortable headlining a performance like that. Especially, and I saw the fucking crowd too, it's full of white dudes. It's full of just men in general, but especially it seemed pretty predominantly white, which should maybe be alarming at this point. But okay. Billie Eilish did like something on Instagram saying that cancel culture only affects women, and I'll die on this hill, and that's definitely very true, it seems, because as this Twitter user pointed out, Chaperone is banned from a city for something she didn't do. Zara Larsson lost a multi-million-dollar deal for an abortion joke, and Kanye gets to play stadiums even after praising Nazis and saying how much he admires Adolf Hitler. And it's not even just that. It's like he abused Kim Kardashian in front of us. Like, that was so public. He also is pretty obviously abusing his current wife. He is getting sued for sexual assault. He, for years, has said stuff about, like, the black community. He posed with Candace Owens wearing t-shirts that said White Lives Matter. I mean, how much more can he get away with? This is crazy. Now, he isn't, like, fully off the hook yet. There are a lot of brands that are still trying to keep their distance, so I guess he's headlining some festival in the UK that's upcoming, a wireless festival. So Rockstar Energy, Pepsi, Diageo, I don't know what that is, and PayPal have all dropped out of sponsoring the festival because of his inclusion. So, like, I don't want to, like, give those brands any credit, but those brands at least recognize that the public is not totally in favor of his return to music, to the point that they don't want to be associated with him. So that's good. That's positive that he, you know, he's not being embraced by everybody. But then the festival is still defending it. They said forgiveness and giving people a second chance are becoming a lost virtue in this ever-increasing divisive world. First of all, second chance? Like, he only fucked up once. Like, this isn't a pattern of behavior over and over and over and over and over again. This is like the 100th chance, maybe even more. The amount of shit that he's done. It's like you can't even... Part of the thing, he's almost benefited by the amount of shit that he's done because people just lose track. So it's like you remember the most recent shit. You remember, like, the Heil Hitler shit. You don't remember everything before that or even some of the stuff after it. So that's number one. Not second chance by any means. But then, in addition to that, okay, he apologized and he wants to move on. I still need him to do the work to show me that he's serious. I'll accept that, like, okay, he's now taking his mental health a little bit more seriously, and maybe that will have transformative effects on his behavior. I believe that it could. But I have to see those effects. I have to see the effort to actually make changes, not just acknowledging, like, oh, I fucked up, so sorry, and then just immediately go back to selling out stadiums. We got to do a little more work. I think that forgiveness is something that, I mean, you can't expect everyone to forgive everything, first of all. But even the people who are willing to give him a quote-unquote second chance, even those people, I mean, some of them are already giving it to him, but a lot of those people still need him to do more work to prove that he's worthy of that. It's not just an immediate thing of like, oh, I'm sorry, now everyone forgives me. And I would ask people to reflect on their instant comments of disgust at the likelihood of him performing, as was mine, and offer some forgiveness and hope to him, as I have decided to do. Fuck off. I will offer him forgiveness and hope when he shows me that he's worthy of those things, which he hasn't done. That's it. That is it. Now, on the note of women getting harsher consequences than men, Kate Beckinsale is making some headlines at the moment for this comment that she left on Mark Ruffalo's Instagram or something. I think it's Instagram. And there's some things I do agree with her here with and some other stuff that I don't. So let me just read the whole thing. She wrote, "Gosh, it must be so nice not to be fired by your agent for liking a post about a ceasefire." I don't know why these things are highlighted. I guess because she says something about genitalia there. I don't know. "And not supporting the murdering of children. I guess having a penis in Hollywood really counts for a lot because you've not been fired by the same agent that I had, and she sent me a gift the week before, so we didn't have any beef, but I like to post about a ceasefire, and I've got fired. And I've got fired on the same day as Susan Sarandon was fired, 2 days after the end of the strike, after 9 months of none of us being able to work at all, who admittedly had gone out into the streets of New York with a loud hailer, which I definitely hadn't." I don't know what a hailer is, but okay. "I was dealing with the fact that on top of my mother having been told she had 6 weeks to live with brain cancer and being carer for both of them, the day before my stepfather had a catastrophic stroke on top of 2 types of cancer." She's doing a lot of trauma dumping here. "Which led to his death, and I was preparing to fly to England to bring him back so that I could take full care of him, and I was fired in 2 sentences after 12 years of friendship with my agent and yours, who was very close to her elderly parents and definitely knew what I was dealing with alone. I applaud your voice and your activism, but the price you pay for having a vagina while even remotely liking a post that was as unpolitical as it could possibly be, just asking for mercy for children and babies by UNICEF, in fact doing 1/1,000,000th of what you have laudably done, caused me to be fired and you not. And that is to say the least interesting. At least it is to me and other female actors about women's advocate groups. I DM'd you about this months ago, but you ignored me." Now, I think that she is putting a lot onto Mark Ruffalo here. So in that way, I think it's a little unfair, especially the thing about I DM'd you and you ignored me. I'm like, do we know that he checks his DMs? Maybe he just didn't even see it, girl. But I get, it does sound like she's dealing with a lot at the moment, so I think that she's probably just really stressed out. But I think that she does have a point, because I've seen a lot of people, and I do think that it is just the morally right thing to do to, like, call out injustice, especially when it's something like a genocide of an entire population of people, including a population of people that is, like, disproportionately children, because they've killed so many of the adults. But I think that that's, like, a thing that people should feel more comfortable doing, especially people who are rich and famous and have more power than most people and have a platform that's larger than most people do. I think that's the morally right thing to do, but I get a little, like, ugh, when I see people saying stuff about, like, you should speak out in support of Palestine because Mark Ruffalo did it and he hasn't suffered any consequences for his job, so clearly it's something that you can do. And I was like, okay, well, that's not totally true, because a lot of people did lose things. People did lose jobs. People did lose their agents. Like Susan Sarandon. Is Mark Ruffalo much more famous than Susan Sarandon? I don't think so. Maybe he's a little bit more of, like, an in-demand actor now because of him being in, like, the Marvel movies and stuff, but Susan Sarandon is, like, an icon, and she got fired by her agent for speaking in support of Palestine. So, like, there definitely is a double standard that is not being taken into account when we're just being like, well, Mark Ruffalo can do it, so everyone can do it. So I do think that, like, she does definitely have a point. I think it is a little bit misdirected here, and I'm worried that that's gonna, like, get people on the defensive for Mark Ruffalo instead of really hearing what she's saying. But I don't fully blame her for that, because I think she probably is just really fucking frustrated. And especially if her and Mark had the same agent, then yeah, I get why she would maybe be a little frustrated with Mark not saying anything, because there was that one guy, there was Tom Cruise. I don't remember who it was, but he stopped someone from being fired from their agency for speaking up in support of Palestine just by using his powers as Tom Cruise. So, you know, I can understand why Kate would have hoped for more support from Mark when even Tom Cruise can stick his neck out. But ultimately, I'm not going to blame Mark for it, especially too when it's like if she DM'd him. That sounds to me like you don't even have his phone number. So, do you know that he checks his DMs? I'm not sure. And what did you DM him on? Things worth considering, Kate. But I am ultimately on your side. And I'm sorry you're going through all that shit, girl. Now, something else that, like, just kind of, like, weirded me out. Jay-Z, who has been accused of sexual assault, kind of multiple times, really, but one time that's more significant because there was a lawsuit. He has now talked about his, the support he received from his daughter, Blue Ivy, who is, what is she now, like 14? Maybe 15? A child? He said about her reaction to the sexual assault thing, Blue has a t-shirt with Jay-Z on the back. That day, she put it on and went to school with Jay-Z, pointing to the back, as I was standing there in the corner with tears streaming down. For real, having that is priceless. People can say they'll always be by your side, but it's very rare that you actually need to put that to the test. And in my darkest moment, I got to see that kind of support. You should not be putting your... Okay, 14, yeah. You should not be putting your 14-year-old daughter's loyalty to the test. Especially when it comes to a sexual assault allegation that she probably doesn't even fully understand the details of or the severity of. I don't know anything about, you know, I can't say I haven't really looked into that case very far, so I don't know anything about what I would say about Jay-Z's guilt. But regardless, I just don't think that your daughter should be tasked with publicly supporting you. It's a weird thing for you to even want from her when she's a child. It really weirds me out. I didn't like it when, like, right afterward, when the allegations came out, he went with Beyonce and Blue Ivy to the Lion King premiere because Blue Ivy was in the movie and they were on the red carpet together. And even that, I was like, this is not just let him stay home. Don't, because it's gonna get put in headlines as like Blue Ivy supports her father amidst sexual assault allegations, and that's just not a fair thing to put on your child daughter. It's just weird. Very weird. Now, in happier news, much happier news, Lil Nas X has been granted a 2-year mental health diversion program to resolve his LAPD battery charges. So here's him with a reporter outside the courthouse earlier today.
Thankful.
You have a message to your fans?
I love you so much, and I miss you so much.
How do you
there's
feel
our guy.
coming to court today?
Do I feel?
Yes. Do you feel hopeful?
I feel like she's the best. This is my gal right here. Good to see you again. She is all.
Like, this almost seems like a bit or something, just the way that they linger on that guitarist for a second, but this is just straight candid footage.
I feel like she's the best. This is my gal right here. Good to see you again. She is all. I'm just going through the flow of life.
How's your treatment going?
How's my treatment going? I'm here, baby.
Do you feel confident about your treatment?
We'll never know. Come on, the moon is waiting. I'm just going through the flow.
I hope he does release music. I would like to hear more from him because I really did. I mean, the J. Christ song and video, I do think derailed his career a little bit, but I mean, that was so unfair. It's like it was one bad song and one like flop. Not even necessarily a bad song. It was a miscalculation for his brand. He should have been doing something else at that time. But it's like one song is enough to derail an entire career because he came out with that EP afterward, the Starboy EP, that was pretty good. I liked that shit a lot, and it never really got much attention. And I'm ready. I'm ready for him to come back. I do enjoy Lil Nas X, so I hope that he does make a comeback. Especially because it's like we need more men who are like decent performers in the culture and who actually put effort into their visuals and shit. Now, Benny Blanco, I'm never one to shit on Benny Blanco because I think that he's not as bad as a lot of people act like he is. And I think that he's got like a charisma and a charm to him that I do appreciate. So I'm always pro Benny Blanco. So apparently he's going on tour. It says announcing his new tour. I thought he was already on tour, but I guess he's on tour again or something, and he's promoting it like this.
Here's how I would bake a cake.
I'm gonna have to mute it because I don't want to get claimed. Oh fuck. But he's doing that like TikTok trend where you like over sexualize the food making process. I've seen these TikToks before. I've seen people posting them on other like Twitter and stuff to make fun of these guys. And I mean, it's cheesy, but I do think the people who do it are doing it with that in mind. Like, I don't think it's totally serious. So, or yeah, I'm sorry, Benny Blanco. I meant Benson Boone. Whatever. Two BB names that are men. What am I gonna keep track of them? But yeah, Benson Boone doing his little thing on TikTok. It's cute. And people really hate these trends, but I do think they're kind of funny. But they really piss a lot of people off. But they're camp, kinda. Yeah, high as fuck. I was very confused about Benny Blanco's glow up. That's true. Yeah, this would be a marked improvement from the way that Benny markets himself. Now, in other news, because this dropped today, so shout out to Sabrina Carpenter and her house tour music video. I've only watched it once so far, but it's very, very good. And apparently it's directed by her and Margaret Qualley. I don't know if she's ever actually... Has she directed any of her other videos before? I'm not sure. I guess I've never really looked into the credits of it, but... she's doing it now. And she really is like the queen of music videos at the moment. She is kind of just killing it. And there's a lot of butts in this one. I don't know if you can see in this little preview. I don't want to play the music to get claimed. But a lot of ass shots here. And a few tit shots. But I like it. It's cute. And I'm glad that she decided to make a video for this song in particular. Now moving on to my girl. Apparently, TMZ is so fucking desperate at this point to like add on to the DUI narrative shit. So they're running an article right now that says Britney Spears smoked cigarettes at gas station after DUI arrest. So, I know you're not like supposed to smoke at the gas station because of, the gas. It is a little bit of a fire hazard. But people do it, and she's not even out of the car. She's just flicking her ashes. And not into a gas puddle, I presume. Nothing blew up. It's fine. Let her smoke. Let her do whatever she wants. Let her blow up the gas station. I don't care.
Leave Britney Spears alone right now!
But they're really desperate to paint her however negatively they can. But she seems like she's doing well. So Britney's sons, after her DUI, apparently rallied around her, which I do love to see. There have been some suspicions about her sons, I would say previously, but like since the conservatorship and everything. I mean, everyone is suspicious of everyone around Britney, including her sons, and including even when they were still minors, which I've always thought was unfair, especially when they were minors. When they became adults, like, I understand a little bit of the fan defensiveness, and I talked about this in the video that I made about Kevin Federline's dumbass book. What did he call it? What did he call it? I remember making the thumbnail and I changed it to like, you smell like poo. Oh, it was you thought you knew. So I did you smell like poo because it rhymed. But I understand. I talked about this in the video. I understand the defensiveness because of the way that Kevin was portraying Britney's son's feelings about their mother, and also he had them participate in some documentary thing in Australia, some like Daily Mail Australia bullshit where they were talking about how they were worried for their mother and they want her to get help and blah, blah, blah. When she was fighting the conservatorship, or right after the conservatorship, I don't remember exactly what came. I think it was after. It would have been after at that point. But yeah, okay, the boys have been... They were anti-conservatorship for a little bit. Then they kind of swung pro-conservatorship. Then we don't know exactly where they stand now. We know how Kevin has portrayed things in his book. But I would also like remind all of us, and this was the point of the video that I made, which is like the information that they had about the conservatorship was predominantly coming from their father and other members of Britney's like Team Con, the people who are protecting the conservatorship, if not like directly a part of it. So like they had a very like warped sense of reality from what they were being told. And they also, I'm sure that there were things from Britney's life and from their childhoods where she maybe was acting kind of erratically or maybe was really angry. Like at one point I remember Kevin saying something in the book about how it would scare the boys that sometimes Britney would like be throwing things in the house while they were there. And it's like, well, yeah, I'm sure that there were things like that happened and that spooked them to a large extent. But like, she had reason to be angry. She was like having her civil rights withheld from her. I would be kind of angry too. Maybe I would throw some things too. Maybe I would rip up the upholstery in my cars on occasion. All these different things that Kevin is saying that Britney did that scared the boys. I'm like, okay, yeah, I get it. I get why that would scare the boys. And I also get why she would do those things because I think that she was not in control of her life in a way that an adult should be. And I also think that that's two things that like Sean Preston is 20, Jaden James is 19. So they're adults now, but they're very freshly adult, so they don't really even, I think, understand what it would mean to have their rights as an adult taken from them, you know? That's the thing, too, is, like, with Kevin always talking about how Britney was exaggerating the captivity that she was under or whatever, it's like, well, how could a kid really even contextualize that when the captivity that Britney is under kind of mimics the rights that a child has, you know? Like, to them, that would be kind of normal, you know? Your father telling you can't go somewhere at a certain time of night, your father withholding access to your car. Those are things that a kid experiences that they don't understand why it would be a big deal for an adult to experience them, especially an adult of her age that has children. So there were a lot of reasons why I think that Britney's kids could be swayed to a certain side that's not really fair to hold them to at this stage in their adulthoods when they are just now learning how to be adults themselves. So I do think that we should definitely be extending a lot of grace toward Britney's sons, and also not even just extending grace. I think we should just leave it out, you know? It doesn't have to be our business. We don't have to defend her against everyone. If they start going on like a large media campaign to try to get their mom locked up, then maybe my feelings will change. But at the current moment, whatever they think of Britney, whatever their relationship is with Britney, it's not really our business. But this does make me happy that apparently Britney's son, Sean Preston, has changed his last name on Instagram from Federline to Spears. Oh wait, I think I have. I did put a bunch of stuff on the soundboard, but I forget to use it. I love it. And I've seen people suspicious of the fact that, like, Kevin Federline is now, like, officially out of money. He's getting sued. He took out a credit card right after the boys were both 18, when he was no longer getting child support payments from Britney. He took out a credit card, and now he's being sued by that credit card company because he didn't pay off the credit card. And he's, like, I think he owes him, like, $12,000 or something. So Kevin Federline has less than zero money, and now they're sucking up to Britney. People are suspicious that that is literally just like them trying to get their mother's money. And, you know, as far as that goes, I'm like, okay. Because ultimately, this is how they should have been getting her money the entire time. This is how her entire family should have been getting money from her the entire time, is kissing her ass. This is the correct way to do it, instead of locking her up and taking it forcefully. Let him kiss her ass so that she'll be generous toward them. That is literally what should have happened before. So, I love it. I'm glad. Good for you, Britney. And I think that she wants to give that. Like, she wants to be generous. I mean, even before the conservatorship, she was, like, buying her parents, like, houses and shit. It's not like Britney was ever not willing to spend money on her family. You can even find interviews before when she was asked, what's the best thing about being famous? And she's like, so that I can provide for my family financially. She always wanted to do that for her family members. She just, at one point, she had a falling out with them and was distancing herself from them, and they fucking freaked out and put a conservatorship over her so that they could force their way back into her life. So maybe if they had tried another route and just tried being fucking nice to her, none of this would have ever happened. Anyway, she was recently at, she did something with Diane Warren. I don't know. Diane just said, fun afternoon with some old friends. So I don't know if they're working on anything together. But Britney's out there. Is that, what is her name? The actress. Maybe it's not even her, 'cause she's not tagged. Oh wait, yeah, the official superstar. That would be her. What is her name? The girl who plays that character in SNL in the movie. Oh, I know it, but I can't think of it right now. Anyway, good to see Britney out and about. And if there are some rumors at the moment that she wants to make new music, but that her label is nervous about it. I don't really know if I even believe that, because those are coming from OK Magazine and Radar. Yeah, Molly Shannon, yes. And I don't think OK or Radar are super trustworthy, even as tabloids. Like, I trust them less than I would trust TMZ as far as their access to information. But maybe, I don't know. I don't know why her label, even if they were nervous, even if they thought that she was not mentally well or something, it's like, well, but do you know how much money a Britney Spears album would make at this point? It literally doesn't matter. I can't imagine that they don't see the dollar signs in that, but maybe they don't. Maybe the misogyny just runs so fucking deep that they don't think a Britney Spears album would sell. But I guess we'll find out. Now, checking back in with Chappell Roan. So she appeared on the Hannah Montana 20th anniversary special, which was really cute. And especially it is very fun to see Chappell Roan in all these different things, because she was in the Hannah Montana thing. She also was in the Sabrina Carpenter Christmas special. And then she was in something else too. I think maybe something with Olivia Rodrigo. So like, she's here for the girls. She is a girl's girl. Fun to see her. But we of course have to revisit the whole security guard thing. So a little bit after the last stream we did where we talked about this, the security guard who confronted the 11-year-old decided to come out and give a statement. He said, oh, and also, I don't know if he posted this photo or if this is just what all of the like pop craves and stuff are deciding to post, but like very like thirst trappy photo of him. He said, I do not normally address online rumors, but the accusations currently circulating are false and constitute defamation. I take full responsibility for the interactions on March 21st. I was at the hotel on behalf of another individual, and I was not part of the personal security team of Chappell Roan. The actions I took were not on behalf of Chappell Roan, her personal security team, her management, or any other individuals. I made a judgment call based on information we obtained from the hotel, events I had witnessed in the days prior, and the heightened overall security risk of our location. My sole interaction with the mother was calm and with good intentions, and the outcome of the encounter is regretful. So there you have it. Literally not Chappell Roan's fault whatsoever. And also, I'm gonna say, who's to say it? I don't want to put too much on a child. Though, let's also remember that it was the child's parents that brought her into this in the first place. But, like, I'm not even comfortable saying that this man did anything wrong. I think it is fully possible, especially from the way that her parents acted, that child was actually being kind of annoying or being kind of disruptive to other guests. And it wasn't even just Chappell. He says I was at the hotel on behalf of another individual, and I was not a part of the personal security team of Chappell Roan. The actions I took were not on behalf of Chappell Roan, her personal security team, her management, or any other individuals. I made a judgment call based on information we obtained from the hotel, events plural I had witnessed in the days prior, and the heightened overall security risk of our location. Now, I don't know what the events he witnessed in the days prior were, but the fucking mom, after that whole thing happened when the dad posted the Instagram story, she kept posting stuff onto her own Instagram story of the kid taking photos with all these other different celebrities. Like, there was that one guy, the British guy, who's got kind of like red hair-ish, but it's not Ed Sheeran. It's the other one. There was a photo with him, there was a photo with somebody else, and so it's like, okay, so this little girl was going around taking photos with multiple celebrities. So, like, is it possible that the mother and her child were being kind of annoying to multiple guests? And the security guard decided, yeah, Lewis. Is it possible? Yeah, Lewis Capaldi. Is it possible that they were being annoying to multiple guests and that's why the security guard stepped in? Maybe a little bit after he saw them talking to or her going to look at Chappell, he was like, I'm gonna get ahead of this before anything else happens. And they attributed it to the Chappell Roan situation when it was actually just like them being annoying the entire time. Is that possible? I think it is possible. So, I'm not even gonna say that the security guard did anything wrong. Because again, it's like, okay, from the way that the dad described it, who wasn't even fucking there, the stepdad, it's like, okay, I don't know for sure that your daughter wasn't being kind of disruptive to other people, but then that fucking mom was so annoying in that video that she posted. You know, I don't want to say too much on her, even though I kind of do, because they brought this whole thing against Chappell Roan completely unnecessarily. So I am fairly annoyed about it. And I do kind of blame them for it. I definitely blame them for it because it is their fault. But, like, the image that I got of their parenting styles wasn't flattering. Kinda seems like they're incredibly entitled, and that's an attitude that they've maybe treated their child's behavior with. That their kid can just do whatever the fuck she wants. So, yeah, they can fuck right off with that. Now, Chappell has at least gotten a lot of support from other women, including Zara Larsson. Obviously, I'm not surprised by that, but also Jamila Jamil, which, you know, Jamila has to be right every once in a while. And I still am pretty annoyed with her about the whole Blake Lively thing, but she is right about this. She says, I just want to say I agree with all the Chappell Roan hate. She is pro-Palestine, pro-women, pro-asking for basic respect in the industry. She left a huge management firm publicly because the owner was in the Epstein files. She's pro-trans, she's gay, she's anti-establishment. She decenters men in all of her rhetoric and empowers millions of young people. She calls out her own industry for neglecting the health of young artists. None of this media-fueled hate is a whipped-up smear campaign. Exaggerating her every... Wait, none of this media-fueled hate is a whipped-up smear campaign exaggerating her every move or blaming her for the actions of people in her team in order to make an example of a woman who set a few minor boundaries for herself for her own mental health as a fragile person. This is not to send a warning to other women to not try being outspoken and disobedient. Women are not supposed to have boundaries ever. We are just supposed to smile. Girl, can you not, like, apply this logic to another situation where someone is definitely being targeted by a smear campaign, being run in part by your PR person, your friend who you pay? Remember, I have been telling you for 7 years now, a woman is only allowed 2 years at the top before she is dragged into hell and submission. I told you there would be another girl soon. There is another girl currently, and you're attacking her. But okay, I mean, you're right about this. Who do we think is next? Well, Blake Lively is currently up, so whatever. She says it gets worse. Jamila Jamil just offended you. Yeah, but she is right. She is right about this one.
She's got a point.
Just wish that she could apply it even to women that she did not like. Now, as far as the, like, calculated smear campaign on Chappell Roan goes, I don't know. So this new report came out with BuzzFeed. It says a new report has found that Chappell Roan was the target of a bot-driven online attack. The thing is, the report comes from... Where does it say in here? Judea, which I made a whole video about in reference to their article that they published with Rolling Stone about Taylor Swift. So I think we need to take what Judea says with a grain of salt. I don't think that they're a particularly reputable company, but I don't know. Here's the thing. I think it's really hard at this point to say, I think that there were a lot of bots driving the online attacks, for sure. But I don't know, and this was the same thing with the Taylor Swift thing. It's like, I'm sure a lot of people who were participating in anti-Taylor Swift discourse back when Life of a Showgirl came out, I'm sure a lot of those accounts were bots, or were just, like, inauthentic accounts, period. But the thing is that Twitter, especially right now, is fucking full of bots. And they go to where, like, the engagement is. They participate in conversations that are getting a lot of engagement. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the bots themselves were targeting Chappell Roan, but it's possible that there are a lot of bots around that discourse because it was already discourse that was receiving like a high engagement rate. And that's the thing that like it sort of, I do think that we should be careful about how we talk about this stuff in terms of like a really targeted smear campaign versus just the fact that people on the internet love to hate women, period. And so those instances get really inflated really quickly because of the amount of bots that follow discourse that gets a lot of engagement. And the discourse that gets a lot of engagement happens to be discourse that is built on hating women. So it is just like, until, especially on Twitter, until that man leaves the company and Twitter, or we all move on to like some other social media site. I mean, I am on Blue Sky, but Twitter just still gets way more traffic than any other like text-based, though it's not even very text-based at this point. They've integrated way too much like video stuff into the algorithm, but whatever. Until a website that is become like the primary thing for discourse like that, and until another website that actually cracks down on the bot activity comes up, or Elon leaves Twitter and someone else at the company cracks down on bots, we're not going to be able to tell what's real and what's not. And that's the really awful thing about living in this current moment of the internet, is like what's coordinated, what just happens to have a lot of bot activity, and what's real, no one can really know. No one can fucking know. There are ways to like track it for sure, but in terms of like just scrolling down your own feed, it's anyone's guess. It sucks. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. Anyway, moving on to talking about the Blake Lively campaign a little bit. I don't want to go too far into it. I do want to recommend Ophie's video on the subject. Justin Baldoni is a loser. Blake Lively ruling explained. She goes through all of the like the new documents that have come out of this recent judgment, including like some of the stuff that's getting taken out of context and just clipped out really selectively by the pro-Justin camp. But to explain in general the basics of what has happened most recently with the Blake Lively campaign, the judge on the case ruled that most of Blake Lively's claims against Justin Baldoni will not be going forward in this court case, including the sexual harassment claims. Now, the reasons for why, they primarily center around just a technicality of like jurisdiction. So it says, in his ruling, Lyman determined that Lively was an independent contractor rather than an employee. On that basis, he said she was not entitled to bring sexual harassment claims under Title 7 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That law prohibits employment discrimination on various grounds, including gender. As for retaliation, the judge said some evidence might enable a jury to conclude that Baldoni's production company planned not only to damage Lively's reputation, but to destroy her career amid fears she'd file a discrimination claim. Lively alleges the smear campaign has been devastating for her reputation and career, the judge noted. So, like, basically, so some of it, this is what people are clipping out. The fact that the judge did say that Lively claims that during filming, Baldoni leaned in and gestured as if he was intending to kiss her, and that he kissed her forehead, rubbed his face and mouth against her neck, put his thumb to her mouth and flicked her lower lip, caressed her, and leaned into her neck, saying, "It smells good," the judge wrote. He said there was no question that the conduct would support a hostile work environment claim if it happened on a factory floor or in an executive suite. However, the judge noted Baldoni was acting in the scene, and his conduct was not so far beyond what might reasonably be expected to take place between two characters during a slow dancing scene that an inference of hostile treatment on the basis of sex would arise. At least in isolation, the conduct was directly to Lively's character rather than to Lively herself. Creative artists, no less than comedy room writers, must have some amount of space to experiment within the bounds of an agreed script without fear of being held liable for sexual harassment. So people are like using the fact that he kind of shot down this one claim as like evidence that Blake was lying, and the judge decided that there was no sexual harassment. But that's not really what he was even saying. It says, despite those findings, the judge said some sexual harassment claims may be put to a jury to support 2 retaliation claims that survived the ruling, including one against It Ends With Us in Wayfarer Studios, and a third claim that was left intact, alleging breach of contract writer agreement against It Ends With Us. The judge noted that Baldoni once said pretty hot after asking Lively to remove her jacket, exposing a lace bra underneath, and that when he was warned that it was inappropriate and distracting to make such a comment, he allegedly rolled his eyes and responded, sorry, I missed the sexual harassment training. So like basically there's some evidence of sexual harassment that will still make it to the actual trial, most likely, provided that this does go all the way to trial. But even the stuff that like a jury could find Baldoni liable of sexual harassment won't result in him being like found legally liable for sexual harassment because of the jurisdiction of the court, because she was a contracted party rather than like an employee of the studio or whatever. It's really kind of awful. It's awful that it doesn't like set a legal precedent necessarily, but it for sure does send a message to other actors in the film industry that you don't have protections under federal law because you're not an employee, you're an independent contractor, which is kind of crazy. It's crazy for what that says about protection in terms of sexual harassment, but even beyond sexual harassment, just like labor violations and other forms of discrimination like that in general, it's like kind of just spreading the idea that you can do whatever you want to an actor, or maybe not even an actor necessarily, like specifically an actor, but like anyone who's an independent contractor on a film set. That's pretty nuts. I don't know what the jurisdiction would be then for an independent contractor if it's not protected by federal law. I don't know. So that really sucks, but the good news is that the retaliation claims are still going forward, and that was always the heart of the issue in the first place. It wasn't even really what happened on the set. It was what happened to Blake Lively because Justin Baldoni thought that she was going to talk about what happened on the set. The retaliation campaign, the smear campaign against her, that is the bigger thing here. And that's something that affects more than just Blake Lively. It was a huge thing in the Depp v. Heard case. It is maybe a thing with the Chappell Roan situation as well. It's hard to say because we don't know exactly how targeted that is with Chappell, but it could be. But this is something that it is good that we're still going forward with this. Now, still, even there, it is a little bit... It's a little worrying with the fact that the sexual harassment claims have been so... they've been removed as, like, legal claims, but there will still be evidence presented in the court because of how they relate to the smear campaign allegations. But I do wonder how much even that will be, like, whittled down because of the fact that they can't prove sexual harassment legally. I don't know. I don't know how much that's going to hurt even the smear campaign allegations, which... I mean, it's awful. But, again, it's still going forward. Blake is still fighting this, and fighting pretty hard. And I have faith in her attorneys and stuff, way more than She has a more capable team around her than Amber Heard did. So let's keep that in mind. This is not necessarily going the exact same way as the Depp v. Heard case, because Blake Lively has a lot more resources at her disposal. She has a lot more money. She has a lot more experience in the industry as well. And she, I think, in general, is just better at her PR than Amber Heard was. So still a lot of hope on that end, but this really does suck. This is a huge blow, and it's just it is literally just on a technicality. And it's a technicality that's going to fuck over a lot of people, probably. If people think that this is... It's not a legal precedent, but it is maybe going to set a cultural precedent of what you can get away with on a movie set. But, of course, lots of tabloids are trying to make this into a bigger deal than it actually is and acting like Blake Lively's case is completely doomed. So Page Six is running an article that says Blake Lively versus Justin Baldoni judge was sending a clear message with brutal legal slapdown. I mean, it was sending a message, in a sense, but not about Blake's case specifically, just about the jurisdiction. And then New York Post, which is pretty much the same as Page Six. New York Post owns Page Six, but Blake Lively could be pushed out of industry after brutal blow in Justin Baldoni court battle. So while we're talking about, Kanye West selling out SoFi Stadium, New York Post is saying that this one ruling in this one court case could have Blake Lively pushed out of the industry. And no, I don't think that she will be. I think that that's an insane thing to even say. But just the fact that this is even being proposed as a possibility is saying a lot about how we think about women and their value, especially when it's like against Justin Baldoni, who even knew who the fuck he was before this happened? Nobody. Blake Lively is like a huge celebrity, a huge cultural figure. The idea that she could ever get taken down by Justin Baldoni, it's so offensive even as a thought. And it's crazy that this whole thing has gotten this far. But Blake is still pushing, so she posted this on her Instagram earlier today. She posted all this on her Instagram story a few days ago, but, a story is temporary, and I guess she decided earlier today that she wants these up permanently, which I'm glad, and I'm happy to see her being so active in trying to dispel a lot of the misinformation that's going around. So she says, I'm grateful for the court's ruling, which allows the heart of my case to be presented to a jury next month, and for the ability to finally tell my story in full at trial, for my own sake, but also for those who don't have the same opportunity, to many of whom I have known and loved deeply in my life, and the countless I'll never know. The last thing I wanted in my life was a lawsuit, but I brought this case because of the pervasive retaliation I faced and continue to for privately and professionally asking for a safe working environment for myself and others. I hope the court's decision shows others that, as unfathomably painful as it is, you can speak up. Don't be distracted by the digital soap opera. The constant repackaging of this lawsuit as a celebrity drama is not only irresponsible, but it is by design, to keep you from seeing yourselves in my story. The physical pain from digital violence is very real. It is abuse, and it's everywhere. Not just in the news, but in your communities and schools. If you're looking, my claims won't be the first or last time you'll see examples of the extreme dangers of retaliation and digital warfare. And it often won't be directed at celebrities or those who may be able to speak up. It affects all of us. Across the political spectrum, pay attention to all the ways we can be manipulated online. Digital manipulation has been boasted as untraceable. If you have kids on phones, they are some of the most vulnerable. Protect them. Have conversations with them. Studies estimate that between 16% and 58% of women have experienced online abusers stalking, with 97% of gender-based violence service providers reporting technology-facilitated abuse in their cases. So much critical work has already been done to expose systems, tactics, and players who harm. The work to create more safety is in part at trial, but it will also continue far after this trial is over. This is the work I am most proud of. I couldn't begin to stand up if not for the countless who've gone before me and the masses who are still around us all. Creating laws, social change, sparking conversations, rallying, working privately and publicly, risking and sometimes losing everything for the safety of others in all spaces. Some whose names we know, most we don't. Thank you, all of you. I will never stop doing my part in fighting to expose the systems and people who seek to harm, shame, silence, and retaliate against victims. I know it's a privilege to be able to stand up. I will not waste it. And then she put a little dragon emoji, which would probably be in reference to the thing that she had, I guess, not even I guess, but, well, no, I think we have for sure evidence that she did say something about Taylor Swift being one of her dragons, and she's Khaleesi, like a whole Game of Thrones reference that's become a part of the case. So her kind of making a joke about that, which we love to see. She says, your support keeps me going. And she also posted some like quotes from the court's ruling. So Lively has come forward with affirmative evidence supporting her claim, both with respect to the Wayfarer parties following through on their intent to spread negative content about her, and with respect to Wallace's technological capabilities in doing so. There is also some direct evidence that the plan to destroy Lively and her career was put in action. In addition to boasting videos of himself, a jury could find that these efforts were proactive and in line with Baldoni's desire to feel like Lively can be buried. A person in her position could have understood the workplace to at times reflect a gendered and sexualized view of women and a disregard for their privacy sufficient to make it reasonable to complain about a hostile work environment based on sex or gender. Viewed in the light most favorable to Lively, there is also sufficient evidence that it was reasonable for her to believe that the Wayfarer party sexually harassed her by creating a hostile work environment. Given the nature of the response, a jury could find that the Wayfarer parties were motivated not just by fear of what would be disclosed, but by the protected actions Lively had taken in the past. Lively had also submitted expert reports that tend to support her allegations that there was an online campaign to manipulate public opinion and discussion against her. Thus, a jury could find that the Wayfarer parties waited to exact their retaliation at an opportune time. Lively has identified evidence that, if credited, would support an inference that the Wayfarer parties took adverse employment action against her, at least in part because of her protected activity. The Wayfarer parties have not specifically contested Lively's subjective belief that she was discriminated against. Yeah, and I think that's an important thing to state, too, that, like, literally all of Justin Baldoni's claims hinder on the idea that, like, she hijacked the production or something. He's never really even denied that he was sexually harassing her. So, Baldoni himself made statements suggesting he understood Lively made her complaints in good faith. There is enough evidence to bring the issue of Lively's protected activity before a jury. Finally, a jury could also find that the Wayfarer parties understood that Lively thought that they had behaved in a discriminatory manner. And then she also posted a statement from her attorney. So, glad that she's still fighting this. Glad that she's still pretty active in the conversation around this. Love to see it. Good job, Blake. Now, moving on to Blake's possible still current friend. We don't totally know. But Miss Taylor Swift, who we're also going to kind of come back to later in the stream as well. But for right now, here's a more recent update. So apparently the iHeartRadio Music Awards were recently. Didn't know whatsoever. I try to keep up with the award shows. I thought we were done after the Oscars. I didn't know that iHeartRadio Music Awards were coming up. I guess I kind of did because I knew that Trisha Paytas was nominated for something, but I didn't connect that it was like the actual like iHeartRadio Music Awards. I thought it was just some like smaller thing. But the music awards happened. Didn't watch them live, so I don't really even know all of what happened. I just know what happened with Taylor Swift because that was on my timeline. So she won a lot of awards. And this is where I'm like, let me say for one thing that I will be defending Taylor Swift a lot later in the stream. So this is my section to like be a little more critical. She didn't deserve any of these awards. And it is a little frustrating the amount that, like, again, when we're talking about Taylor's dominance over culture and this whole thing where she has defended herself against people maybe being a little sick of her by saying that well, it's not even necessarily what she said, but the way that, like, what she said and then the way that her fans defended her by being like, you would never ask a man to stop doing the work that he loves just because people are, like, getting sick of him or whatever. And it's like, yeah, well, it's not really even about just doing the work. It's about, like, the constant promotion and stuff and the way that, like, the way that she promotes herself does get in the way of other women getting certain accolades and getting certain, like, chart placements and stuff. So it's a little frustrating, like, the amount that her just releasing an album gets her all these awards, and then on top of it, she's still doing, like, countdowns and stuff as well. So it's like, can you just, I'm not saying stop working, but maybe just stop playing the game the way that you do. I don't even really understand why she went to the award show. She went to it, she was there, she accepted her awards, she won 7 of them, and it's like, aren't you tired? Don't you want to take a break? I do think that she is, I think that she just likes award shows, which I do kind of understand, but again, it's like, aren't you tired? It is just sort of weird the amount that, like, anytime she shows up somewhere, it's like there are, like, fan cams on her everywhere she goes. And I do think it's just strange, like, psychologically in a way where I'm like, and you want that to continue? Like, I'm not saying that she needs to hide away because for, like, anyone else's sake. I think that's ridiculous. When people say that she needs to stop, going to Travis's games or something, it's like, well, that's her fucking fiance's games. Like, she wants to go support him, that's fine. But I'm like, I feel like if I were her, I would be somewhat phobic of award shows at this point because of the amount of attention on her. And I don't know, I'm just sort of interested in the psychology of it, of her not being sick of it. I don't know. It is sort of odd. But she won multiple things. She won Pop Song of the Year for Fate of Ophelia, which I think is crazy. Best Lyrics, I think also for Fate of Ophelia, which is, or maybe for the entire album. Let me look. Okay, let's see. And some of these I think are fan voted and some of them aren't. So she lost for Song of the Year. Lost to Ordinary. Ugh. But then she still won Artist of the Year. Uh-huh. Then she won Album of the Year. And this one I'm so confused by because for all the other ones, there are nominations here. And it doesn't even look like there were other nominations for Album of the Year. They just gave it to her? Huh? Like there wasn't any competition whatsoever. Then she lost Pop Artist of the Year, but still got Artist of the Year, which is strange. Then she won Pop Song of the Year. Then won Pop Album of the Year, where again it looks like there are no other nominations. And then lost Favorite TikTok Dance. Okay, sure. Best Lyrics. So this one says socially voted category. So I'm assuming this is one of the ones where it's like you vote on your, like you like do an Instagram story or something and that's what counts. I don't know though. So she won that for Fate of Ophelia. That doesn't have good lyrics. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. I mean, it is fine lyrics. It is passable lyrics if you're not paying attention to the meaning of the words. Like, they sound okay, but I don't think that they're that good. Like, the fact that I have to put that qualifier on it of, like, if you're not paying attention to the meaning of the words, it's okay. It should probably get it disqualified for this award. Then she won Music Video. Against Sabrina Carpenter? Against Lady Gaga? That's crazy. And then she lost, it says favorite on screen, which she lost for the Eras Tour, the end of an era, and it's like, okay, yeah, correct. I don't even think that should have been nominated, because it was so thrown, it wasn't well edited, they did like almost no color grading on it whatsoever, it didn't even look good. The fact that it was even nominated is fucking crazy. but then she still won for favorite tour style for the Eras Tour. The Eras Tour ended in 2024. How was it even nominated? I guess maybe she like caught the tail end of it or something, where however they decided the cutoff for the nominations should go, but like she literally didn't tour in 2025 at all. At all. So yeah, I just wish that she would sort of go about the world with like this in mind, of like anytime that she does something, she's just gonna get awards for it, and that's not totally fair to everybody else who put out albums that people liked more. Like, a lot of people didn't even like, but I guess it's like, how does she contextualize that and go like, oh, I put out an album that sucked and still got all these awards? Maybe that's not fair, because maybe she still thinks the album was good. But I can't understand that either. I keep trying to like think about what's happening in her head, and I'm like, do we think that she actually thinks Life of a Showgirl is her best album? Because she keeps saying that, and I don't know if that's just her trying to do marketing or if she actually believes it. Part of me thinks that she actually believes it, and I don't know how that can be possible. Yeah, even if it's fan voted though, the fact that she even got nominated for some of these categories is crazy. And fan voted, I mean, they still have, there's fan voted, but they still pick. I don't know. I don't know what's happening in her little brain. And she also, I was like, okay, she went to the award show, that's fine, I get it. I think I would like going to award shows too if I was famous. I think at this point, if I were Taylor Swift, I'd maybe be a little sick of it, because wouldn't you just be sick of people staring at you all the time if you were her? I don't know. But I was like, okay, fine, she went to the award show, that's cool. And then I saw a clip of her doing this. Stop bringing him up every fucking time, Taylor. Please. It's so painful for me to watch. I get it, girl. You're in love. But, like, do you have to credit him for everything? For everything. Like, for me, there were a lot of fans who were against the whole Travis thing from the beginning, since they first started dating. And I'm not against them as a couple. I think that's fine. But, I started feeling a different way about it for the first time when she won a VMA for, oh, you couldn't hear her? Oh, I wonder if I need to reset it. Here, I'll do it again.
Feels very happy and confident and free, because that's the way that I get to feel every single day of my life, because of my fiance, who's here.
She says that, to read their quote here, this album probably also feels very happy and confident and free because that's the way that I get to feel every single day of my life because of my fiance. First of all, very happy and confident and free, it sounds very hollow, is what it sounds like. It sounds brainless. It sounds lifeless. Like, it is your least confessional album. It is your least like human sounding album. I've never heard a Taylor Swift album before that sounds so just emotionally empty. That is it. That is what Life of a Showgirl is. I wouldn't describe it as like happy and confident and free. I would describe it as empty. Emotionally empty. And I don't know that that's a good thing to put on your fiance. But okay, so I'm not like against them as a couple, but I am kind of against the way that she is centering her entire life and her career around their relationship. And I started to really feel that way for the first time with the VMAs when she won for Fortnite, and she like specifically thanked him on stage and didn't even let, like, Post Malone was up there, and I think that Post Malone didn't even get to speak because she spent that time talking about how incredible she had to credit Travis with the way that the video turned out because he was on set and made her happy on set. It's like, that's not something you give him a credit for. That's not a job. The fuck does he even have to do with that? I can't. I can't understand what's happening. Even before, when she had her, I mean, she's had so many relationships that were public, and she has definitely been eager to, like, put her relationships into her work, but I have never seen her doing it quite like this. And I do have theories about it, and I'll kind of talk, well, I don't know how much I'll talk about it later, but, like, I'll maybe gesture toward it later. But I've been thinking about it since the album came out. Like, I can't stop thinking about it. Anytime I see her, I'm like, what is going on? Why is she like this? What happened to her? But I don't know. I have theories, but I don't know. But now, I do want to put a line in things of, like, I think that, to be honest, and this is where I'm like, I know we all kind of have a natural instinct to blame the man, and I understand why, but the more and more that I pay attention to the situation, the more I'm like, I think it's her. I don't even think Travis is being this weird about it. I think that she's the one that's being weird. And I think that it's like, I don't know. So I don't want to put an indictment on the relationship itself because I don't know enough about that. But a lot of people were like picking apart their interactions at the Billboard Music Award and saying everyone's talking about this awkward moment Taylor and Travis had. But it says, but it's not what it seems. It's like, okay, what is it? It's not anything. But there's this moment where it pans to her and it just kind of looks awkward.
Miley Cyrus is here to receive the innovative.
It's like, okay, yeah, it looks kind of awkward, but I don't know. It's a 7-second clip. I don't think it's that fucking serious. And again, I don't know. But people were picking it apart. They were saying that they have no chemistry at all over a 7-second clip, while others compared their connection to distant cousins instead of romantic partners. I don't know. That's a little much, I think. And then there were other people publishing articles. This is from women.com. Fuck right off. Actually, I think that this website came up in the Ed Gein video in part 1. If you get a membership and you watch part 1 of the Ed Gein video, that will almost certainly have to be reshot at some point whenever I get back to making that. When I'm done with the current video I am working on. But I did reference women.com because it doesn't matter. But signs that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce may not make it down the aisle in 2026 or ever. Okay. That's not even just a little much. That's way much. That's reading into it way too fucking much. They say they still don't live together. And this is like, okay, technically I don't even know what their current situation is now, but like, I think that they live together. Like they sleep in the same homes frequently, but yeah, she owns properties, he owns properties, and I think they go back and forth together. They haven't like bought a house together. So this is the thing is that, like, they're rich people, so they don't need to get a house together. They don't need to pool their money for a house. They can just both have separate houses and then just go back and forth. So that's stupid. Their body language was stiff and awkward at the iHeart Radio Music Awards. No, it was just kind of fine. It was just kind of fine. Like, how did you want them to act? And then Travis Kelce's brother doesn't even know if he's in the wedding. I think that was probably a joke that was told on the podcast. And then also, it's based on the fact that, like, they want to keep the nuptials as private as possible because they don't want leaks. So that's not an indictment on the relationship. That's just a statement about their party planning. And then Taylor Swift's praise of Travis Kelce feels awfully familiar. And then they reference that she thanked her then boyfriend Calvin Harris one time in 2015. No, I disagree. I don't think it's familiar at all. I think it's way too much. And that's the thing that weirds me out about it, is that it's very new behavior from her, actually. Yeah, we've seen her thank other boyfriends before. Yeah, we've seen her be in public relationships before. But this is new territory. The amount that she's centering Travis is new territory. So this is all just stupid, but people are trying to make any headline they can out of it, and I do think it's unfair. At the same time, though, and I wanted to preface it with this and say that I do think that there's a line that was crossed here and in some other people's reactions to things. I do think she's acting fucking weird. Like, during the Ray performance, when Ray was performing Where's My Husband, Taylor is, like, going to Travis and, like, showing her ring because, I don't know, it's like she is obsessed with the idea of getting married. And it is weird. There is something a little odd about it. But again, it's like Travis is not doing anything. He's being normal. And that's what's killing me, is that I can't blame this on him because I do think it's a her problem. Oh. Anyway, sorry, Tay. I hope you get it figured out. I hope that after you get married, you adjust and settle in and then act differently. And not even just act differently. I hope that you make better music. I hope that we don't get another Life of a Showgirl. Now, separate of that, she did spend a lot of the evening with Somber because he is the first official Tay son. As much as I don't love that, I also, oh well, it is what it is. And then he said, he's like literally referring to her as mother at this point. He said, my 2 necklaces, one from my mother and one from Taylor Swift. Mom 1 and Mom 2. Those are the necklaces I wear every day. Okay. Now, speaking of Somber and the iHeart Radio Music Awards, again, I did know that there was going to be some sort of iHeart Radio thing happening because I knew that Trisha Paytas had been nominated for something. And, here's Taylor during Somber's red carpet interview, just, stealing the show. I know, many of us have very complicated feelings about Trisha Paytas, but if she's stealing the spotlight from Somber, I do kind of love it. Look at her. Anyway. So the other kind of weird thing that Taylor Swift did, she released a new music video for Elizabeth Taylor. This is from Taylor Nation, the official Taylor Swift social media. Oh yeah, you're right. Conan Gray is the first Tay son. That's true. But it does seem like Somber has overtaken him. Like, she has taken Somber under her wing in a way that I have not seen her do in a long time. But I guess it makes sense in a way, because I do think that, like, Conan, yes, has Taylor Swift-esque tendencies, but Somber leans into the parasocial shit way more than anybody. And maybe that is something that Taylor responds well to, because she has tendencies herself. Anyway. On the Elizabeth Taylor music video, so this is from Taylor Nation, the official social media account. What could you possibly get for the girl on the last day of Women's History Month? This is our gift on Women's History Month? This was for the girls? This was an act of feminism? Girl, shut the fuck up. We have something in mind. The Elizabeth Taylor music video is out now on Spotify Premium and Apple Music. So specifically, is doing the exact same thing that she did with Opalite, where she put it onto platforms that will count toward Billboard charts and not YouTube, which no longer counts for the Billboard charts. It is on YouTube now, but like the first 2 or 3 days was Spotify and Apple exclusive. And this is what I'm saying of like, if she wants to just release music, that's one thing. But to keep doing these things that are so specifically geared around gaming like the charts, that's where I'm like, stop. You don't need to like try to win this way. It's not necessary, and it's kind of tacky at this point given your cultural dominance. It does feel like a way for you to still be competitive with other women primarily, and that's a weird thing to do on the last day of Women's History Month. But she released this music video for Elizabeth Taylor, and it's just it's a bunch of edits of Elizabeth Taylor, just literal clips of Elizabeth Taylor, like candid footage, stuff from her movies, just a little clip show that someone put together in like CapCut. And okay, at least for this one, she didn't do a countdown. That's one thing. It was like a surprise release. So I guess there's that. But did you need to do this as like an official music video? Why not just do a visualizer? Why not just do, there's the visualizers that Spotify, I don't know if Apple Music does it too, but Spotify, they have like the little like moving images behind it. And I was like, why don't you just do that, but like do a whole video and do it vertical? Why do you have to do a horizontal video and act like it's an actual like music video when it's literally just clips of Elizabeth Taylor? It's so lazy. And for what? You didn't even need to release a music video. And why are we getting so many fucking, well, not so many, this is the third video, but 3 videos and no live performances? I mean, she's going to these award shows, she's going on to late night shows, and she's done no performances for an album called Life of a Showgirl. Shouldn't you be performing? Maybe she's tired. She was on a tour for like 3 years, but it's just like, this era is a fucking mess. It's a mess. The least she could do is perform for us. And then Zara Larsson said something that a lot of people took some issues with, but she's objectively correct. She said, no one's looking at charts but industry people and maybe Taylor Swift fans. Yeah. And then she came out with some statement clarifying it on her Instagram. And I was like, I don't need to read all that. Because you were already right. You were right. You were correct. You don't need to clarify. Now, separately, Taylor, she is getting sued for trademark infringement, and it's an absolute bullshit lawsuit from someone who's on America's Got Talent. And now the Swifties kill me with their community notes. They're so quick to put up a community note, even when it's not necessary. They said archived records indicate earlier versions of Marin Wade's branding differed from later ones, and promotion referencing the Life of a Showgirl increased after Taylor Swift announced her project. I mean, it is correct. This woman does not have a case. There's no fucking way. She was literally posting videos of herself like singing to songs from Life of a Showgirl, and now she's suing Taylor for Life of a Showgirl. Said Wade appeared on America's Got Talent and writes a Las Vegas weekly column titled Confessions of a Showgirl, which is spawned a podcast and live shows. So she's saying that that's the copyright infringement. It's like, this was fully just a publicity stunt. But you don't need to put that in the community note. That's for the replies. Stop with the community notes. They kill me. It's like everything. Anything that like if someone gets remotely incorrect or anything that like challenges Taylor Swift in any way, the fucking Swifties, and some of them don't ever get published, but I have on my Stan account, I'm someone who I can write community notes, so I can also see the like proposed community notes before they even get to this stage where they're public. And dude, they're so quick with it. It's like any post, it is immediately Taylor Swift fans trying to get a community note on it, and it's so annoying. But something I do think is important to note, because we maybe do talk shit about Swifties a lot, but so it says, Swifties are so fucking annoying lately. Like, what do you mean we can't criticize a low-effort music video because it was Taylor's artistic vision? Do you have any idea how we reacted when the Style video came out? And I think that's important to say. Taylor Swift fans used to be normal. They were not like this before. They were maybe, like, a little bit more active and more militant than some other fandoms, other standoms, but Taylor Swift fans used to be so much more normal about her. This is a fairly recent development over the last, like, maybe since, like, Folklore, which was about 6 years ago now, but since Folklore and then definitely since the Eras tour, they've gotten way more militant and way more annoying, but they really, really used to be more normal. And this whole thing actually kind of has revitalized the normal Taylor Swift fandom a little bit, because this era is so disappointing that, like, people are kind of starting to be like, okay, let's be honest about this. This is from Rolling Stone and says, Taylor Swift fans react to Elizabeth Taylor's music video has to be an April Fool's joke. They are getting annoyed. They're slowly becoming less and less militant about their defense of her, which, well, at least the ones who are already kind of normal, maybe. The ones who are getting weirdly militant, they're just locked in, and I don't even think it really has much to do with Taylor Swift. I think it has to do with the fact that she's just the biggest pop star, and that's what they cling to. They're just competitive, which, what can you do about it, I guess? Now, there were some other reports. At first, I just saw these reports about Taylor Swift and Olivia Rodrigo were spotted together at Paul McCartney's concert last night, which I was kind of excited about because Taylor and Olivia have had an ongoing thing where it kind of seems like they don't fuck with each other anymore after the whole deja vu thing. And who's to say what really caused it, if there was some sort of threat of legal stuff behind the scenes that got Taylor that credit. We don't really know, but for sure I would say that there's a before and after period of, like, Taylor and Olivia very clearly being friendly, if not actual friends, and then them not being anymore. So for sure something happened, and I was kind of excited to hear that maybe they were together, they were talking, they were perhaps becoming on friendly terms again, because I do think that, like, Olivia Rodrigo is, like, the Tay child. More than Somber, more than Sabrina, more than Conan, more than Gracie Abrams. Like, if Taylor Swift has a biological child, it's Olivia Rodrigo. And I would like to see them patch things up. But then the photos of the actual interaction came out, and I was like, oh, okay. There aren't even any photos of them talking to each other. There's just photos of them talking next to each other to other people. So I'm like, all right, I don't think that this is really the, like, peace and girl world moment that we were all hoping for. But I guess at least they're comfortable being in the same room. So maybe that's something. And then there were also some new reports about the wedding, which have already been proven false, so... And again, we have our little community note there. So Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding will take place on June 13th via Harper's Bazaar. Harper's Bazaar published that? That's crazy. But it's been confirmed by the venue itself that there is a wedding booked for that day, but it's not for Taylor Swift. Which, can you imagine being the bride? And then, like, a whole bunch of fucking people are outside of your wedding thinking that Taylor Swift is going to get married there. Even with them dispelling these rumors, there's still gonna be people that show up outside of this poor couple's wedding for no fucking reason. That really sucks. But I almost wonder if this is, like, part of me wonders if Taylor Swift's team maybe puts out false flags to distract from when the actual wedding might be, because it would be smart for her to do, but it's definitely gonna suck for that couple. And then there was some of the weird Taylor Swift fans who I think are definitely more recent Taylor Swift fans who think of her literally just as the cat lady and don't realize that she's, like, owned dogs before and doesn't dislike dogs, were freaking out about the fact that there are now rumors that Taylor Swift has adopted a dog or bought a dog for Travis Kelce. Now, we don't even know if this is true. This is literally just a video of a dog getting out of a car that is associated with Travis and Taylor. And then Travis, I guess, said something on one of the podcast episodes after Christmas where he said that Taylor got him a really great gift, but he declined to say what it was. So people thought maybe she got him a dog. And then there were a whole bunch of Taylor Swift fans freaking out about that and being like, I can't believe she got a dog. She hates dogs. She's a cat person. And it's like, she doesn't fucking hate dogs. Her family has like owned dogs before. Her mom owns a big ass, I don't know what it is, like a Great Dane or something, but it is a massive dog. So definitely don't think Taylor Swift hates dogs just because she owns a cat. You can do both. You can like cats and dogs. But I agree with this tweet. The woman can't even adopt a dog because it doesn't follow the script they've written about her life. Yeah. Weird. To be fair, some people were exaggerating / joking because she is such a cat lady. Yeah, there definitely were people that were just making a joke of it, but I saw people that were like sincerely being like, he's changed her. He's like made her into something else. And I was like, it's a dog. And she does, there are videos of her like holding puppies. She likes dogs. But this is a good transition for us to talk about our next girly, because someone who definitely did adopt a dog, Ms. Megan Thee Stallion, and I did think this was kind of a good opportunity for us to expand our conversations about pet ownership and animal welfare, because this particularly revolves around shelters. So here's Megan talking about her new dog, Tiger.
Okay, so you guys, I've rescued a dog because I was yesterday years old when I found out that there's a such thing as a kill shelter, and they are putting down dogs when they cannot find them a home. That is insane. They were going to put them down yesterday, and I said, no way. Just give them to me. I'll take them. I don't know how Fo is going to feel about this. I don't know how Fo Kids is going to feel about this, but we had to save him. And his name is Tiger. Come in.
Oh, here he comes.
Come in. Come in. Oh, my new son. Bro. Oh, he's so happy. Okay. So, yeah, we're going to see how Tiger does tonight. I don't know what kind of dog this is, but he my son. He my new son.
Now, I did think it was maybe worth saying, though, this is a hashtag adopt don't shop. I don't love adopt don't shop as a slogan. I think it's a little reductive, a little oversimplified, because it's just a little more complicated than that, but we don't have to get into that right now. But you definitely, if you're looking for a dog, and I wish I had a dog, but if you're looking for a dog, I do encourage you to at least look for through a shelter first. Explore your adoption options first and foremost. I don't think it's like necessarily bad to go to a breeder. In total, there are responsible breeders out there. There are ethical breeders out there, but for sure you should look to adopt first, because there are a lot of dogs in shelters, and I don't even know if this is like a true, I don't know how they calculated this, but this is from bestfriends.com that says if 6% more people chose to adopt versus purchase their pets, we would end the killing of dogs and cats in our nation's shelters. Which I don't know exactly how they calculated those numbers, but for sure there are more people that are looking for dogs every year than there are dogs in shelters. So we could definitely be doing a lot more to reduce the amount of dogs in shelters. Now, I do think that again, getting a little picky with like some of the verbiage here, I do think adopt don't shop is a little bit overly simplified, but the bigger issue that I have here a little bit is just the idea of like a kill shelter versus a no-kill shelter. A no-kill shelter, that is a marketing term. it is incredibly unproductive to think of shelters in this way of like kill versus no kill, and that it's kind of the fault of the no kill shelters doing this as a marketing gimmick and trying to like act like they're the more moral shelters or whatever, that the people who work in kill shelters are like bad people that you shouldn't support. What no kill means is that there's a 90% placement rate for the shelter. So that means that 90% of the animals in the shelter leave the shelter alive. Now, the tricky thing about that is that it sort of like moves the goalpost a little bit from like the amount of animals that a shelter helps to the amount that they kill. And those aren't necessarily the same things. So what a no-kill shelter does to keep their placement rate high is, number one, they don't admit as many dogs or as many animals in the first place, including dogs, but even if they're not like just a dog shelter, there's cats and stuff in there too. So they don't admit as many animals in the first place as like a kill shelter. A kill shelter is a shelter that usually just takes any dog or any animal that is a stray, and then they have to put those animals somewhere, and if they run out of space, then yeah, they unfortunately do have to put a lot of animals down, and it's really sad, but it's not because they want to, it's because they don't have the funding or the resources to keep that many animals on their properties. And what a no-kill shelter does is they take less animals in the first place, and they are really selective with the animals they take. They take animals that they feel reasonably confident that will be adopted. So they take a lot of the animals that are less likely to be turned away by people looking to adopt an animal. So I definitely think that, like, if you're looking for a dog, you should do what Megan did here, and you should look for high-risk dogs that are, like, on a kill list. Because those are the dogs that need it more. Dogs that are at no-kill shelters, they're probably just going to stay at those shelters until someone who thinks that they're cute adopts them, and the shelter is not going to be admitting more dogs or more animals to, like, create, like, an overcrowding in that shelter, because that's not what they do. They have a limit of the amount of animals that they will admit. So do as Megan does and adopt someone like Tiger. I wish I could do it. Now, Megan also did recently a song. They did a remix of the Nickelback song, How You Remind Me, but for Cheetos pickle flavored Cheetos, dill pickle flamin' hot Cheetos. And to be honest, I can't play it because we're gonna get copyright claim, but the song kinda slaps. And I do think How You Remind Me is Nickelback's best song. Like, it is kind of a good song. And Megan Thee Stallion on it, it's just cool. And it's pickle themed.
Well, no, it's only 'cause I rhyme with nickel. That's why they paid us for a huge commercial. And
it is a very fun little ad, little commercial. So shout out to them. But now the bigger thing with Megan right now is her Moulin Rouge role. She's in the new Moulin Rouge on Broadway. It is driving record-breaking sales, including, I think it's 79% of ticket buyers were purchasing a Broadway ticket for the first time. So that's really cool. She's bringing the people to Broadway. Unfortunately, at one of the recent shows, she did have to leave mid-performance. So this came from Lauren LaRosa on Twitter. She said, came to see Meg Thee Stallion on Broadway, and that was short-lived. The few opening scenes I saw her in, she was great on stage. I was excited, but they just stopped Moulin Rouge mid-show, apologized to the audience, and said, stay inside and seated. I asked security if we're safe. They told us for now, we'll update you if anything changes. Now, this tweet got people, like, pretty alarmed because of the whole are we safe thing. Spoiler, yes. But here's her talking about it on the on the Breakfast Club the next day or a few days later.
So you see her a few times, and then all of a sudden, mind you, the play is like going on, right? There is an announcement that comes over the audio system, and the other actors, and Meg is not on stage at this point. They just stop, they freeze. So the first announcement that comes on says, "Hey guys, we're asking for all of the actors to please clear the stage immediately, and we want everyone in the theater to stay in their seats, and please don't take out your phones." And
what?
Exactly.
wild.
So all of us in the audience are like, "Wait, what?" Like,
so what the first thing y'all do? Take out your phones?
Absolutely, that would have been the first thing I did.
thought because first I thought it was a part of the play, and then when I realized it wasn't, I was scared. I'm like, is something happening? Because it felt like a lockdown a little bit. So I got up. First thing I did, I got up, and there was a security guard at the back of the theater, and I went and talked to her, and I'm like, what's going on right now? Like, are we okay? Are we safe? And she was like, yes, you're safe for now. And I'm like, for now? Like, what does that mean?
No.
Please. And
were
she
people
was
leaving?
like,
Were people getting up, or you were the only one getting up?
No, people did get up. Nobody left at that point because we were all confused. We didn't know what was happening. So we were trying to make sure we were okay. So then they start back up the show. But before they start back up the show, they have an announcement that comes on that says that Meg Thee Stallion will no longer be in the play for the rest of that night.
The New Bridge Orchestra is being conducted by Andrew Graham. Please contact your point of purchase for a refund or exchange. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the show.
The end of the audio where you hear the woman say, "We love you," people started saying, "We love you, Meg Thee Stallion." People were upset. They're like, "We came here to see Meg. Y'all need to figure this out." There were some people who left, but majority of the audience did stay. Now, at this point, I'm still confused. Like,
you're still the first act of the play?
Yes. Okay, this is only like 7:40. Right,
Wow.
The play started at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
So I'm like, for it to be this early, something's happening.
Well, the first act is usually an hour 10 minutes. I know the runtime is like 2 hours 35 with intermission like 20 minutes. So probably like an hour 10 minutes first.
So once they picked back up, we had about like maybe 20 minutes, and then it was intermission. But in the midst of that, Rock Nation and Meg's team called back, and they let me know that she had felt that she was sick and that she had been taken to the hospital. And I released that statement last night, and I did see that Meg Thee Stallion's hairstylist just asked people to pray for Meg, and that they were all at the hospital. So I don't know what's going on further from that point. But it was just like, it was so
to
random.
stop like that and be like, and don't pull your phones out, or like what? And then you went to the security guard and he was like, you're safe for now. My mind would have immediately went to leave the world behind.
Everybody was trying to figure out what was going on in real time.
If there was a medical emergency, right, and they had to rush her out for whatever reason, they would definitely tell everybody to stay because they wouldn't want people to leave where the ambulance or emergency personnel had to get inside. So that could possibly be it too. But did we get anything to see what happened with her?
For now,
I've tried, but
he tripped me, yo.
I believe that Lauren put some sauce on it. She exaggerates.
Well,
but listen,
no,
let's send Megan Thee Stallion some healing energy.
Absolutely. Yes. I hope she's okay.
Yeah, send Megan Thee Stallion some healing energy. I hope that she's well.
Yes.
I definitely think Lauren probably put sauce on that stuff.
No, I'm not
putting
putting sauce on anything.
Lauren long enough to know that she does exaggerate.
When I text
and you can be talking to her, and then she'll add something on, and you're like, I didn't say that. So I don't believe the just for now part. You're safe for now.
I wish I was able to record more
did
stuff.
I say that?
And I don't know why when they told me that, I text you and Envy. Like, what y'all was going to do?
I don't know.
Security guard just told us we're safe for now.
I was at the Barclays, D.
So yeah, a lot of alarm for not a whole lot. She did get hospitalized, apparently for exhaustion. So she said, last night was a real wake-up call for me. I've been pushing myself past my limits lately, running on empty, and my body finally said enough. It honestly scared me. I thought I was going to faint on stage. I really tried to push through my performance, but I just couldn't. Hotties, I want to be real with y'all because you mean everything to me, and I hate letting y'all down. I just need one day to rest, reset, and take care of myself the way I should have been. I'll be right back on that stage Thursday, stronger, clearer, and ready to give you 100% the way you deserve. Thank you for always riding with me and loving me through everything. So yeah, hospitalized for exhaustion. Only took 1 day off, which I feel like maybe she probably should have taken a little bit more, but maybe that even says something about how exhausted she must have been, that like she really did just need 1 day off and she had not taken it. So I'm glad that she did get that rest. I hope that she continues to get more rest because we do need you, Megan. And you need to be around for those babies, your little pups. Now, someone else who had to cancel a show midway through, Rosalia canceled the show midway through in Milan because she, I guess, had food poisoning.
I tried to do the show since the beginning. I've been sick. I've had como big time food poisoning and I've tried to push it till the end, but I'm feeling extremely sick. I'm puking out there and I really want to give the best show and I'm like in the floor doing my best. I might try to keep going, but maybe at some point I have to stop. And I'm extremely sick. And I'm really trying, I'm gonna push on as much as I can. But if we have to stop, we might have to stop. If I really physically, I can keep going. I'm in pain.
Oh, poor girl. That's the thing too, is like, you know, we love to see these girls live and everything, but it does, like, sometimes your body just is not in the space to do something, and it's a lot of pressure to put on yourself. I always think about it too. Every time I get like diarrhea or something, I'm like, what if I was a pop star and I had to perform with diarrhea? And I get it every month with my period, so it's like it's unavoidable. But she ended up canceling mid-show. She did send a photo of herself resting, feeling better. So these girls need to take care of themselves. And then there's also some photos of Rosalia coming out from season 3 of Euphoria. It looks like a hot fucking mess. Just awful. But I'll probably watch it. Or maybe I won't. Maybe it'll be so bad that it's boring. But I can't. That's the thing with, like, Sam Levinson shows, is that when they're bad, like season 2 of Euphoria in parts, there were parts that were still kind of good. But then The Idol was terrible. It's like, it's terrible in a way that it is still fun to watch. It's still not boring. It's kind of like The Room. Anyway, FKA Twigs is now suing Shia LaBeouf. Yay, we love to see it. She's suing him for an illegal NDA and is being represented by Matthew Rosengart, aka Daddy Rosengart, from Britney's conservatorship. He's the person that got Britney out of the conservatorship, so we love that. And I wish her luck, because fuck Shia LaBeouf so hard. Especially for what he did to her. Good luck. And then in other FKA Twigs news, Rico Nasty is asking FKA Twigs to unblock her. She said, 5 years of asking Twigs to unblock me. I'm literally a fan. Whatever I did, I'm sorry. I was a child. But if it was 5 years ago, Rico Nasty, I think like 5 years ago, she would have been like 20. So I don't know about child, but okay. I like Rico Nasty and I like FKA Twigs. And I think that it would be cool if they also worked together. So I hope that she gets unblocked, but I don't know what the fuck she did. Maybe she deserved it. Who's to say? Now, someone who allegedly has had a feud with FKA Twigs, but apparently is working with her now. Both FKA Twigs and Charlie XCX did music alongside Jack Antonoff for Mother Mary starring Anne Hathaway. I don't think I can show much of it because people... The amount of production companies that will claim you for showing the fucking trailers of their shit. As if they don't want us to promote their movies. But Mother Mary starring Anne Hathaway looks really good. I'm very excited about it. Now another... I don't want to even talk about it too much because I don't know much about it. I haven't really kept up with her at all, but a side thing that Charlie is going through at the moment... Sky Ferreira is accusing her of recording some of her old demos for Wuthering Heights. Now, Charlie's team has already responded to it, and I think, again, I don't want to talk about it too much because I don't know much about the situation. I haven't paid that much attention to Sky Ferreira in general, but I started looking into it today, and I feel very bad for Sky in several ways because it does seem like she really got fucked over by her last record label, but I'm a little confused as to why she's even bringing Charlie into this at this current moment. It from what I can tell, it doesn't really seem like Charlie did anything wrong here, and it does seem like Sky Ferreira might just have a little bit of like a... she seems to have somewhat of a defeatist attitude that doesn't seem totally productive. But I don't know. I need to look more into it. But it does kind of seem like she's just kind of full of excuses for things. Now, that is a criticism that I maybe would have had of FKA Twigs last year when she did the whole not performing at Coachella and canceling a bunch of shows thing because of her problems with her visa. She was sort of evading some responsibility a little bit for the visa problem. But eventually she did kind of recognize that, like, no, it is on me as an independent artist to, like, hire the right people and get my shit together, which we love. And she is performing at Coachella this coming weekend, right? It's on the 12th. So yeah, this coming weekend will be Coachella. And she is poking fun at the visa incident from last year and said, visa check, Grammy check, body height check. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to a lot of different performances for Coachella this year, but hers especially. And then Ethel Cain also had a cool Coachella billboard. I was trying to find like a website that had all of the Coachella billboards compiled so that we could talk about them, but there are so many that I couldn't find any website that had all of them. There were a lot of good billboards. Apparently that's a big ass fucking road that they're all on. But then in other Ethel Cain news, she posted a photo that featured her genitalia recently on Instagram, her dick and balls, liked by Billie Eilish. I'm not going to show it because I don't think YouTube will let me do it, but apparently Instagram will let you do it, which I was a little surprised by. But I guess Ethel Cain's Instagram account is 18 plus. You can't even look at her posts unless you're over the age of 18. So not a huge deal. It was very tastefully done, in my opinion. Who fucking cares? But I was a little bit like, well, what the fuck? I've had Instagram posts of mine taken down for much less. But I guess they just let celebrities do whatever they want. And that's cool in a way that, like, Ethel Cain is now famous enough to get that kind of privilege. Because before, I was getting so fucking pissed every time that I would post a photo of, like, Britney Spears from her own Instagram, like a photo of her holding her tits or whatever. Instagram would take my post down, even though the post that, like, I had taken it from Britney's Instagram account was still up. I was like, what the fuck? That's very clearly a double standard. But I'm glad that Ethel Cain now gets to benefit from that double standard as well. But then some people were being so weird about it. So I don't even want to go into this. If you think that her posting her own dick on Instagram on an 18 plus account is sexual harassment to, I don't know, the public, we would have to deconstruct your issues with, like, sex and nudity, and we don't have time to do that. But let me just say, it's obviously not sexual harassment. If she had sent it to you specifically in, like, a DM, then sure, but she didn't do that. She just posted a photo onto her own Instagram, which she's allowed to do. And then this person said, you guys can't use transphobia to defend this. If Lady Gaga posted her bare pussy or Justin Bieber his dick, everyone would go ballistic and call them perverts too. There's no reason to be posting your privates publicly to Instagram of all places. You should not be an adult. I don't even know if this is an adult, and using the word privates. Sorry, like, it just, no. It was an 18 plus account. You cannot see the photo if Instagram flags you as a minor. And it's just a dick. And it's not even erect. It was flaccid. If it were an erect dick, I think we could maybe have a conversation about it. But it wasn't. It's just a penis. It's just a body part. It's not imposing its will onto anyone. But also this thing too about, like, if Lady Gaga posted her bare pussy. I have seen Lady Gaga's pussy many, many times. Including, I think, on Instagram. Definitely on Twitter. So, yeah, and it does seem like transphobia a little bit. Because I have absolutely seen Lady Gaga's pussy, plenty. And it's fine. Now, going back to Olivia Rodrigo for a second, she does have a new album coming out. It's coming out June 12th. It has 13 tracks. It's called You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love. This is the official album cover, which I do like, and it is SZA approved as well. SZA commented on Instagram and said that she liked the cover, and SZA's got some great covers herself, so she knows a good cover. There is an alternative cover, however, with a Target exclusive, which I also do like this. I don't like it as much as the other one, but okay, it's cute. I am a little sick of the girls doing all these different album variants, but okay, keep it to 2, please. Don't water down your vision. I am really looking forward to this one, though, because I've had not like an issue with Olivia Rodrigo. It's not like a problem with her, but I do think that her music before was very like geared toward people her age, which I am not. I'm a little bit older than her, just a little. And so it was a little bit hard for me to connect, but it does seem like this album is going to be a little bit less like, a little less angsty in a way. So I'm kind of hoping that this is my Olivia Rodrigo album, that this is the time for me to really get into it. But we'll see. It also, apparently it's her first album cover that doesn't feature purple. So people are kind of, I've seen stans trying to make a big deal about that, about like she's abandoning her brand or whatever. It's like, well, is her brand purple? Is that what defines her brand? Is that it's purple? I don't think so. I think her brand is like singer-songwriter, and I'm assuming she'll still be doing that on the new album. But I'm excited for it. I think it'll be good, because I do think she's very talented. Like, I've listened to her albums before, and I've never thought that they were, like, bad. It was just something where I was like, well, I just don't feel like this connects to where I am in my life at the current moment, because it's not, because she's significantly younger than me. Now, as I think someone brought up in the chat, Lady Gaga did have to cancel a show today in Montreal. I feel for those little monsters quite fiercely, because I too have had a Lady Gaga concert canceled before for the Born This Way ball in Detroit. I feel for you guys. My heart goes out to you. This is the only time she's canceled a show this current run. She has postponed a show, she's rescheduled a show, but this is the first like full-on cancellation where there will be no makeup show. And that really sucks, but I guess she has some sort of respiratory infection, so what can you do? Things happen, but I'm very, very sorry. And apparently she also, it says this is the place where she broke her hip during the Born This Way ball. It's not really the place that she broke her hip. She didn't like break her hip in one place. She broke her hip. It was like a continuous injury kind of thing. But yeah, the last show was in Montreal. So in a way it's full circle. But I'm sorry, Montreal. In other Gaga news that dropped today, though, so we already knew that she was going to have a song on The Devil Wears Prada 2. Apparently, though, it is featuring Doechii, which is super exciting. And I guess someone pointed this out on Twitter, but this is her first song featuring a female rapper, which kind of crazy. But we'll move on from that. She was supposed to have Azealia Banks on a song at one point, but that didn't turn out. I watched the Devil Wears Prada 2 trailer, though, and I don't think I'm gonna like that movie. At all. But I'll see it. Now, Gaga did surprise a lot of people recently with her finale song, her encore song in Montreal. where she did Glitter and Grease, which is crazy. So if you don't know, Glitter and Grease is an unreleased song. Gaga's been doing these, like, songs from every era of her career as these finale, like her final bow songs at every show, a new one every night. And I guess we've run out of official tracks now, and she has started doing unreleased songs, or at least one. I suppose we would have found out tonight if there would have been another one, but it is very exciting because it's like, wow, what else is might she do at this point? Could she do Party Nauseous? Could she do Vanity? Could she do any fucking unreleased track? The possibilities are endless. So, I'm again very sorry for the people that had those tickets for Montreal tonight, because it would have been very exciting for y'all to see what the next track would have been, but I guess the next one after that we'll have to see. She's only got like four shows left or something for this tour, so we are in the very tail end. Yeah, could be anything. I wonder what the very last one will be. Oh, I can't. Anyway, Gaga also turned 40 recently, and she shouted out Hot and Freddie, Robin and Ray, and their albums for her 40th birthday celebrations, which is very, very exciting for all of them because they are all, well, I don't know about Robin, but I know Hot and Freddie, and then Ray, definitely Little Monsters, so very exciting for them. Was a little sad for another Little Monster who also put out an album at that same time. No, well, the Hot and Freddie album, I think, came out a week or 2 weeks before, but at the same day that Robin and Ray released an album, another Little Monster released an album who did not get shouted out here, which makes me a little sad for her, but maybe Gaga just hadn't gotten around to that one yet. Maybe she'll come around to it later. But big, big release week on the 27th. A lot of good albums came out. And an album that did not come out, Miss Nicki Minaj, who had been promoting her new album that allegedly exists back when her and Cardi were having their feud in September. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. So, I guess thank God for that, but we could have had another album on the 27th, but I wouldn't have even listened to it. Now, moving on to the releases that we did get before we get to our main event. There was the Sexistential album by Robin that came out, 83 score on Album of the Year. Very good album. I really like it. There is also the new Ray album, which got, let's see, 84 currently, Album of the Year. Very good album as well. There is a different mix to the album if you got the physical, the vinyls versus streaming. Here's Ray talking about that.
My vinyl is a first edition. Yeah. I really apologise.
I'd apologise before the vinyl's even out.
I'm apologising to anyone who's purchased a vinyl because you are getting the album. It's not a fraudulent vinyl. However, it is a first edition. I want you to know the digital versions of some of these songs, some are quite different, and you just need to embrace that because I tried.
You're saying there's some
my
drums
best.
lift off on the first vinyl edition.
My vinyl is a first edition. Yeah. I really apologise.
But I don't think she needs to apologise for that because if anything, it just makes it more special because the streaming album is the album that people are going to have the most access to anyway, so it's like you just got a bonus. You got another little version. But here's her actually doing a live reaction. She was doing like a live listening party on, I don't know, Instagram or something, and she noticed in that moment that the vinyl editions were a little off.
Oh, I thought we changed the stamps. I think someone changed them back. What happened?
So from what I can hear from there, it doesn't sound like the vinyl thing is like that off. It's just a little off. So it's not like you're getting like a fully fucked up version. You're just getting a slightly different version, which is fun. If anything, I think it'll encourage more people to buy the vinyl, which will probably help. But so it had her first, it had 15.95 million streams on its first day on the Spotify counter, which is the biggest album debut of her career. It is projected to debut at number 18 on the Billboard charts, which will be the highest charting album in her discography. Very cool. Love that for Ray. It's a great album. But obviously, my favorite album, Miss Slater's Worst Girl in America. So fucking good. I also, I didn't even bring it up here. Let me go get it. I'll be right back. Here, let me put the puppies on for a second. I have the vinyl. It just came on Saturday, but I pre-ordered it back in like February. And it is the special edition vinyl that has dirt in it. So you can see, it doesn't move around a whole lot, but you can see the dirt. You can see the reflection of my screen there too. I'm sure it's not actual like dirt, it's just kind of like a brown powder. It almost kind of looks like hot chocolate powder, to be honest with you. It's hard to see with the glare. But very cool, very exciting. And I knew that I wanted the album. I don't really pre-order albums much anymore because I'm not going to spend the money for an album that I don't know that I'm going to like, but she released 5 fucking singles prior. And I knew, I was like, even just based on those 5 singles, I knew that this was my album, and I love it. I love every part of it. It is so good. It is a visual album, which is really cool too. You know, if you go on her website, she's got all the visuals here. Some of them I'd say are more visualizers than they are like official, like full videos, but even still, very well put together. Definitely like an aesthetic that she has honed for this, and very cool of her to do in an era in which YouTube does not count for Billboard charts anymore, because she's an artist. She's a real artist. She doesn't make music for the charts. She makes it for the art. So she is projected to debut at number 25, which will be the highest debut of her career. Very exciting. And she said that she was actually thinking about stopping music right before this. So here's her talking about that. Oh wait, no, I don't have the clip. I just have their quote. I wrote a lot of these songs from a place of pent-up frustration and anger, feeling like I'm almost 30 and I'm constantly on the up-and-coming artist list. Like, when is it coming? So, like, almost literally her Brat moment. Though I don't know that it'll pop off quite as much as Brat did. But very similar situation that I think Charlie was kind of in when she wrote Brat. But I love it. And there's the thing that, like, she's described the album before as like iPod music, like stuff that she would listen to on her iPod back in like the, late 2000s, 2010s-ish era, which I really connect to because her and I are about the same age and we were listening to a lot of the same music. And so it's like the album really does feel focused on that. Of like, this is like an amalgamation of shit that I would have been listening to when I was like a teenager. but it's also like elevated, like it's something new. It's not just like total nostalgia bait. It is a new thing, but really drawing on a lot of those inspirations. And her and I, we have the same taste. So I was just bound to like this. Here's her talking about her first CD that she ever bought.
Or like that era of like specifically music that was out when we were all still downloading and putting things on an iPod, you know? So I feel like it became a little bit of like Santa Gold, a little bit of MIA. There's like some Kid Cudi influence on it, like a lot of like Gorillaz.
Wasn't like Lady Gaga the Fame monster around that time?
Yeah. The Fame was probably some of the first music I ever like bought and downloaded myself. I bought that CD when that was like the first CD I ever bought for myself.
Really?
I'm like a student of Gaga. I love her so much. Yeah. Or like you.
She's just like me. Just like me. Here's another clip too.
Podcast is all about like pop Bibles. So I have to ask you, what is your ultimate pop Bible?
Oh, picking one is so scary because I feel like I have two that are really neck and neck.
Uh-huh.
I would have to say, oh, can I say two?
You can say two.
I feel like Blackout and The Fame.
Okay.
Gaga's debut and Blackout are probably the two albums that have like pop albums that have affected me like most in this world.
Definitely.
And I think that they're both perfect 10 out of 10. Every song on the album is a 11 out of 10 type of project.
Yeah, those are two huge pop Bibles. I would totally agree with that.
Mhm.
Do you remember the first song you heard from each?
Just Dance by Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
And my sister showed it to me actually, which is really funny. She like bought it on iTunes because my sister's a little bit older than me. So like I would take a lot of like coolness cues from like what she was like thinking was cool or listening to at the time. And she downloaded Just Dance and I listened to it and loved it. And then when I started watching her music videos, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And then I bought The Fame. The Fame was the first CD I ever bought for myself.
Yeah, probably listening to it on your iPod too, your iPod Music.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or like the Walkman. Talk about old technology.
Oh yeah.
I'm a woman of a certain age that I used to listen to music on a CD from a Walkman.
Iconic.
We need to bring that back.
Maybe for like a future visual of yours, bring one
Or
of
just
those.
I think in like society, like the way people love vinyls, like bring back Walkmans.
Yeah, that'd be iconic. How has this album inspired your own music, The Fame? Or
Fame?
Blackout, yeah.
I feel like there's like little production like sonic choices that it's like a subconscious thing just from like growing up and loving that music so much. I feel like a lot of this album had real instrumentation, so I feel like I was like more inspired by like Soul Wax or leaning more into like punk music, but I feel like there's something about like The Fame and Blackout, they kind of feel like similar in a way.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like Blackout, especially like Piece of Me, crazy production. Like it's such a cool, like experimental song.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot about both of those albums, vocal delivery, vocal processing, just really.
Yeah, it's crazy that they came out around the same time too, like 2007, 2008. The gays back then, who were probably like my age now, were probably like living like the
Oh my God.
gays in their 20s, like hearing that at the club.
Like that was probably like LA's most like prime.
Literally, yeah.
Prime era was like paparazzi outside of all of like the hot nightclubs
Yeah.
and like those albums like playing.
Hearing
in the club.
that in like West Hollywood.
Oh my God, hearing Give Me
Amazing.
More at a club in West Hollywood that year.
That specific year.
I would do anything.
Yeah, me too.
Podcast
is all about like
I was just thinking earlier today, if I had a time machine and I could go back to like any like concert or anything, I wouldn't even go back to Blackout, though I love Blackout, but I would go back to Britney. I would want to be at one of those clubs that she did in the Zone and Out All Night special. I would do anything to be in that room on one of those days or that night when In the Zone came out. Like, oh. But so yeah, me and Slater have a lot of the same taste, so I was just sort of bound to like this album. And I liked Slater's shit before, but this album in particular just really felt like an amalgamation to me of like shit that I was listening to at a particular time in my life. So I did make a playlist, which I did link in the description for this live, of just like random ass songs from around that era, like late 2000s to like mid 2010s ish. And I just put them all on a playlist so you guys can listen to them if you want. But I felt inspired. I felt like I broke out my old iPod, not my like old iPod, my original, but the one that the second iPod Nano that I had. And I was going through it and I was like, man, some of these songs really do fucking slap. So there's that. But, you know, it's just my opinion. I like the album. I love the album, but maybe not everybody does, and that's okay. I think it's fine to not like albums. But there was something that a certain man said that got Twitter ablaze, particularly from his review of the new Slater album. And I do want to talk about it a little bit. Not even just what he said in that review. I don't even really care that much about Mr. Fantano's review of Worst Girl in America. But I do care a little bit about how he's responded to some of the backlash around it and just some general things about his critiques of female artists in particular. I have had some thoughts for a while, and he kind of pissed me off an extra amount this last week, or this like last few days. So let's move on to our main topic. Here is a clip of Anthony Fantano's review of The Worst Girl in America. Here's the clip that a lot of people are like talking about. If it'll play.
Or I'm actually kind of famous, which is this moment of deliberate camp gone wrong, as the novelty angle the track takes, to me anyway, is quite obnoxious and kind of takes away from how good the instrumental really is. There are also...
So, very, very short clip there of him just talking about I'm actually kind of famous, where he says that, like, the narrative of the song is just obnoxious or whatever. And no, I watched his review. I disagreed with a lot of the stuff he said, but I didn't think too much of it at the time, and I still don't think that much of it right now. But a lot of people were pulling that clip out and were making a big deal about it because it does seem in that clip like Anthony Fantano maybe doesn't realize that Slater's being kind of like sarcastic in that song. Like she's doing sort of a character. It's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek sort of thing. She's like making fun of herself or making fun of like a certain idea of like someone who's like actually kind of famous, like a B-list, C-list celebrity, and the narcissism that comes with that. Like it is a kind of a commentary on stuff in a way that I don't know if he fully understands from that short little clip. But I do think that, like, it's hard to say exactly what Anthony Fantano understands, because I think that him just saying that he finds it kind of obnoxious, I'm like, okay, well, that's fair in a way. You can find it obnoxious and still understand what it's doing. He just doesn't display an awareness of what it's doing in a way that I think the reason that people found that particular clip so obnoxious is that he just kind of has a habit of doing this when it comes to female artists in particular. Maybe he's also doing with male artists too. To be honest, I don't know, because I don't watch, when I watch his reviews, I'm usually watching his reviews of female artists just because those tend to be the artists that I'm more interested in the first place, and those are the people that I'm like reading and watching reviews on. So yeah, I don't watch as many of his reviews when it comes to male artists, but I do find it a little hard to believe that he talks this way about men, because if he did, then I just don't know why anyone would take him seriously whatsoever, because he so often does not understand what women are doing, period. He takes them at face value all the time. He doesn't assume that there are any extra layers in the meanings of their songs. And there is a fairly good example of this. The way that he talks about the Sabrina Carpenter album, Man's Best Friend, throughout the entire review, he seems to have a very limited perspective on what it is Sabrina might be actually doing with the album, and in particular with the song Man-Child, where he is just dead fucking wrong in his assessment of the track's bridge. So here he is talking about that.
Veer between talking and singing, as Sabrina gets about as on the nose as she possibly can to paint a picture of a lover who is so stupid he can barely keep his phone charged. It's so cartoonish that you have to wonder, how did she even end up in this situation in the first place? But rather than explore that very obvious question, Sabrina writes in a bridge that basically absolves her of any responsibility here. And though
Like, he's actually kinda dumb. What do you mean she's absolving herself of responsibility on the bridge? Do you think she's being 100% sincere here? When she says, oh, I like my boys playing hard to get, and I like my men all incompetent, and I swear they choose me, I'm not choosing them. You don't read those lyrics as sarcastic at all? You don't read those as like an actual self-commentary whatsoever? That she actually is just saying that she's choosing these men and that it is kind of her fault. I mean, that's what the whole album is. And she said that herself, like in interviews. She's talked about how the album is her actually looking at her own patterns and trying to like think about her relationships through that prism of like, I keep doing this by myself. I mean, that's what the fucking album cover is. That's why it's called Man's Best Friend. It is so clearly about her exploring her own patterns. But he doesn't get that at all. He thinks that, like, she's not self-aware whatsoever.
this does kind of perplex me. It's not so much of an issue I'm going to overlook what sounds and feels like a really good pop hit. However, I was hoping that once we heard the rest of this album, we would just get something in the way of more smarts and subtlety. However, after hearing the rest of it...
Ironically, it was too subtle for you to understand it whatsoever. I guess it was too subtle. You needed it to be way more blatant.
Man's Best Friend, I'm sorry to say, I just don't think the depth I had my fingers crossed for is there, as I found a lot of this record to either be disappointing or unbearably silly. Like on the following track, Tears, which is a slick disco number that I'm very torn on in a lot of ways. I love the grooves on this track, I love Sabrina's breathy vocal harmonies, I love the way she flaunts her sexuality in a way that is explicit and hilarious. But musically, I was kind of distracted about how this track sounds like an unabashed ripoff of Diana Ross's Upside Down. Meanwhile, the lyricism has like a level of cheekiness and absurdity to it that reads more like an SNL skit than a legitimate pop song. Because you seemingly have Sabrina here unironically singing that her panties get so wet they become a waterfall over her partner doing what is essentially the bare minimum. And nowhere in this song...
It's almost like that's the point. It's almost like when you take it in the full context of the album, where she is talking about how men are constantly disappointing her, and then praises a man for doing the bare minimum, and then goes back to being like, wait, that guy broke my heart too. It's almost like those are the themes of the album.
Does she acknowledge just how depressingly low these standards that are being set are. I also can't help but feel like, you know, her singing about this guy being responsible, on top of mentioning him doing like he's supposed to do, is her inadvertently kind of putting herself in that mom position, while simultaneously not really liking it when the men she's with act like children. So, I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into this, but...
No, you're not reading enough into it at all. You think that she's not doing that on purpose. You think that you know more than she does, which is crazy, because the themes are pretty blatant. Again, I mean, let's look at the fucking album cover. What did we think it was about? He just thinks that she's stupid. He really, really does. And so I don't blame anyone for that little clip of him talking about Slater. I don't blame people thinking that he just didn't understand what Slater was doing at all, because he has a tendency to think that women are just dumb and think that they're not doing anything more complicated than that. But so people were talking about it on Twitter. He started replying to people. So this said, the narrative on I'm Actually Kind of Famous is so obnoxious. That's literally the point, Anthony, LMAO. And then he wrote, okay, so if it was the point to be unlikable, I didn't like it. Mission accomplished then. And like, okay, that's fine. I mean, you're entitled to still not like it. You're entitled to say that, like, I get that this was commentary, but it just still didn't connect with me. That's whatever. But I don't think that you were actually aware that it was commentary in the first place. I think that you actually were just being informed from this tweet, which is alarming. But then in addition to it, to use the word unlikable is a little iffy to me, because this is something that I've also noticed in Anthony's reviews. He tends to moralize the lyrics of female artists. And maybe he is doing it with male artists. I did say that on Twitter at one point. I was like, I don't know if he's doing it with male artists the same. And then someone replied to me and was like, he does. He did it to Kanye West too. And it's like, okay, well, that's a little different, right? There's a difference between being like unlikable and a Nazi. So different degrees there. If being a Nazi is what gets Anthony Fantano to moralize a man's work, whereas like maybe being an alleged homewrecker is enough to get him to moralize a woman's work, then I think we have a problem, because this is how he was talking about Ariana Grande's album, Eternal Sunshine, which I remember this review coming out and being fairly turned off by it because of the amount that he was just like using Ariana Grande's personal life to make assessments of the songs and whether or not he thought that she was like holding herself accountable enough for the fact that she like broke up a marriage or something. So this whole review, he kind of starts by explaining the background of like Ariana started dating Ethan Slater, who is married, and she also had been married before, blah, blah, blah. He explains the background, and then he says this.
Ariana has been through her share of public breakups. This sort of thing specifically isn't usually her MO, which she quickly acknowledges with lyrics like, I'm usually so unproblematic on one of the oddest songs here, The Boy Is Mine, which is not a formal cover of the classic Brandy Monica single. No, it's what Ariana calls a reimagination. And don't get me wrong, I think the song is catchy enough, and I especially love that a little tempo slowdown right before the first beat of the chorus hits. But the tone and delivery of the track in context of all of this reads a bit weird. I mean, there's not a lot of specifics or tea being spilled in the lyrics per se, but given just how eager Ariana is to make this new album cycle about her new relationship, it's hard to not see this as connected to the Slater situation, which positively does not map over onto the narrative of the Brandy and Monica song, which is important because in a way it's like
Is it? Necessarily? Like, did she have to recreate the song itself?
Ariana is using the public's love and respect for this classic R&B banger in order to launder some less than ideal decision-making going on here. Another way this song makes no sense as a reference point is that we essentially have a Brandy and no Monica. There's no other perspective on this track. There's no counterpoint going on, which kind of makes this whole track just feel one-sided and ridiculous. This woman is not your op. Plus in the...
Well, but it was her song. So yeah, it's one-sided. Okay, yeah, you can, I think it's fair to say like, oh, I was hoping for more of like a duet or something with more of a back and forth from this track, given the context of the song that it's referencing. But to just say that like it's laundering the situation and to say that like Ariana has failed in some way because the song only includes her perspective and not the perspective of Ethan Slater's ex-wife. It's like, what? Why would she be tasked with doing that just because she used this song as a reference point? It's just a little insane to think that she owed that to the ex-wife to any degree. I mean, you can maybe say personally, maybe she owes something to the ex-wife. I don't know. I'm not involved in her fucking life. But on her album, she's expressing a feeling.
greater canon of Ari's catalog. It's not like she hasn't done songs like this before, but better, like Break Up With Your Girlfriend, I'm Bored. Now, going further into the record, I hope this narrative isn't a big turnoff for you, because you're about to be drowning in it, whether it's the interlude intro, where Ari is essentially just kind of musically monologuing with a lot of internal thoughts. How can I tell if I'm in the right relationship? Oh, man. Notice there's not a whole lot of talk about, like, red flags on the album, really. But yeah, this little...
What does that even mean? She was singing about her former relationship. She was singing about the end of her marriage, and she was wondering if it was the right relationship for her, or if she should move on. Like, what do we... I'm so confused as to what red flags you're even trying to refer to. Like, the red flags around her, or the red flags about the new relationship? What relevance does that have to that track? Really?
Beginning to the record is just one big lovesick rationalization to explain Ari's present day, I guess. Meanwhile,
it's not a rationalization, it's an expression of a feeling, an expression of thoughts. It's not... does he see albums as, like, press statements? Is that the problem? Is that he thinks that, like, when you release an album that touches on an aspect of your personal life, that you need to, like, include apologies and detailed explanations and rationales? No, it's an expression of a feeling.
Track Saturn Returns tries to drum up astrological reasons as to why all of this crazy chaos is going on. Supernatural.
Well, it's just like, it's just a song. It's not her actually saying that this is all justified because of her astrology sign. What? Is that really what you think?
No, it's just a movie.
Is a glistening, starry pop ballad with breathy verse vocals and an 80s twist on the production. And this track, too, is just absolutely, positively lovesick and talking about really how otherworldly this romance is. Meanwhile, to go back to the lead single to the record, Yes and, this track, too, is engaging in a laundering of sorts, with Ari...
laundering. He keeps using that word, that she's laundering her reputation.
Delivering a message and sentiment on this track about being authentic, being true to yourself, not withering in the face of judgment from others. But she then maps that over onto her fans' judgment of her behavior, when judgment for your actions is not the same thing as being judged for who you are personally. Yeah, a bit of a bad rationale there. And
it's not a rationale. It's an expression of a feeling. What are you talking about? But I want you guys to really think about how he's talking about yes and here. Think about it here, and we'll come back to it in a second. Well, in a little bit.
Sure, it's true. Ariana is free to throw out there, why do you care so much whose dick I ride? Yeah, that is not my business, but simultaneously you are kind of turning your own record here into a battleground for this discourse, so...
It's not necessarily a battleground for discourse. It's an album where she's expressing herself. She doesn't have to consider all sides, because that's not what albums are for.
Narratively, things get even more awkward on a moment such as I Wish I Hated You, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's an interlude-type monologue over some dreamy arpeggios, where Ari is really going on about how she wishes her ex was worse toward her, or, just more hateable in general. I presume because it would make the separation, the breakup she is singing about here, go down easier. And look, in response to this attitude, I don't want to say, you're sick, Ariana, you're sick.
I think you do want to say it. You just know that it would be a dumb thing to say, but you want to.
Because I know this is a pretty universal attitude that people have around breakups, but that doesn't make it any less a reason to do some serious soul searching. There are other songs on the...
Like, what are you talking about? Soul searching? Because she's not even endorsing her own feelings there. Like, she's expressing herself and saying, like, this is how I feel, but she's not being like, and that's good. That's the correct way to feel. That is the rational response, and that is absolutely fine. No, she's that's the thing too, is that he doesn't seem to understand that in a lot of these songs, when she's singing these things, she's singing them with a hint of like, I kind of know that I'm in the wrong here. Like, that's the whole reason that she did the Brandy reference with the boy is mine, is like, she is acknowledging like, I know I'm the other woman. And I don't think that that's necessarily okay. Like, she refers to herself as problematic. She says during the bridge, like, I take full responsibility for all these tears. She's not establishing herself as the hero of the story. She's just expressing the way that she felt, whether or not she's the hero, even if she is the villain or some sort of like anti-hero. She's not trying to be like a moral arbiter, like you're acting like she is. It's just so bizarre. The way that he thinks that she needs to, like, I don't know, hold herself accountable or something, as if that's what music is for. But then, going back to the Slater thing for a second, so this person, this random fucking stan account, posted a screenshot of his Worst Girl in America review and said, count your days, bald man. And then he replied and said, be normal. Bitch, you be normal. What are you doing? This is where I like really kind of got pissed, because the Slater review was whatever. I was like, okay, whatever. He maybe doesn't get it. That's fine. He doesn't need to get it. It's not for him. And then even his other thing about like, okay, whatever. She wanted to come across as unlikable and I didn't like it there. I'm like, okay, fine. You didn't like it. But this is where I'm like, dude, fuck you. First of all, random account. This is a stan account with less than 4,000 followers that did not at him, did not tag him, just posted something where they vaguely were like, fuck you. That's it. And then he wrote, be normal. This is a normal response for someone to have to like a review that they didn't enjoy, that they didn't agree with. I know that maybe it sounds kind of bad because it's count your days, bald man. Like it's maybe a little aggressive, but this is how people on Stan Twitter talk. You're like, oh, if you actually thought it was like threatening, if you thought this person was threatening your life, where they were saying count your days, I don't think you would reply to them at all, because you would know that that would probably provoke a bigger response. And this person, by the way, never replied. Never replied to him whatsoever. He went out of his way to reply to a tweet that did not at him, did not tag him, that just vaguely went, why I oughta, at him, but again, not even adding him. And then that person, after he replied, moved on. They continued tweeting other things and never replied to him. So I'm sorry, when you're an account with 908,000 followers replying to a random ass account with less than 4,000 followers because they disagreed with you on something, you're pathetic. And you have 908,000 followers, still couldn't even ratio them. Maybe something to think about. Maybe it's a little embarrassing what you're doing. But this is what gets me so annoyed, is like, people do this shit all the time where if anyone disagrees with Anthony Fantano or someone else, like another man, and they do it in this kind of joking Stan Twitter way of like, I'm gonna come get ya, bald man, people fucking overact and they're like, oh my god, it's just his opinion, be normal, stop. It's like, they are being normal. This is not normal behavior. Responding to someone like that is not normal behavior. And it is a similar kind of thing with the whole thing with him not understanding the Sabrina Carpenter lyrics, with him not understanding the Slater lyrics, where it feels like him and people like him they're always kind of, they're dramatizing the way that like Stan Twitter and women and queer people, the way that we talk, and acting like we're so much more fucking serious than we are. Like this person was actually like plotting Anthony Fantano's murder when they were clearly just telling a fucking joke. It's just so aggravating of like, can we not joke around? Are we not allowed to be like jokingly over dramatic about something and ironically being like, fuck this bald man? We really can't do that. That hurts your feelings too much. We're being too mean. When you get to be so fucking condescending and rude to women all the time. It's just so fucking annoying. There is no more sensitive group of people than white, cis, heterosexual men like Anthony Fantano who can't take a fucking stand on Twitter jokingly poking fun at his review. Not even poking, just being like, oh, I didn't like this. Literally, this is just someone being like, why I oughta, jokingly. You can't handle that. And so I kind of want to go through Anthony's, not his entire career here, but like just a few highlights of times where I definitely think he's been very misogynistic and then completely deflected any amount of criticism around it. Because it's happened a lot. And first of all, one of the big defenses of Anthony, whenever anyone criticizes him for his reviews, they go, well, that's just his opinion. And it's like, yeah. And this is our opinion. We thought your opinion was stupid. We have just as much of a right to express that as he does. Because I'm not anti-critic at all. I think it is absolutely fine. I'm very pro-critic. The reason that I even watch Anthony's reviews in general is because I do actually like listening to people's perspectives on music. Anthony's I find often a little lacking. I don't think that he's ever as thoughtful as people act like he is. But I listen to it because I want to hear what people have to say. I am not anti-criticism whatsoever. I'm very pro-criticism. But that means that I'm also very pro-criticizing the critics. You can disagree with what a critic says. And what I find really frustrating about Anthony is that when it comes to people pointing out some misogynistic language and some misogynistic rhetoric in his work, he is completely unwilling to actually interact with that. He paints criticisms of his misogyny in the most like straw man kind of light. He cherry picks what he'll even respond to based on what is the most flattering to him. And he also just is kind of dumb. Low key. And it's a little frustrating. And what I also find really frustrating is the way that him and his fans will defend the idea that he's not misogynistic. And when I say that he's misogynistic, I mean it in the same way that, like, I think Hassan Piker is misogynistic, where it's, like, very clearly some issues with misogyny there, but not to a degree where, like, there are worse men, you know what I mean? Like, if I were at a party, I think I could leave my drink unattended near Anthony Fantano or Hassan Piker and not feel, like, worried about it. And that's something that I probably wouldn't say about quite a lot of other men in similar spaces online as them. Like, when it comes down to it, on a relative scale, I don't think Anthony Fantano is, like, notably misogynistic compared to other men on the internet. But that's not saying a whole lot, is it? Because other men on the internet are really, really awful. But I'll give him that. Like, I don't think that he's, like, a violent misogynist. But he is misogynistic frequently. And one thing that he will do and that his fans will do to defend him against that idea is they will pull onto the fact that, like, he's given women good reviews before. And they've even done this, I've seen him do it frequently, where he's like, actually, if you average out my scores, I give women higher scores than I give men on average in general. It's like, well, that's actually not what I'm talking about. I don't give a fuck. Have I even mentioned what score he gave Slater's album? Have I mentioned what score he gave Ariana's album? Have I mentioned what score he gave Sabrina's album? No, because that's not the point. That's actually not what we're talking about. And I saw this at one point. It says, is Anthony Fantano sexist? A statistical review. You can't do a fucking statistical review, you idiot. That's not how misogyny works. It doesn't work with numbers. It doesn't work by statistics. You're so fucking stupid. But they think it's this simple. They think that if you're kind to women sometimes, that completely invalidates everything else. And it just doesn't. And I knew immediately when I saw the title of this video, I was like, it's a fucking man making this video, isn't it? Isn't it?
Uh-huh. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. They're saying sexist. Sexist. Not... Are you sure?
Anthony Fantano's a famous music critic on YouTube. Recently, he's come under fire on Twitter and across.
Sounds like a man to me. It's just fucking dumb. I don't care what your average scores are. I don't care that you gave Brat a 10 out of 10. I don't care that you liked the Sexy Red album when a whole bunch of other men didn't. That's not the fucking point. Okay, it's like being like, I can't be sexist because I voted for Kamala Harris. I can't be sexist because I voted for Hillary Clinton. Yeah, you can. You really, really can. You dumbasses. But they think it's that simple. They think that, like, doing small little things here and there helps them evade larger criticisms. So this person is talking about, I guess he reviewed, I didn't watch his review of the Gracie Abrams album because I didn't listen to that album, so I don't know anything about that. But they're also pointing out a whole lot of fans were upset about his Tortured Poets Department review. Here's the thing. I think that you are well within your rights to not like tortured poets. That's fine. I don't care. I like the album. And in fact, as a side note, because I do mentioning the thing earlier about how I'm thinking about Taylor Swift a lot and how the fuck she wrote Life of a Showgirl and what is happening in her brain, I have become like, I've always liked Tortured Poets ever since the album came out. I don't think it's perfect. I think there are flaws on the album, but I do think it's maybe one of her most interesting albums. In fact, I think it is her most interesting album. And I think that it's her most confessional album, and it's her most, like, just kind of at her, like, rawest lyrically in a way that I'm really fascinated by. So I've been thinking about Tortured Poets a lot recently, just to try to, like, contextualize what the fuck is going on in Taylor Swift's head, because it's the last time that we really, really got insight into what's happening in her head, because it is, like, a very honest album. So I recently, the other day, I got really obsessive about organizing Tortured Poets into what I believe to be chronological order, because it does cover pretty much everything from the end of her relationship with Joe Alwyn, to the breakup with Joe Alwyn, to the relationship with Maddie Healy, to the breakup with Maddie Healy, to then dating Travis Kelce. It's like the Eras tour, essentially. It covers all that ground, but it doesn't do it in chronological order, which I think is confusing to people. Like, they can't really see the album as, like, a full story, which is what I think it is. It is a story. It has a narrative. It's just not a narrative that's in order. So I went through, and I put it in order, what I believe to be in order. So this is a playlist. This is also linked in the description. You can go look at it. I did put Clara Bow first, which I think is maybe a controversial pick, but I stand by it. And I'm not going to go through all my reasonings here. I encourage you, just, if it's been a while since you've listened to Tortured Poets, especially, I encourage you to listen to it in my order and see what you think about it. And I don't want to say too much about it because I don't want to influence your reading, but this is the order I have it in. And I think I'm getting, like, ironically, a little Max Landis-y about it. And to me, it is in, like, several acts. The way that he, like, was dividing Carly Rae Jepsen songs into different acts, except his was stupid and didn't make sense. Mine is correct and makes sense, especially because I'm only doing it with one album. But to me, it is in acts. There's 4 acts. So Act 1 is Clara Bow up to So Long London. Act 2 is Fresh Out the Slammer up to the up to, like, I Can Fix Him, No Really I Can. Act 3 is The Albatross to Down Bad, and then Act 4 is I Can Do It With a Broken Heart to The Alchemy. And that's all I'll say about that. This is the story of Tortured Poets Department. And it is, I like the album more and more the more I listen to it, but it is definitely, it's a very long album. I think it's maybe a little too long. And there are for sure criticisms you can have of it. But I encourage you, if you didn't like the album, if it didn't click with you, listen to it in this order and see if you get it a little bit more. but I want to watch Anthony's review because I went back and I watched it for this stream. And I was like, you know what? It actually is really bad. His review is really bad, and it definitely deserved quite a lot of criticism. So we're going to do it. We're going to put it on 1.5 speed.
Hi everyone, Anthony Fantano here, the internet's busiest music nerd, and it's time for a review of the new Taylor Swift album, The Tortured Poets Department.
Oh my gosh, can you believe it? I got accepted. I'm in.
I don't even want to know.
Your buddy Callie's going to college on a full scholarship to the Tortured Poets Department.
I just want to do this review.
But I have to leave today.
Do not care.
Anthony, you know this has always been a dream of mine.
Return to pop on the following album, Midnight, on Lover, her first record when she kind of came off of her label Big Machine, and I'm sure many of us remember just how bitter and petty and incensed she was over her public image on Reputation, presumed to be the next record she'll take on in her Taylor's Version series, which would be fitting if true, because I feel like Taylor is in a similar place emotionally with this record. Now, the Tortured Poets Department would not be the first time Taylor has taken on the role as a woman scorned, heartbroken, torn apart, but now that we are there again, Taylor is drinking from that well harder than ever, like a dehydrated camel, which is saying something because she has a reputation for dropping a breakup song or two. But this time I would say it's different. She's going to new lengths. Because in the abstract, of course, there's nothing wrong with penning musical screeds about your exes, even multiple times over, especially when you are provably great at it. I mean, Taylor is just in her bag creatively when there is an ex to be mad at, which is why the Tortured Poets Department should be great, but it's not. And there's a laundry list of reasons why. Firstly, there are numerous tracks on this thing with tedious pacing, flabby song structures, very indulgent as far as length goes. Like, why make Who's Afraid of Little Old Me 5 minutes when you get the point across in half the time? Not to mention that the
And there are criticisms that he makes in here where I'm like, there's some that I disagree with, some that I agree with, and some that like, some of the ones that I disagree with, I disagree, but I'm like, okay, that's a fair thing to say. I don't agree, but I think it's a perfectly legitimate criticism to have of an album. But I agree. I don't know that I would say that I think the songs are that flawed structurally, but I would say that some of the songs are a little too bloated in length. Like, I wouldn't even say Who's Afraid of Little Old Me is an example for me, but for sure, But Daddy, I Love Him, even though I love that song, it's like, does it need to be almost 6 minutes long? There does come a point in the track where I'm like, all right, girl, wrap it up. For sure, that is a criticism to have of the tracks. It is, some of the songs are very long, and then the track list itself is incredibly long. I mean, the whole album with the anthology, because it is technically 2 albums, but with the anthology, it is like, it's 31 songs. It's 2 hours and 2 minutes long. It's a fucking long song, but it's so descriptive, and so that's kind of what I like about it. I agree that that's a criticism of the album. It is something that makes the album a lot less accessible to people. To me, I have more of a criticism of the way that the album was marketed than I do of the album itself, because I think that the album actually does work when you put it in order. It's like, yeah, it's 2 hours and 2 minutes long, but in that way, it's almost sort of like operatic. It's like a continuous story. So it being that long, I'm like, yeah, that's about as long as a fucking movie, and that is kind of what it is to me.
The 2-hour length of the deluxe version of this record is a bit daunting, and I usually do like long albums. Secondly, the endless strings of metaphors and similes across the lyrics on this record that just fall flat. I mean,
there are examples of this, for sure. There are some similes and metaphors that I do think fall flat. I don't think that she's relying on them that much throughout the entire album. I think it kind of comes up in moments, and then there are songs where I don't think that that's a problem at all. But for sure, that's another thing where I'm like, okay, that's a fair thing to point out. I don't, but I keep it in mind for a criticism he makes later, though.
For example, the worst part of Down Bad isn't the soon-to-be-dated lingo that the title is based on. No, it's the fact that this scenario, for whatever reason, drove Taylor to tie in all of these themes of alien abduction. She's really just forcing it. Thirdly, the writing quality on these tracks.
I see that I don't really agree with. I think that that's a legitimate thing for some people to say. And this is the thing, too, where I'm like, part of me, I think that my interpretations of the album are maybe a little bit more generous because I've done the work to like listen to it over and over again, and I've done the work to like put it in what I believe to be proper chronological order. And so the alien metaphor for me, I'm like, oh no, that makes complete sense in the context of the album when you actually like think about what she's expressing about her relationship with, in real life, Maddie Healy, and the way that she felt a little bit alienated by his group of like friends and other artists, that she didn't feel like she totally fit in there, which is one of the reasons too that like her whole thing on Actually Romantic felt so flat, because I'm like, but you and Charlie are actually, I think, have a lot of the same feelings toward one another, but just in opposite directions, and it's a little frustrating that she doesn't want to mind that on Life of a Showgirl. Whereas I do think that she kind of starts mining it on Tortured Poets Department. I do think there are themes in that album about, like, her not feeling accepted by the Maddie Healy crowd, like, by the people that he was hanging out with. And so I think that the alien metaphor works perfectly fine in that sense. I do think it maybe is a little awkward in Down Bad, but I don't know. For me, I have a bigger issue with the I'm down bad crying at the gym lyrics than I do with the alien lyrics. I think that's the part to me that sticks out, not the alien abduction.
Really makes it difficult to feel for Taylor in the midst of all of this heartbreak, because some of the most telling moments on the record actually come across like inadvertent self-owns. Even on one track I actually enjoy, The Smallest Man Who Ever Lived, Taylor sings, "You said normal girls were boring, but you were gone by the morning." Kind of seems like he was admitting something there. Why is it not clicking? Fourth reason this record is
Again, it's like just assuming that she's not self-aware at all.
Really falling short is that Taylor hasn't really taken the time conceptually or sonically to formulate a new sound, a new direction, a new evolution to coincide with this latest album cycle, which she usually does with her new albums. And as a result, the material...
And I think that's kind of a fair criticism. Like, it's maybe a little bit bordering on some, like, misogynistic things in the music industry in general, where women are pressured to reinvent themselves more than men are. I think that a man could release an album of the same kind of tone of like Folklore, Evermore, and then Tortured Poets Department and not be criticized for not evolving enough. But at the same time, because Taylor does usually evolve her work per album cycle, I can understand why that expectation is there for her. And I do think that the album was mismarketed, for sure.
On this record, in the broader pop landscape, sounds derivative, sounds redundant, sounds uninspired. She clearly has not had enough.
And I think, again, like, the production is maybe a little uninspired in some parts. I don't think it's as bad as a lot of people acted like it was at the time. But yeah, sure, it's not, like, super musically innovative, but I don't think most Taylor Swift albums typically are. It's more about, like, the lyrics and the songwriting and, like, the emotion and the storytelling. And I think that this album in particular, this is some of her best storytelling. Just, again, in the wrong order.
Downtime in between re-recording records, writing new stuff, touring to actually formulate something refreshing. And I think she's closing those creative gaps by copying her contemporaries' homework, or just not worrying about how common what she's saying and what she's singing, what she's writing.
And this is where it starts really going off the rails for me. First of all, when he starts making these other comparisons to other women in particular, I just think he's completely lost the plot. But even this idea that, like, because she's expressing things that are, like, common, that's somehow bad. I'm like, but isn't that... She's making stuff that maybe is more relatable to other people, though. But that's the thing, too, is that there's a mix of criticisms that will come up here, where in some ways she's doing stuff that's too common. In other ways, she's writing about things that are too particular to her. And I don't think either one of those criticisms really holds up when put under a proper amount of scrutiny.
Is. Like with But Daddy, I Love Him, Ariana Grande kind of already wrote the angry at my audience for dragging me over my boyfriend anthem of the year with Yes and what Taylor has delivered over here is a much more awkward experience. So the song I'm gonna...
Okay. Couple things. Number one, But Daddy, I Love Him is just not similar to Yes and. Period. At all. Okay, yeah, they're both kind of addressing criticism that they've received in the public eye, but they're doing it in such wildly different ways. They're also... Like, what? Only one woman can reference public scrutiny that they've experienced? Only one woman per year. To say that, like, well, Ariana Grande already released the what did he say?
Common what she's saying and what she's singing, what she's writing is. Like with But Daddy, I Love Him, Ariana Grande kind of already wrote the angry at my audience for dragging me over my boyfriend anthem of the year with Yes and what...
The whatever it was, anthem. Only one woman can write that anthem per year. You didn't even like it when Ariana did it. Why are you acting like Ariana has the hold over that, like, don't even touch it, Taylor. Ariana already got this one. You didn't like it when Ariana did it. You thought that it sounded, whatever criticism you made of, like, she's not taking proper accountability for herself, she's laundering her public image, you criticized her over that in her actual album review. And now you want to act like she set the standard for how those songs should sound? This is just like pitting women against each other for no fucking reason.
Taylor has delivered over here is a much more awkward experience. So the song I'm Gonna Get You Back that is on the deluxe version of this record, Olivia Rodrigo literally did this same wordplay concept on Get Him Back with her latest record. Did Taylor not think we were going to notice, or that?
Now that one I'm like, okay, yeah, those two were actually pretty similar, those songs. Kind of treading the same ground. But that's such a specific thing of like writing a song about I'm gonna get someone back and playing with this like double entendre of like I'm gonna get you back as in I'm gonna get back together with you, and I'm gonna get you back as in I'm gonna get revenge on you. Okay, yeah, that is such a specific thing that both Taylor and Olivia did, where I think it's fair to like compare those two songs, but then listen to the other ones.
Figure out that Olivia did it better. The lyrics on the title track read like an attempt at some chaotic slice of life situation storytelling that you might get out of a Phoebe Bridgers song, something along those lines. Just
Phoebe Bridgers has the like entire domain of, what was it, like slice of life writing? What are we talking about?
Slice of life situation story. Taylor not think we were going to notice, or that figure out that Olivia did it better. The lyrics on the title track read like an attempt at some chaotic slice of life situation storytelling that you might get out of a Phoebe Bridgers song, something along those lines. Just spilling out all these internal thoughts like, who uses typewriters anyway? And, oh, you smoked and ate 7 bars of chocolate, and we declared Charlie Puth should be a bigger artist. I can't imagine being
Phoebe Bridgers is your reference for the title track. I can even maybe understand it if you're just making a comparison of like, oh, it kind of reminds me of a Phoebe Bridgers song, but to act like she's doing something that is so derivative of Phoebe Bridgers that she shouldn't even do it because it's like already covered territory. What are you talking about? Taylor can't get too specific in her lyric writing because Phoebe Bridgers already did that. It doesn't even make sense, especially when you go back and think about this. This is going to come up later too. When he's talking about how Taylor writes good breakup songs. I don't know if it's going to come up in the little preview thing here, but he specifically puts up a photo of the cover of the All Too Well 10-minute version. So the exact thing that you're talking about here with that slice of life lyric writing, with those like very concrete things of like, we did this and then we did this. Taylor already did that with All Too Well. That's what makes that song good. But then because Phoebe Bridgers also does that in her own music, now Taylor's not supposed to do that too? Even though Phoebe Bridgers has also talked about being inspired by Taylor? What are we talking about?
this vapid on a song and then
oh my god, and this
storytelling that you might get out
this too, I was like, what?
Out of a Phoebe Bridgers song, something along those lines, just spilling out all these internal thoughts like, who uses typewriters anyway? And, oh, you smoked and ate 7 bars of chocolate, and we declared Charlie Puth should be a bigger artist. I can't imagine being this vapid on a song and then in the same track declaring that you have the foresight and the awareness to know what is better for your ex and that nobody is going to love them in the way that you love them. There's also...
First of all, again, I don't watch his reviews of male artists all that often. However, I find it hard to believe that he is using the word vapid to describe their lyrics. Vapid is a word that is just very gendered. It just is. It's an incredibly gendered word. I also don't even know what about these lyrics are particularly vapid to you. I can say that maybe they're kind of awkward and clumsy. I don't love those lyrics. They're not my favorite. In fact, they're probably my least favorite lyrics on that song. They kind of take me out of it a little bit. But I don't think that they're vapid. They're just a little awkward. That's not the same as vapidity. And then, also, I don't think that they're vapid. They're just a little awkward. That's not the same as vapidity. And then, also, I don't think that they're vapid. They're just a little awkward. That's not the same as vapidity. And then, also, I don't think that they're vapid. They're just a little awkward. That's not the same as vapidity. And then, also, I don't think that they're vapid. They're just a little awkward. That's not the same as vapidity. And then, also, I don't think that they're vapid. They're just a little awkward. That's not the same as vapidity. And then, also, I don't think that they're vapid. They're just a little awkward. That's not the same as vapidity. And then, also, I don't think that they're vapid. They're just a little awkward. That's not the same as vapidity. And then, also, I don't think that they're vapid. They're just a little awkward. That's not the same as vapidity. And then, also, I don't think that they're vapid. They're just a little awkward. That's not the same as vapidity. And then, also, I don't think that they're vapid. They're just a little awkward. Also, the bigger issue here, whether or not he uses the word vapid to describe men, and whether or not, I don't even know what he means by vapid here. Like, what are you talking about? But why do you think it's a song about her ex? It very clearly is not. If you're paying attention to the lyrics at all, it is so obvious. She makes it incredibly obvious that the song is about while she's, like, in a relationship with, in real life, Maddie Healy. Like, I don't know when it was written. Maybe she wrote it later when they were exes, but it's clearly written from the perspective of they are currently in a relationship. So no, she's not saying that I know better than my ex and he should get back together with me. All of these lyrics, some of them are kind of dumb, but they're done, like, on purpose. Like, for me, they still don't totally work. There are some lyrics where I'm like, oh, it just sounds too awkward. But, like, the purpose of the song is, like, she's kind of pointing out that Maddie Healy is pretentious, but that she's also kind of pretentious too, and that's why they're a good match. She's not saying I know better than him about his own life. She's saying we're a good match because we're both this insane. We're both an equal amount of crazy. That's what the song is about. She's not saying you broke up with me and I know better than you. You're not listening to the lyrics at all. They were very clearly still together while this, or not maybe while the song was being written, but they're clearly together in the narrative of the song.
Puth should be a bigger artist. I can't imagine being this vapid on a song and then in the same track declaring that you have the foresight and the awareness to know what is better for your ex and that nobody is going to love them in the way that you love them. There's also Florida as well.
Yeah, it's just like, it's not about that. It's not about knowing better than your ex. It's about saying we're meant to be together because we're both crazy. How do you not get that?
As Who's Afraid of Little Old Me, where Taylor cannot help herself from ripping off Lana Del Rey again and again and again, not only lyrically, but vocally and melodically. And this time, thanks to Jack Antonoff, she's having him pull together these big orchestral hits of guitars and whatever other layers he's stringing together too. I can kind of...
What? Like, okay, the two songs that he's saying here, let's go back to make sure. He said Florida and Who's Afraid of Little Old Me. These are the songs where she's ripping off Lana Del Rey.
As Who's Afraid of Little Old Me, where and then in the same track declaring that you have the foresight and the awareness to know what is better for your ex and that nobody is going to love them in the way that you love them. There's also Florida as well as Who's Afraid of Little Old Me, where Taylor cannot help herself from ripping off Lana Del Rey again and again and again, not only lyrically, but vocally and melodically. And this time, thanks to Jack Antonoff, she's having him pull together these big orchestral hits of guitars and whatever other layers he's stringing together too. I can...
Literally just pulling out any woman that he can say she's ripping off. In what Florida, I can maybe understand. But Who's Afraid of Little Old Me? What Lana Del Rey song do you think that sounds like? Which one? Name them. And especially, it's not even, he's saying lyrically, vocally, like, he's making multiple connections. And I'm like, in what way? In what way does Who's Afraid of Little Old Me lyrically sound like Lana Del Rey? Tell me a specific song. And they pull out, they show the Norman fucking Rockwell album cover. Am I supposed to believe that he's saying that in reference to Norman fucking Rockwell? Because there's no songs on that album that sound like either of those songs, but I could maybe see an argument for Florida. Maybe. Even then, I don't really. But definitely not for Who's Afraid of Little Old Me.
Not only lyrically, but vocally and melodically. And this time, thanks to Jack Antonoff, she's having him pull together these big orchestral hits of guitars and whatever other layers he's stringing together too. I can kind of see why Taylor is daring her contemporaries to come for her job at the very end of I Can Do It With a Broken Heart, because if I was this lacking in new, fresh ideas, I would feel paranoid too. What number reason am I on for why this album?
What? That is so unnecessary. What a crazy thing to say. It's just like rude for the sake of being rude.
Album stinks. Another thing about this record is that it is uncharacteristically sloppy for Taylor in terms of songwriting execution. And what I mean by that is the tracks we're hearing on this record feel not so much like songs as much as it feels like Taylor is just spilling tea. I mean, for sure it's...
Fuck you. literally just taking a woman writing about her own experiences in her own life and then reducing it to being like, she's just gossiping. What the actual hell? She's just spilling tea. Writing about her own experiences.
It's true that Taylor is one of the most obsessed overstars on the planet. I know way more things about her than I would like to, from her dating history to her flight itinerary. But this is like the general information that's floating around about her online on any given day. And look, chances are fans were going to, regardless of the content on this album, put two and two together and figure out that a great deal of the songs on this LP are, in fact, about singer-songwriter Maddie Healy of the 1975 and the very short-lived public relationship that he and Taylor shared.
Which, can I just say, by the way, is so funny. It was so funny. That was one of my favorite things about the night that the album came out. Watching so many Taylor Swift fans who had spent like 2 months preparing to make every single song about Joe Alwyn, and then having to find out that the entire album is actually about Maddie Healy, and Joe Alwyn is like one song on the entire thing. And honestly, if I were Joe Alwyn, I'd be a little sad. I'd be like, oh, we're together for like a while. You don't want to linger on that a little bit more? You're over that, or... Okay. Especially, I mean, there's one song that's like for sure about Joe Alwyn, and then he comes out in like a few other tracks, but she's not really even singing about him. She's just sort of referring to the relationship as like feeling like she was in prison. It's rough. I mean, Joe Alwyn definitely got off pretty easy in terms of like the public spectacle around it, of people not just like vilifying him. And in fact, I think that like in some ways he got a lot more sympathy after it, because it seems like the reason that she left him was just that he was too fucking sad. But if I were him, just like personally, I'd be like, oh, so it felt like prison to you, and then you just kind of got over it real fast. And then we're really broken up about the breakup with your rebound. Huh. Okay. Rest in peace, Joe.
Not too long ago. That was going to come out regardless, but what reads as weird is that she's not even trying to hide it. From the tattoos, to mentions of his polarizing personality, to this sad, self-sabotaging, artsy boy archetype that is portrayed on this record. She even...
Again, multiple things here. Number one, why should she try to hide it? They were in a relationship very publicly. She's been in many public relationships. Like, people know when they get into a relationship with Taylor Swift that like her relationships are fair game for songwriting. If you get into a relationship with Taylor Swift, you can just expect her to write a song about you. Even not even like a romantic relationship, a friendship even. If you're friends with Taylor Swift, she might write a song about you. He got into the relationship knowing that. I don't feel that bad. I do feel kind of bad for some stuff in terms of like her. I think that Taylor could be a little bit more responsible in just putting out public statements, even just on like Instagram or something, of being like, hey, cool it, stop being weird about some of these people in my life or that are previously in my life. I think that she could cool her fans down a little bit by just saying some stuff publicly, but I don't think that she needs to like curtail her songwriting for it, especially in like a few exceptions maybe. I did not really love the references to Kayla Nicole on Life of a Showgirl. I thought that was pretty irresponsible and also just unnecessary. Like, I don't think it really adds anything to the song whatsoever to make such specific references to things that people publicly know about Travis's relationship with Kayla Nicole. And especially, like, there's just a much bigger power dynamic there with Kayla Nicole. She's not nearly as famous as Taylor. She's also a Black woman, and there are other lyrics in that song that I don't even think Taylor was, like, meaning to sound racially charged, but incidentally kind of do. So there's a lot of stuff there where I'm like, okay, she should have not put those lyrics in the songs. But with Maddie Healy, it's like, she was in a relationship with him. He knew what she was probably going to do. He is also a songwriter himself. He is completely free to write songs about her. And the things that she brings up about him are like things that would be affecting their relationship. I get some people being a little bit more sensitive about like his drug use and stuff, that's more of a sensitive topic, but I'm like, but it did affect her, you know? I mean, if you're in a relationship with someone who does drugs, that becomes a part of your life too. So I do think that's kind of fair game for her to write about when she's writing about her own life. But then also on top of it, everything that he describes here, he's like, oh, he has tattoos and he's kind of like an artsy guy, or he's like a bad boy. It's like, oh, those are really general, actually. I mean, we know that they're about Maddie Healy because she dated Maddie Healy, but she doesn't say Maddie's name in the song. And in fact, there are songs that I think people maybe don't even assume are about Maddie Healy that I think probably are, because she did actually kind of disguise some of the like specifics there. But then it's like, on top of all of that, you complained earlier about her overuse of similes and metaphors, but the second that she starts using concrete language and starts describing the things in front of her and the things that she's actually dealing with, that's like, there's no metaphor, it's just straight up like, this is what he did, this is what I experienced, now you're complaining about that. The way that she would have been able to disguise that Maddie is the identifiable person in this song, the way that she probably would have done that would be through metaphors, and you don't like it when she does that. She's overusing those. So what the fuck else did you want? And especially too, go back to what he's saying about All Too Well 10-minute version and how that's like the peak of her songwriting about breakups. Is All Too Well not very obviously about Jake Gyllenhaal? Why are you okay with it with that song and not this new album? The fuck? She specifically, and he even puts, there's a screenshot of the 10-minute version in there, the one that contains even more references to like him being on talk shows and other shit that's definitely about Jake Gyllenhaal. So what's the issue? You either like it when she does that or you don't.
And figure out that a great deal of the songs on this LP are, in fact, about singer-songwriter Maddie Healy of the 1975 and the very short-lived public relationship that he and Taylor shared not too long ago. That was going to come out regardless, but what reads as weird is that she's not even trying to hide it, from the tattoos to mentions of his polarizing personality to this sad, self-sabotaging, artsy boy archetype that is portrayed on this record. She even makes mention of his past struggles with drugs, including heroin, which in that instance she paraphrases him on the track The Alchemy in a way that kind of...
He's stupid. He's so fucking stupid. He jokes that it's heroin, but this time with an E. Maddie didn't say that. Travis said that. He's not paying attention at all. You think The Alchemy is about Maddie Healy, the song that is making such blatant references to football.
In that instance, she paraphrases him on the track The Alchemy in a way that kind of makes him worthy of a writer's credit. He jokes that it's heroin, but this time with an E. Genuinely wittier than most of Taylor's attempts at wordplay on this record. The point...
You're so stupid. He's... No. What she's saying is, and there is a reference to Maddie in this, she's saying, in The Alchemy, that Travis said to her, he referred to her as, what does the lyric say? He jokes that it's heroin, but this time with an E. She's basically saying that, like, he is calling her a heroine, like a hero, a female hero, but this time with an E because he's referring to her as, like, a hero compared to Maddie, who, when he says heroin, is talking about the drug. So she's making a comparison between the way that Travis speaks and the way that Maddie speaks. She's making a comparison between these two men. This is not something that Maddie said. Why did you think that Maddie Healy plays football? He's not listening.
Worthy of a writer's credit. He jokes that it's heroin, but this time with an E. Genuinely wittier than most of Taylor's attempts at wordplay on this record. The point is, Taylor is so desperate to make these connections for her fans that she's forgotten that sometimes there is strength in subtlety. And if you think I'm lying or making things up here...
It was, again, the same thing with the Sabrina Carpenter album. It's too subtle for you, buddy.
Just look at the fact that she capitalized the letters K, I, and M in the title of the song about Kim Kardashian. Oh, bam! Guess who this song's...
Okay, so that part's true. That part lacked a little subtlety. And then at one point, she re-released it. There was like a digital version, and then she changed it not for Kim, but then she did Yay, which was very funny of her, actually. But yeah, okay, that one wasn't subtle.
About...
But also, that one, I would say, too, isn't even... Yeah, it's kind of about Kim, but I think it's really about, like, Taylor is comparing her feeling bullied by Kim Kardashian and saying that, like, it kind of reminded her of being bullied as, like, a child. Like, it is actually a little bit more complicated than it just being a song about Kim Kardashian. But yeah, okay, that part was true.
So at this point, despite Taylor constantly portraying the world as being very much against her, the biggest threat to her public image at this point is actually her. She clearly wants the world to...
He's just so condescending. It's like, you don't even understand the album. How can you even say that?
To know how deeply obsessed she is with a man and a relationship that seemed doomed from the start and also led to some of the biggest PR nightmares of her career. And she also seems to want her haters to have a point when they talk about her being drunk on her own tears by writing and releasing some of her most narcissistic songs to date. If you wanted me dead, you should have just said, I was gentle till the circus life made me mean. Let's not forget lines about her coming down from gallows and being raised in an asylum. Oh, and also, so tell me everything is not about me, but what if it is? Which I've not had a heartier laugh at an album in 2024 than right there with that line. I think the
And that's another thing, too, where it's like, I don't think he gets that lyric is, again, kind of ironic. Like, she is sort of playing into the idea that she's paranoid by being like, but what if it is? And especially, I do think that this will help when you listen to the entire album in the chronological order that I have outlined. I think that it sits in the context of the entire album of her being kind of paranoid because of the relationship with Maddie Healy, where she thought that she had like a real connection with someone and then he like ghosted her, and then she started to get kind of paranoid about like, are people dating me just to like get gossip about me? So he's just so allergic to the idea that maybe she's actually putting a little bit more thought into this than he assumes that she is. He thinks that she's just stupid and doesn't get the irony of that line about, like, but what if it is? No, that's the point, is that she is sort of pointing to her own, like, paranoia a little bit, you know? Not even, like, just full paranoia, but just, like, this thing that she has because of the way that her life is, where she doesn't know when people are making things about her, and she doesn't know, like, what relationships are real and shit because she's Taylor fucking Swift. You say everything's not about me, but what if it is? She's kind of right. And especially that song, too. When people really made fun of those lyrics about, like, who's afraid of little old me? Well, you should be. People are like, oh my god, she thinks she's so tough. It's like, well, but also, she's right. I mean, the whole thing, too, about him being like, oh, she's so unsubtle, just writing these songs about Maddie and not even disguising it. That's kind of what the song is about, of like, everyone's so afraid that I'm gonna write songs about them, and maybe they should be. That's the joke. That's the point.
Final reason as to why this record for me is such a miss is the production from Jack Antonoff, who, I think to put it bluntly, she needs to stop working with him, or they just need to take a break, because their creative partnership on this record is not yielding the results it used to. I mean, it wasn't enough that we got smothered in boring, toothless synth pop that was so damn washed out with overcooked vocals too on Midnight's, but we're now getting multiple instrumentals on this record here that feel like Midnight's leftovers, but worse. Or
that's just, I can't even, that's a criticism that I think you could make that could be legitimate, but I'm like, I just can't even imagine thinking it. I can't imagine thinking that the instrumentals on Tortured Poets Department are worse than Midnight's, or that they're like a leftovers. If anything, I think that Midnight's is like a way more like glossy. They're not the same. Those are not similar albums instrumentally. What are we talking about?
just Jack forcing some awful 80s pastiche onto Taylor songs that make them sound dated upon impact. And it's a mismatch too, because I feel like at their core, there are so many songs on this record that are just dying or screaming to be country songs, or at least have some bright guitars and punchy drums, backing instrumentation that sounds lively and youthful, like that of an album such as Fearless. I'm thinking about Guilty as Sin, or Clara Bow, or Fresh Out the Slammer, which already has the twangy guitars at the start, or even But Daddy I Love Him, which would absolutely work, given just how brash and immature and playful the writing on that track is. The fact of the matter is, Jack's work with Taylor is just not as refreshing as it used to be, whether it's the random bloopy bleepy synth bits at the start of So Long London, or the dance beats that break into I Can Do It With a Broken Heart that sound like the friggin' Blue Man Group, which is a shame because that truly is one of the better songs on this record. So I don't think Jack is bringing his best work, and I don't think Taylor is bringing her best work either. And while I understand there of course will be fans who will defend this record until the death, admiring how vulnerable and unfiltered it is, that's also the problem, because this album is also very unedited. It's also very unchallenged. The opening track, Fortnite, for example, I think is one of the best picks you could get off this record for a single, but Post Malone feels like he's just kind of filling a void performance-wise. There are any number of dudes you could put into this song and you would get roughly the same experience out of it.
No, you couldn't, because she picked Post Malone kind of for a reason, because he sort of represents a similar kind of bad boy archetype as Matty Healy. The kind of picture that you were painting of Matty Healy earlier, which you thought was so specific to him that she wasn't even disguising his identity, and yet she picked Post Malone and you didn't understand why.
But maybe Charlie Puth should have been on it. My Boy Only Breaks His Favorite Toys has one of the clunkiest choruses and titles on the entire record. It's like Taylor is trying to shoot her own song in the foot here by packing it with so much verbiage that it's not likely to have any hit potential. There's also So
much verbiage. My boy breaks his favorite toy? That's too much verbiage? The chorus doesn't even have that many words. What are you talking about? This is too much verbiage? My boy only breaks his favorite toys. Oh. I'm queen of sandcastles he destroys. Oh. 'Cause it fit too right. Puzzle pieces in the dead of night. I should have known it was a matter of time. Oh. My boy only breaks his favorite toys. Oh. That's too much verbiage for you? No wonder he liked Life of a Showgirl.
London, which I'm sitting here scratching my head thinking, what is this? The track is just constant tension and escalation without any release. It really goes nowhere fast. We also have Florida, which there is no musical idea on this record more harebrained than putting Taylor on the same song as Florence Welch, which I love her voice, and I like Taylor's voice as well. I enjoy both their vocal styles respectively, but they don't mix together. It's like oil and water. Or here,
they mix together fine. I heard this criticism from multiple people. I don't understand it. Still to this day, I'm not hearing what other people are hearing. I think maybe a little bit when Florence first comes in, it's a little bit off-putting, perhaps, because of Taylor's vocals on the first chorus, or the first verse, but when you get to their harmonies and stuff, they sound really good together.
A tricked out new age synthesizer rig fighting against cello. Not to mention the song reads like a bad tourism ad or just something that you had to be there for at a timeshare in Destin. Jesus. Meanwhile, I Can Fix Him reads more like a whisper quiet diatribe than a song. And the track sticks out for all the wrong reasons, given lyrics about being able to handle a dangerous man, which narratively that's clearly not how the album pans out. And the song does little to explain exactly how silly and I guess futile this kind of mindset is. Love.
Yet again, we go to this idea that they need to be moralizing everything in their songs all the time, that she doesn't do enough to explain how harebrained this idea is, which first of all she does. The song ends with the lyric, "Whoa, no, I can't," or "Whoa, actually I can't," instead of "No, really I can." So yeah, okay, it's one line in the entire song, but it's the last line of the song. It is the note that the song ends on. It is very load-bearing of her going through this whole song and saying that she can fix this guy, and then at the very end she goes, "Wait, actually, maybe no, I can't." And then, again, if you listen to it in the entire context of the album, that is especially if you listen to my chronological version, I think that that's the turning point of the relationship, of her thinking oh, no, this is going to turn out fine, and then it very much doesn't. So she doesn't need to explain how harebrained that idea is in that particular song. She gestures to it at the end, and then in the other songs on the album, she's exploring that more of oh, wait, actually, this is bad. I don't think that this was a good idea. there you go. If you want to look at it in the context of the entire album, she definitely does explore that idea. It's just not necessarily all on that one song.
Of My Life, though, in my opinion, is one of the best clear-cut ballads on the entire record, even if the piano parts are a little basic. But it is really the most moving and compelling song on the entire album about a relationship not really working out, as there's something very beautiful about its simplicity, its starkness, its breathy, dramatic vocal delivery, images of dancing phantoms on the terrace, being secondhand embarrassed. Clearly, they are reacting to every other moment on the album, not this one. But at least on this track, in the lyrics, Taylor is also mature enough to admit that the relationship this track is about is dead, and that it was kind of counterfeit and fake anyway, not likely to work out. I mean, to me, moments like this is really where Taylor proves her worth as a songwriter, not when she's giving us messy play-by-plays about how she's venting to Jack and venting to Lucy. I mean, I think that
I can't quite tell if he thinks... Let me go back.
Not really working out, as for all the wrong reasons given. The track is just constant tension and escalation without any release. It really goes nowhere fast. We also have Florida, which there is no musical idea on this record more harebrained than putting Taylor on the same song as Florence Welch, which I love her voice, and I like Taylor's voice as well. I enjoy both their vocal styles respectively. Jesus. Meanwhile, I Can Fix Him reads more like a whisper, quiet diatribe than a song. And the track sticks out for all the wrong reasons, given lyrics about being able to handle a dangerous man, which narratively, that's clearly not how the album pans out. And the song does little to explain exactly how silly and, I guess, futile this kind of mindset is. Love of My Life, though, in my opinion, is one of the best clear-cut ballads on the entire record, even if the piano parts are a little basic. But it is really the most moving and compelling song on the entire album about a relationship not really working out, as there's something very beautiful about its simplicity, its starkness, its breathy, dramatic vocal delivery, images of dancing phantoms on the terrace, being secondhand embarrassed. Clearly, they are reacting to every other moment on the album, not this one. But at least on this track, in the lyrics, Taylor is also mature enough to admit that the relationship this track is about is dead, and that it was kind of counterfeit and fake anyway, not likely to work out. I mean, to me...
Okay, so you put that in context of that I can fix him, no really I can, then it seems like she is definitely acknowledging how futile that relationship was. Yeah, and the song is called The Loss of My Life. He doesn't even know the title of his supposed favorite song. It's like both. It's supposed to be both love of my life and loss of my life. But yeah. But it's like, well, but it's about the same relationship as... Arguably about the same relationship. I guess you could interpret that one as being about Joe. But I think it's probably also still about Maddie. But okay, so she's exploring the exact same relationship on a different song, so in the context of the album, the whole narrative of I can fix him, no really I can, gets concluded in a way that definitely emphasizes the futility of it.
Moments like this is really where Taylor proves her worth as a songwriter, not when she's giving us messy play-by-plays about how she's venting to Jack and venting to Lucy. I mean, I think there's a difference between enjoying Taylor's albums for their music and their performances and their narratives, or enjoying them because you're deeply entrenched in the Taylor-verse and you're obsessively combing through the lyrics on each song like the convoluted plot of the 30th Marvel sequel.
But you can do both, is the thing. And it does kind of... You can do either. You can listen to the album and you can not take any of the context into mind, or you can also think about the context and then do what I did, which is I put them in chronological order of what I think kind of happened, and that also kind of can deepen your relationship to the album because you're thinking of it as like a moving story, and it almost makes it more relatable because you're thinking about like the continuity of all of it. You're thinking about it as like a life instead of these isolated tracks. That doesn't like lessen your relationship. It doesn't make it like more shallow or something just because you know that it's about these real people. It, for a lot of people, it kind of deepens it because you're like, oh shit, she went through this. And you think about like the emotional depth of it a little bit more.
Tortured Poets Department very much appeals in the latter fashion here, which is why I'm feeling,
okay, I'm going.
Yeah, so I don't even know because he split them into two reviews because he was like making a joke about it being a double album. So he released the review into two parts. I didn't even watch the second part. I know that he has some dumbass opinions for that one too, but I'm not even going to touch it. I don't even want to know. So that is the review that's half of the review at least. And it got backlash from Taylor Swift fans, and I can very much understand why. Now, it was hard for me to go back and find like the specific things that people were saying about him at the time because of just the way that the internet works and how fucking hard it is to even find shit from like even just a few years ago. It's just hard to search for stuff now. But so I went and I was like trying to find, I was like, what were Taylor Swift fans saying at the time? And really the only specific thing that I could find was on this Reddit post of people talking about the reaction to the "You wouldn't last an hour in the asylum where they raised me." And I do agree that like that lyric taken out of context sounds really cringe and sounds stupid, of like, oh, okay, the asylum you were raised in, Taylor. You were raised in a privileged house in Pennsylvania. But I think very clearly, if you really are listening to the lyrics of that song and also in the context of the entire album, but you don't even need to put it in context of the entire album, you can just listen to the song by itself. She's pretty clearly referencing like her time as a celebrity, as like someone who grew up famous in the late 2000s and has had to deal with being a very public figure, especially as like a woman. That's very clearly what she's referring to. And so people were annoyed about the reading of that song. So this post that had this was like the one I could find that had the most engagement on it. I think this is really the core of the criticisms that Taylor Swift fans had about Anthony Fantano's reviews. And I remember at the time too, people being upset about his discussion of that song in particular, Who's Afraid of Little Old Me, because there's the lyrics in the song that's like, you don't get to tell me about sad, and then a whole bunch of men, including Anthony Fantano, came onto the internet and went, actually we do, Taylor. You didn't have a sad life, so shut up. It's a little ironic, and I remember those criticisms happening a lot, especially because at that time, Taylor, there was some AI photo that was going around on Twitter of Taylor being like sexually assaulted at a Chiefs game, and then there's Anthony Fantano being like, you wouldn't last an hour in the asylum where they raised me, dumb bitch. He didn't say that, but that was definitely the vibe of like, you actually grew up in a really rich house, so shut up, Taylor. It's like, well, you actually wouldn't know. I mean, you fucking freak out. Anthony freaks out when a stan on Twitter jokingly says, count your days, bald man, and he has to respond to that. So I can tell you with utmost certainty, Anthony, you would not last an hour in the asylum where they raised Taylor Swift, where Taylor Swift's celebrity was born. You couldn't handle that. She is under an amount of scrutiny that you would never be able to deal with. But so this is what this Reddit post says. Taylor grew up privileged, upper middle class, is very close to her mother and also close to her father. She even wrote the best day about how grateful she is about how good her upbringing was. Taylor also became famous at a young age and has certainly experienced a lot of the low points of fame as well as the high points. She sings about being famous and public reaction to herself in Who's Afraid of Little Old Me. I keep on seeing people take a lyric, you wouldn't last an hour in the asylum where they raised me, and then showing pictures of the large house she grew up in, saying that she is victimizing herself and claiming she had a difficult upbringing when she clearly didn't. That is clearly not what she is saying at all. Even if I didn't know anything about Taylor and heard the song, I would understand that she is singing about growing up, living in the public eye, and about her struggles with fame, because I have ears and can pick up on context. She is singing about fame and her public perception the whole song, so obviously the line is referring to that. You wouldn't last an hour in the asylum where they raised me would only make sense as referring to her upbringing if she mentioned things about the neighborhood she grew up in and her parents, but she doesn't. It's not just the occasional meme. The lyric seems to be everywhere. Even Fantano, YouTube's most successful album reviewer, interpreted the lyric completely wrong. So do you think people are really this dense? Or are they purposefully misunderstanding Taylor because they are biased against her? Or am I wrong and Taylor is actually not clear enough with her message in the song and is ungrateful of her privileges? And that was like the core of the criticisms that I saw at that time and that I was able to locate most recently when I was looking for like the response to Anthony's review, where that guy had to do a statistical analysis of his sexism. So that's the core of the criticisms of Anthony. Now let's see how he responded to it.
is an issue in the music industry, but I would like to take a moment here to talk about the ways in which Taylor Swift's fan base and many fan bases that are adjacent to that fan base kind of weaponize this claim in order to sort of just cast off criticism of Taylor Swift and anything she does. Because if there's any sexism going on here, it's actually being engaged in by the Taylor Swift fan base that's making these claims.
Let me go back a little bit and try to get a little bit more context of what he's talking about, because it's like, what are you even talking about?
To appeal to them as a young male demographic, then all of a sudden something against women. And look, let someone who, due to her songwriting style and the Taylor Swift feature packed into that record, I referred to as kind of Taylor Swift's baby creatively, as again, her songs are very derivative of Miss Swift's tunes. Her vocals, also pretty much a Lorde ripoff. Once again, haven't really heard somebody out there in the mainstream that is this blatant of a copycat since Greta Van Fleet. Like, her musical style and vocal style is very provably derivative and seems to not even care that that's the case, especially given that the production on her latest record is packed with producers and collaborators that Taylor Swift is known for working with, which, I mean, that's just proof of how strong the Taylor Swift economy is right now. She can basically do a Playboy Cardi style move and pick out some other artists who are essentially just ripping him off completely and bringing nothing interesting to the table in the process. And just by virtue of that endorsement, those artists kind of like continually blow up. And I mean, this new record of Gracie's is her most commercially successful yet. So, you know, there's not really any arguing against the Taylor Swift bump here. But yes, my criticisms of this record and its very plain-faced mediocrity have been met, of course, with calls of sexism. Yes, the reason I don't like this very underwhelming, boring, average, and very dime a dozen album is because I just inherently have something against women. And look, let me sidebar here and explicitly say the point of this video isn't to laugh off the idea of sexism, especially when it comes to the music industry where there
especially when it comes to the music industry. No, we're talking about you specifically, not the industry. Oh, everyone knows the industry is sexist. I'm so glad that you can acknowledge that, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about you. You.
There is still provably a lot of sexism about. I don't think there would be as many rap cells out there freaking out and getting all up in arms over the fact that I enjoy a lot of Sexy Red's music.
And again, he has to throw in the fact that, like, I liked women's music, and other men were more misogynistic about it than I was, so checkmate, feminists.
Not for sexism, because a lot of those same guys listen to very hedonistic, rudimentary, filthy, raunchy rap music and bangers made by dudes, and they're completely happy with it, totally fine with it. But when Sexy Red or an artist does it that isn't meant to appeal to them as a young male demographic, then all of a sudden it's wrong, it's horrible, it's the worst thing in the world. What are you doing? How could you possibly enjoy this? So yes, of course,
it's almost like that's the audience you've curated. Interesting. You know, really, if we want to do a statistical analysis to prove whether or not Anthony Fantano is sexist, the statistical analysis I would like to do, and we would need him to be able to provide this information. I want to know what his gender demographics are for his channel, but also, and I don't even know if this is something that they calculate, but like his Patreon, like the people who are really actively in his community, because ultimately he makes music related content. He makes pop culture related content. That's stuff that appeals to both men and women. Like in his albums, he's reviewing men's music, he's reviewing women's music, he's reviewing pretty much every possible popular album. That should appeal to everyone to an equal amount. And yet, I have a feeling that his audience is primarily male. I don't think it's an even split. I think it's definitely more men, especially because of like the amount of Anthony Fantano fans that defend him whenever I say anything on like Twitter about him. They all seem like dudes to me. And at that point, I think that's the real statistical analysis that would actually be kind of helpful, because if you're making content that on the surface should appeal to men and women to an equal amount, and yet you have a primarily male audience, that's probably an indication that there's something about the things that you're saying and the way that you talk about music and the way that you talk about artists and the way that you talk about women that's kind of off-putting to a lot of women. Might indicate that there actually is some sexism happening if a lot of women don't feel like they want to engage with your work in particular. Because I think there are a lot of other men on the internet who review music who have much larger female audiences than Anthony Fantano does. And it's probably because those men don't talk about women the way that Anthony does.
Sexism is an issue in the music industry, but I would like to take a moment here to talk about the ways in which Taylor Swift's fan base and many fan bases that are adjacent to that fan base kind of weaponize this claim in order to sort of just cast off criticism of Taylor Swift and anything she does. Because if there's any sexism going on here, it's actually being engaged in by the Taylor Swift fan base that's making these
I'm glad we went back to see that the context made no difference. He is just stupid.
Claims. Many of them seem broadly ignorant to the wider world of women artists out there in the music world because they don't really dig deeper.
No. We're very aware of other women in the music world. In fact, a lot of us are fans of them too. And that's why we know that your references, whenever you're trying to compare two women together, don't make a whole lot of sense.
Into the wealth of women artists out there making a variety of different kinds of music and don't really seem to feel like they need to because they're kind of listening to the ultimate woman, the alpha woman, and they sort of...
Who are you talking about?
Falsely use her as like a barometer for the well-being of all women when in actuality that's insane. That's sort of like...
Who are you talking about? You've created an imaginary person in your mind and it was like, this is representative of the Taylor Swift fans. Who are you talking about? Those are not the people that I'm interacting with. And I'm actually like a part of the Stan community. I actually do interact with these people on like a daily basis. This is not an accurate representation of them.
Using the stock market as proof of like how well everybody in the country is doing financially. Just because you have one lady who is at a peak of her career commercially and financially and selling out tours and just getting tons of attention on her latest record and so on and so forth. Yeah, just because you have that, it doesn't mean that women in the music industry broadly are doing okay. Nor does it mean that when you criticize Taylor Swift's music or the way she releases it and repeatedly shoves it down people's throats, that you're criticizing and attacking all women, especially considering many fans are kind of like pointing these issues.
Are there people in the Taylor Swift fandom that act like criticizing Taylor Swift is criticizing all women? Sure. I don't think that they make up a majority of the Taylor Swift fandom at all, and they definitely don't make up a majority of the people who just interact with Taylor's work, and the people who think that the way that you talk about Taylor is kind of fucked up. It is just a very, very small amount of people who happen to be somewhat loud on Twitter sometimes. But overall, people understand that you can criticize Taylor Swift without criticizing all women. You've created a straw man just to get yourself out of actual, like, legitimate criticism.
Out and how they're to the commercial detriment of Taylor's female contemporaries like Charli XCX and Billie Eilish. But yeah, at the end of the day, I kind of feel like this is a weird reflection of the ways in which capitalism can kind of co-opt social movements, especially when those social movements end up kind of being adopted by those who tend to be doing very well in the capitalist system. Vis-a-vis, again, Taylor Swift with her supposed adherence to feminism, which lo and behold,
like, what is he talking about? He's just not addressing any of the issues anyone actually had with his review. I agree that, like, Taylor Swift is very capitalistic. There are many things you can check. Go and watch the backlogs of these streams. I say a whole lot of stuff about how Taylor Swift markets herself and about how she is a little bit way too competitive. A little bit way too. She is way too competitive with other women in the industry. Fully, 100% agree. Has nothing to do with what anyone was talking about with that review. With the reason that you're being criticized in this moment.
really only focuses at the end of the day on her personal success as a woman, not the success of women broadly as a demographic. At the end of the day, I guarantee that even if we talk about a bunch of artists who are like pretty accessible in terms of mainstream or somewhat mainstream popularity, that these rabid fans defending Taylor Swift against all the sexist criticism being thrown at her, they're not listening to Charli XCX. They're probably even barely listening to Dua Lipa.
I am. Often. In fact, I probably, well, it's hard because Taylor just has such a larger backlog that I probably do listen to her more often, but I would say that I enjoy, like, Charli XCX more thoroughly. Like, when Charli XCX releases an album, I probably get more out of that one individual album than I get out of, like, any given Taylor Swift album. Most of them. Some of them, maybe not. But I would say that, like, overall, I probably lean more into the Charli camp. I definitely lean more into the Charli camp than I do the Taylor camp, and I still think that your review is sexist. It has nothing to do... It is so... He's being so misogynistic even in his fucking criticism here, because he's being so condescending to the people who would have... who had issues with that review. That, like, oh, you only have issues with that review because you don't actually listen to music. You've actually never listened to anyone but Taylor Swift. That's why you think that it was sexist, because you're a dumb little girl.
Of them likely care for the well-being and success of Billie Eilish, of bands like Boy Genius. If they've heard of Mitski...
And also, too, to, like, be naming all these other female artists. It's like, well, yeah, these are also the artists that Taylor Swift fans are probably listening to a lot of, actually. Maybe not so much the Charli He looks crazy, but maybe he is. Maybe not so much with the Charlie, but like, yeah, for sure there's a big overlap with like Taylor Swift fans and Billie Eilish fans. There's a big overlap with Taylor Swift and Gracie Abrams, Lana Del Rey. Like, they're listening to multiple women, Anthony. I guarantee you, they are listening to multiple women.
Song in the past 30 days, it was probably in passing on TikTok. In fact, when I see the discourse around many a Taylor Swift Twitter account on the internet, often these other artists are posed as like competition that Taylor has to thwart commercially, that like their popularity and success and well-being are like a threat to Taylor. And I mean, I know standum discourse on the internet can get kind of toxic sometimes, but come the fuck on. This is ridiculous, and it feels crazy for me to have to say this as a guy.
You don't have to say it, especially as a guy. You actually could just keep your mouth fucking shut because you don't know what you're talking about, and you're not interacting with any of the actual criticism against you.
Oh, but this is like not feminist in any way whatsoever.
Oh, thank you for explaining feminism to me. Oh, I didn't know about that. Thank you so much.
This is not how you do feminist advocacy, and honestly, you're...
How do I do it, Anthony? Please tell me. I don't know. I've never listened to a woman before except for Taylor Swift. And especially, too, it's like, here's my thing. I don't know what score he gave Tortured Poets Department. I still don't know. But I know for sure that he gave Life of a Showgirl way too high of a review. So, like, deal with that, Anthony. It's actually not about whether or not you give someone that I like a good score for a review. It's about the way that you talk about the albums. It's about the things that you prioritize in the albums. And I think the reason that you liked Life of a Showgirl more than you liked Tortured Poets Department is because Life of a Showgirl is an empty-headed album. It has very little to say. And Tortured Poets Department had a lot to say. And it seems like you don't like that.
Watering the term down and diminishing its meaning by using it as a weapon to protect your favorite artist that you like because you probably haven't dug that deeply into a whole lot of different artists and genres. Defend an art.
Oh my god, he is so intolerable. You only care that much about my review of Taylor Swift because you've never listened to other music.
That you like because they're being criticized for making mediocre music. Like, the non-sexist thing to do would be to hold that artist to a level of scrutiny that you would any other artist.
Exactly, and I am. And that's why I will say with confidence that Life of a Showgirl fucking sucked.
Specifically men, which if we're going by that metric, I mean, honestly, I am pretty sexist. Because the proof that is truly in the pudding, when we look at my scores, when we look at my most negative reviews, like most broadly, the fact of the matter is that I hate men.
There he fucking goes! That's not how that works, Anthony. Show me your gender demographics. Not just of the channel. I want to know about the Patreon. I want to know about the people who are very actively in your community, not just people who randomly click on a video. I want to know. Even then, I think it's probably going to be pretty skewed. But I want to know about the Patreon. I don't know. I don't have a Patreon, so I don't know how easy those statistics are to display. But I would like to know how many women are in your audience. And then I want you to think about that. About why that might be.
6.1 to 6.5. The male end is
but I guess
lower.
I guess it might be because women don't listen to music. And women only listen to Taylor Swift. That's probably why. Only men, only non-Taylor Swift fans listen to a variety of music. So that's probably why his Patreon is dominantly male. Because that's just the people that listen to music.
No, it's true. I really do hate men. Men make up a majority of my not goods, of my zeros, of my 1 out of 10s too, of my piss take type reviews.
You ever consider that that's because men make worse music on average? Especially like at a large scale, at like the popular like gets on the Billboard chart scale. Men, it's easier for men to get there because they don't have to deal with as much bullshit in the industry, so they put out worse stuff, and that's probably why your reviews of male music tends to be a little bit more vicious because they actually do just put out worse stuff because they're enabled to. So your scores, maybe that's not really a reflection of your personal values. Maybe it's a reflection of the industry as a whole. And again, I wasn't making it about your scores. I think a lot of people weren't. Yes, you can cling on to the scores if you want, and maybe a lot of people on Twitter do, because it's an easy thing to be like, oh my god, he gave whatever a 4 out of 10 or something. But the bigger issue is the way that you talk about these albums and these artists. It has fuck all to do with the scores. But okay, so that was an example of how Anthony deflects. We're going to see another example, and granted, this one is a lot older. And in fact, the thing that he is addressing is no longer on his channel. It has been deleted. But we do have a re-upload from somebody else. This is from 2016 when he did a podcast with the guest Sam Hyde. Now, the clip that I'm going to play of the podcast is pretty bad. So just be aware of that. Sam Hyde is not a good person, and he is going to speak very violently of a woman here. This woman in particular being Lena Dunham. He's going to speak very violently of Lena Dunham. Anthony Fantano is going to laugh throughout pretty much the entire thing. And it's going to be pretty bad. But then we're going to watch Anthony's response to criticisms of this podcast. And that's the thing that I kind of care about a little bit more, as bad as this clip is. And I'm going to play the whole thing just so we kind of get all the context in one. He is going to play some clips during his own response. So we are going to have to listen to some of this twice. So I apologize.
Lena Dunham doesn't have the brain power to fucking think her way out of a paper bag. She's a fucking retard.
Oh, and also, yeah, there's some ableist language. I forgot about that.
I mean, I've talked to her. I know who she is. She's a dumb bitch. I'm sorry, okay? And if she ever fucks with me, if she ever puts me into some sort of self-defense situation...
Time out. A lot of people are going to hear this podcast?
Yeah.
So, okay.
If she puts me in a self-defense situation, okay, and I have to legally defend myself, okay, I'm not going to initiate violence against her.
Okay.
But if she comes at me in an alleyway, tries to do anything...
I don't really know if that's her reputation.
I'm going to fuck her up so badly, I will put her in the fucking ground in a fucking box. I'll take extra time, okay? She'll be getting, it won't be a quick self-defense situation. I'll be nailing her. I'll be punching her in the back. I'll be punching her in the back of the neck. I'll be boxing her eyes in. I'll break both her orbital bones. I'm gonna destroy Lena Dunham physically so badly that the people who come to clean her up, they're gonna be puking when they see what I did to her. All right? I want them to know how I feel about her, so I'm going to fuck her up so bad that she makes them puke when they see her bruised, mangled body. If she ever did anything to me to warrant that legally, now I would never, ever initiate violence against her.
The way that you said
but that's
all
what
that.
would happen.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Is there something wrong with your finger?
No.
Okay.
It's just
But you have a
hurts.
brace on it.
It hurts.
It hurts from what?
From flipping people off all day. Because I'm a badass. Oh, yeah! There's nothing edgier than that, man, giving the finger to people.
All right, so there's the clip. And then the Fader wrote an article about Anthony Fantano and how he low-key was pandering to the alt-right for a time in his career. He has kind of stopped doing that now, but there definitely was a time where he was pandering quite a lot and then got very offended at the idea that he was pandering to them. So he responded to the Fader article where they brought up that particular clip with Sam Hyde, and here's how he responded.
Next, the writer ties me to comedian and edgelord supreme Sam Hyde, who I also interviewed on my podcast. And he tries to muddy context again, acting like Sam's alt-right associations and fringe views were all well established by the time that we had a conversation, which is not true. By the time Sam and I talked, he hadn't even gotten his show on Adult Swim yet, which ended up getting removed because of all of that. I mean, by the time I talked to Sam,
I don't know the timeline of Sam Hyde's history. I don't know when it became very obvious that he was not a good person at all. But I also don't even think it's that relevant here because of the way that he was talking in the podcast with you. Like, okay, he hadn't gotten his show on Adult Swim yet. But I heard the podcast itself, and you sat there the whole time laughing at what he was saying. So, like, I don't need to know the timeline of events. Who cares? But okay, yeah, maybe the Fader article got some details wrong, and they will continue to get some details wrong, and Anthony is very particular about correcting those things and not addressing the bigger issue here.
Deeply left-wing publications like BuzzFeed had covered him too because of his TED Talk troll at Drexel University, the 2070 paradigm shift. Now, after this introduction of Sam into the article comes the grossest accusations in the entire piece, yet also the grossest inaccuracies. So even though the language in this paragraph is very dark, I'm going to read the whole thing and read it carefully, because this will most likely be the most important part of this video. Most important part of the video. Hyde's conversation with Fantano is horrific, offensive, and enlightening as to where both men stand. Fair warning, he describes raping and murdering her. At one point, Hyde brings up Lena Dunham and describes in detail what he would like to do to the actress. I'll take extra time, okay, he says. I'll be nailing her, I'll be punching her in the back of the neck, I'll be boxing her eyes in, I'll break her orbital bones, I'm gonna destroy Lena Dunham so badly that the people that come to clean her up, they're gonna be puking when they see what I did to her. I want them to know how I feel about her, so I'm going to fuck her up so bad that they're going to puke when they see her bruised, mangled body. So basically the writer says that Sam, without warning, goes into a tirade of threats of physical violence and rape, and I'm on the other end laughing, I'm egging him on, and as the writer claims, I'm wishing I could do what he does, when there are actually three incredibly large...
And so that's like, okay, the Fader article was a little dramatic. I wouldn't say that you were wishing you could do that, but you were kind of egging him on. I mean, you weren't stopping him, you were laughing, so that part is definitely true.
Large mischaracterizations of this entire scenario. One, for Sam, this is a comedy bit, and he sets it up essentially by talking...
Oh, it was comedy. Oh, we just don't understand. It was supposed to be funny. That means it's okay.
Talking about Lena Dunham threatening him physically. The point of the joke being that everything that he says afterwards is allegedly justified because he felt threatened physically. His life...
No, we got the joke. We understood the joke. It was just still very violent toward a woman. And that was also just a part of the joke, is that you would use a justification to be violent against a woman. That is the joke. That you would like an excuse. Not you in particular, but Sam Hyde, which you think is funny.
Was in danger. Two, the writer brings rape up in this paragraph. And yet, through Sam's entire rant, as psychotic as it is, he doesn't bring up rape not one time.
Oh, he didn't? Our bad. I guess it was all fine then.
The entire podcast is linked down below. The rant starts around the 25-minute mark. But yes, the article makes direct reference to R-A-P-E, and yet it is not H-E-R-E. And the thing is, Fader knows they messed up on this because I'm reading the first and original version of the article. They've actually changed this paragraph at least twice. There's another...
Okay, so they made a correction. They realized they were wrong and they made a correction. You do that too sometimes, and you're not super upfront about it, which we'll get to. But okay, the Fader article made a correction, and the author was a little dramatic. The author was not totally accurate with what they said. That should have gotten caught earlier. I agree with that. That like they could have been more accurate. There are some journalistic standards that they did not meet. Doesn't change the fact that the thing that's on your podcast is still very inexcusable, and you were okay with that.
Other version where they changed the phrasing simply to rape and murder, and then in the third and latest version, from my understanding, it just says violence toward a woman.
Because that is what it was. I mean, yeah, okay, he never said anything about, like, he wanted to rape Lena Dunham, but he's saying stuff that's so violent that, like, I think that if you weren't listening to the podcast as you're writing the piece, if you're just going off memory, you could easily misremember it as that, because it is rapey.
The 3 archive.is saves of this article, the original...
Don't worry, I know how to use archive... what did he say?
Latest version, from my understanding, it just says violence toward a woman. The 3 archive.is saves of this article, the original...
Okay, whatever. I know how to use the Wayback Machine as well, Anthony.
original version, the second version, and the latest version, or at least what is the latest version of the time he's shooting this video, are saved down below in the description box. Check them out for yourself. And number 3, my reaction to what Sam is saying and doing is not at all how the writer characterizes it. So as
It is. It is. You were egging him on.
Sam is ramping up this bit that he thinks is funny. I'm sitting here.
You also think it's funny, Fantano. You were laughing. Even if you didn't think it was funny, you were at least laughing politely, which was encouraging him.
Telling him that a lot of people are going to be listening to this podcast. Are you sure you want to say this?
Oh, you said a lot of people are going to listen to the podcast. You really shut him down, huh? Not even saying like, dude, this is fucked up and wrong, stop it. But just being like, hey, man, a lot of people are going to listen to this. This is going to be public. Are you sure you want to, like, out yourself as a misogynist? Those are different things. Actually, like, turning him down in, like, a moral way of, I don't think you should be saying this, is very different from, I don't think you should be saying this publicly. But even then, even when you were saying, are you sure you want to be saying this? This is going to be public. You're laughing about it. Like, you're a part of the bit. You're being like, oh, you're being so, like, edgy and funny and problematic. Are you sure you want to do this, buddy? Wink, wink. When, like, ultimately, it was your podcast. You could have edited it out. It didn't even have to be public. You made it public because you thought it was okay.
Fucking retard. I mean, I've talked to her. I know who she is. She's a dumb bitch. I'm sorry, okay? And if she ever fucks with me, if she ever puts me into some sort of self-defense situation...
Time out. A lot of people are going to hear this podcast?
Yeah.
So, okay.
If she puts me in a self-defense situation, okay, and I have to...
and you notice, Anthony, how you're laughing as you say that. You're not being serious. You're not being like, hey, dude, I don't know if you actually want to say this right now. You're being like, hey, you're crazy.
Legally defend myself. Okay, I'm not going to initiate violence against her.
Okay.
He hears me. He responds. I'm trying to insert some logic into the situation. And
some logic, not some morals, not some values, not some, like, respect of women as just, like, living creatures, but some logic of, like, hey, dude, you don't want to get yourself in trouble.
he just keeps going. I try to throw yet another logical block in front of Sam, saying that it isn't in Miss Dunham's reputation to physically attack.
Yeah, but you're doing it in like a yes and kind of way. You're almost doing improv where you're like trying to add this thing into the conversation so that he can react to it. You're not actually trying to stop him. We can all hear what's happening in the clip, Anthony. You didn't actually think what he was saying was that bad. Or if you did, you weren't letting on because you didn't want to, like, I don't know, seem like the stick in the mud or something. So you're jokingly saying, hey man, let's not, knowing that he's gonna go forward. That is part of the joke. You're a part of the bit.
People, especially not him.
But if she comes at me in an alleyway, tries to, tries to do anything,
I don't really know if that's her reputation.
I was obviously questioning where he was going with this. What laughter did slip out was...
It wasn't obvious to me, Anthony. I'm sorry. Didn't really sound that obvious. It sounded kind of like... I think this is the shit that, like, Billy Bush got fired for. When the audio clip of him laughing along to Trump saying, I grab him by the pussy, came out. And Billy Bush, at least, that was very momentary, you know? I can kind of understand why Billy would have, like, laughed it off in that moment, especially because Billy didn't know he was on a hot mic. He didn't know that that was gonna go out to the world at some point. You knew this was your podcast, and you had control. You could have cut the entire thing out. You could have just said, hey, dude, I don't like where we're going. I'm gonna cut this part out of the podcast. Let's move on to something else. You had that control the entire time, and you didn't do it.
Clearly nervous. And bonus context, the writer fails to mention how painfully awkward a lot of this interview is. Not just because it was difficult to wrangle Sam and get him to focus on a single topic, but also the ironic and thinly veiled threats he would occasionally toss into the interview.
Do you own guns?
No, I don't own any guns.
Do you have a license?
No, I don't own a license.
You gonna get one?
You're making me consider it with
You
your
should.
with your creepy look.
Well, what if you got two guys in your house and it's just you? What are you gonna do to defend yourself? You got to get a gun, man.
Well,
it's at this point where the article just simply goes from cherry picking and reframing information to make me look like I'm racist to literally telling a series of bold-faced lies to make it look like I'm actively egging on some guy publicly making rape threats on my podcast. I mean, is there a logic?
Well, you kind of were. Maybe they weren't rape specific, but they were definitely like violent in nature, and you did kind of egg him on. Like, you could have stopped this idea that he had no control over this when it was your podcast, dude. You could have just never even aired it. You thought that it was acceptable enough to upload it, and then you even put the fucking clips in your defense of yourself. You still think that what you did, well, I don't know about still, because this was, in fairness, 8 years ago. I don't know how he feels about it now, and also in fairness, he does not have the podcast up anymore. Even he puts the link in here, but if you click on the link for that podcast episode, it is privated. So he knew well enough since then to take that podcast down. But in this moment, in 2017, when he's defending himself, he still thinks that what he did was okay.
Reason as to why this should be so factually inaccurate? Knowing this, beyond this point, how can anything else this guy says in this article be trusted? But I guess
my God, really? You're trying to do that whole thing of like, oh, I spotted one, maybe not one, maybe a few little errors in it and stuff that the editors at the Fader definitely should have caught before it went to publish. But like, to try to undermine the rest of the article and be like, oh, how can you trust anything this guy says? He somewhat mischaracterized this one podcast episode where I definitely did come across like a dick. Fuck you. But, okay, let's go back to his music reviews for a second. Here's his review of the album Flux by Poppy. We're going to go to about 4 minutes in.
From Under You, which I can get down with in concept, but the execution here specifically is kind of awkward. The sound of the song Hysteria in comparison with everything else here is oddly hollow and just like very washed out in reverb. Weirdly, the song features some of the most problematic lyrics on the entire LP too, as the song deals directly in hysteria or emotional volatility, and Poppy just kind of, I guess, like excuses it in a way or writes it off, portraying it as something that's beyond her control, or it's just a chemical thing, or it's just a wave that overtakes me, which I guess is one thing, but then when you're backing that up with lyrics like, I didn't mean to scare you, and I didn't mean to hit you so hard, that's when it kind of crosses a line I'm not so comfortable with. There's obviously some awareness to Poppy's commentary on her emotional state on this track, but it's not knowing enough to understand how some of the lines here would land a little weird. As strange as it seems touches down.
Okay, so there's that. First of all, if you've actually listened to the song he's referring to, he is again getting the context completely wrong. He is explaining this song Hysteria as being like from Poppy's perspective, where she is making excuses for her like hitting her own partner or something and her being abusive. That's not what the song is about. The song is very clearly from the perspective of her abuser abusing her, which is pretty easy to figure out if you listen to the song, especially in like the first verse. It's clearly established that this is someone talking to Poppy. And also, if you know the history of Poppy as an artist and her relationship to her former producer, Titanic Sinclair, you would probably, even without the lyrics themselves making it so clear that that's what this is about, you would probably at least put those two things together of like, oh, this might actually be about Titanic Sinclair's abuse of her, not her abuse of somebody else. Now, you might have noticed, I'm looking at this on the Wayback Machine. Here's the review that currently sits on his channel. If it'll play. He's on to me.
Acoustic guitars sort of pulling the rug out from under you, which I can get down with in concept, but the execution here specifically is kind of awkward. As strange as it seems touches down on some dream pop and shoegaze with some heavy
in concept, but the execution here specifically is kind of awkward. As strange as it seems
Do we notice quite a lot missing there? Let's go back.
Sparkling
356.
acoustic guitars sort of pulling the rug out from under you, which I can get down with in concept, but the execution here specifically is kind of awkward. The sound of the song Hysteria in comparison with everything else here is oddly
So that's the original review.
acoustic guitars sort of pulling the rug out from under you, which I can get down with in concept, but the execution here specifically is kind of awkward. As strange as it seems touches down on some dream pop and
He's fully cut out the part where he accuses Poppy of abuse, and I would be somewhat forgiving of that. Because I understand that, like, okay, he got the context wrong, and maybe he was uncomfortable with that. However, I don't believe he's ever addressed it. I could not find any instance of him ever addressing it. I only found like a Reddit post of someone being like, hey, it's kind of weird. I went to watch this review and I saw the comments of people like talking about his review of the song Hysteria, but I watched the whole review and he doesn't review Hysteria. So what's up with that? Because if you go down, a lot of people here are being like, I'm surprised you didn't think Hysteria was from someone else's point of view, like Titanic Sinclair, considering their history. Or Hysteria isn't from Poppy's point of view, it's from her abusers. The first verse is from someone else's perspective talking to Poppy. I can't say I'm in control of my moods. You light me up like a short fuse. Little girl with something to prove must be what I like about you. At least that's how I saw it. Like, a lot of the comments are about him getting the context of Hysteria wrong. And yet, he's never addressed it. It's like, I get it. Okay, you got something wrong. First of all, you get shit wrong in your reviews all the time, apparently, because of the amount of other things that I've seen you get the context completely incorrect, despite the lyrics. Like, you thinking that heroin with an E was said by Maddie Healy when it was clearly said by Travis Kelce, and that's clear from the entire fucking song. You get lyrics wrong all the fucking time. Why did you cut this out? Why did you cut this out and never address it when you clearly, you could have just done a fucking pinned comment and been like, hey, guys, sorry I got that context wrong. I realize now. You realized you were wrong, and instead of ever addressing it and ever just apologizing and just saying like, oh shit, sorry, didn't realize, my bad, you just cut it out and then what, hoped no one would notice? And here's my thing. There's this one comment that it comes up a lot. Anytime that he's dispelling this idea that he is misogynistic. So let's see. Let's go back to his response to the Taylor Swift fans. He brings up this one comment that he got on his review of the Fiona Apple. I don't know if he brings it up in this video, but he brings it up constantly. He got this one comment from his Fiona Apple review where someone was accusing him of being misogynistic and saying that, like, you were afraid of her using the word rape. And he brings it up all the time as, like, this person is so unhinged. These are the people that think I'm misogynistic. These people who overreact to everything. And now I remembered when his review of the Fiona Apple album came out and he was talking about the song For Her, I felt like I remembered him specifically saying something about her use of the word rape in that song. I felt like I did. I could be completely wrong. I could be fully incorrect. And I could have even had my memory of that review influenced by that comment that he constantly shares where someone accused him of being afraid of that word. I could be incorrect, but I really felt like he said something about it in that review, and when I went back to check it recently, when I was putting all this together, it wasn't there. And now, maybe it just really wasn't there. Maybe I fully misremembered. Maybe somebody else said it and I'm misattributing it to him. I don't know. But at this point, I am starting to get a little suspicious that when he gets pushback for something that he realizes he's in the wrong for, maybe he's just editing it out. I don't know. I don't know of any other instances in which he's edited a review. But the thing is that, like I said about finding that Reddit post of people, someone seeing, like, why is everyone in the comment section talking about his review of Hysteria when it's not in the review? The way that he decided to edit this out of the review without ever mentioning it, it makes these comments kind of look crazy. Like, it is kind of gaslighting your own commenters. Maybe not directly gaslighting them, because he's not bringing this up to people a lot of the time. I don't think he's ever really brought it up. But, like, there is an image here that's being painted of these commenters who are talking about his review of a song that's just not in the fucking video. You are making your commenters look crazy by never acknowledging that they were right. Why? How often are you doing this? I think he's like, here's the thing, and here's why I'm gonna say that, like, there's an over 50% chance that he did not edit the Fiona Apple review at all. I did try to see if I could find, like, a way back machine capture of that review, and I could, but it was from, like, a week later, and it was the same. It was, like, the same timestamp and everything, the same amount of time, because this review is 5 minutes and 34 seconds long. The one on the way back machine is 6 minutes and 29 seconds long, so that's the amount that he cut out. But this review, this is from, like, 2 days after the review was actually posted. The one with Fiona Apple was, like, over a week later that the capture is for. That's the oldest capture I can find. So I think it is possible, because I feel like I would have watched it in the first day that it was out. It's possible that he edited it within that first week, and no one has any other footage to compare the two reviews. It's possible that that's what happened. But I also think that that review was such a big deal that people were, like, waiting for his review of that I almost feel like he wouldn't have the balls to do that, because it would be so obvious to so many people that he did. Whereas I feel like you can kind of get away with it with the Poppy review, because who cares? Like, not that many people were paying attention to the Poppy album in the first place. She is, like, a smaller artist, and she didn't have, like, an album that people were, like, really being like, oh my god, I can't wait till Anthony reviews this, like the Fiona Apple album. But I don't know. Clearly this is something that he's willing to do. He is willing to edit something out that makes him look bad without ever addressing it. And when that happens, I am a little then suspicious of where else he might be doing it. And I just don't even understand. Okay, you got the song context wrong. I don't understand why you wouldn't just say sorry. Why you would try to, like, deny that it ever even, not even deny, but, like, make it look like that never even happened, instead of just doing a pinned comment and being like, my bad, guys. I got that one wrong. Like, are you allergic to apologies? What's going on? But then I have seen quite a few people mentioning his Halsey review in here. And this is another thing where it's frustrating, because the Halsey review that he did was so clearly out of pocket. Like, the way that he was talking about her was just not okay. And so many people commented on it, and so many people that were not making it about the score, that were not making it about, like, I just being a Halsey stan or something. It is way easier to paint criticisms of your review of Tortured Poets Department as just coming from, like, crazed Taylor Swift fans, because there are a lot of crazed Taylor Swift fans, you know? There are people who are pretty militant about their defensiveness of Taylor, as I fucking showed people earlier with the community notes that they're always putting on tweets on Twitter that don't need to be there. So yeah, okay, you can do that with Taylor Swift fans. It's a little harder to do it with Halsey fans, especially when a lot of people who were criticizing your review of Halsey's album were not Halsey fans. A lot of them didn't even like the album themselves. They just thought that your review was really awful. And then he's just never addressed that. He's only willing to address the things that he knows he can actually defend himself for. And you can't defend the Halsey review. So I'm going to play, I don't even want to play his review. I'm just going to play some other people talking about it. So here's D'Angelo Wallace.
I thought that's where the story kind of ended.
And just for some context, because I don't remember how much D'Angelo, because this is pretty far into his video. So Halsey made this album, The Great Impersonator, where she did like these different songs that were kind of in the styles of these other artists, but also like to tell the story of her own like health journey. She had some chronic health issues, and then I think she got diagnosed with some sort of cancer. Maybe it was leukemia. And then she also, I think, had a fairly traumatic pregnancy as well. So a lot of health issues. She almost died. Big deal. And then Anthony came out and gave a review of the album that was just, like I said, it was out of pocket. It was crazy.
People liked Halsey's album, and I was just kind of like, okay, sure, there's one exceedingly weird review that she and her fans don't seem to like. I'm just kind of going to keep this in the back of my mind in case this turns into more of a story. And then, very shortly thereafter, she gets another review, this time in music review format, from the biggest music review channel on YouTube, The Needle Drop, who has almost 3 million subscribers and has uploaded literally thousands of music reviews, many of which are iconic. It's run by Anthony Fantano, who decided to review The Great Impersonator by Halsey. And tell me why he did the exact same thing.
The chances she was going to drop an album here that would have a fraction of the impact that even one of these artists had on the music industry in their life.
Okay, so he has since talked about how he regretted it. Okay, I'd like to see that because I never knew that. I tried looking for a response from him and I couldn't find anything. But again, it's like Google just sucks now. But if you know, is it this video where he addresses it?
Hey everyone, Anthony Fantano here, the internet's unhappiest, most disappointed music nerd. Coming to you as I really have to every once in a while and eat a bit of crow, even though I'm a vegan. No, but seriously, turns out a very recent review that I did that did some numbers, got some attention. I was wrong. I was clueless and out of my element, frankly, when it came to a video that I made recently.
Okay, definitely not that.
Time was pretty slim.
Oh, okay. No, we were talking about how D'Angelo regretted jumping on the anti-Blake. Okay, cool. So D'Angelo apologized for something he did. Thank you, D'Angelo. Anthony has done nothing of the sort.
So the musical portion of his review is much the same as Pitchfork's. Boo-hoo, she didn't sound enough like Bruce Springsteen, so I don't think the music is good. Again, that's not something I take umbrage with. In fact, weirdly, I would say my review is somewhat similar. I don't care that she didn't sound like Bjork, for example, but I do think if she sounded more like Bjork, I might have liked it a bit more. It's just a thing where Halsey's style is not really for me personally. That's an opinion that anybody should be able to express. But no, where he really, really loses me is here.
This entire record has the worst case of main character syndrome I've heard on any pop album in 2024.
You know, at this point, I'm just gonna have to quote a comment. Fellas, is it main character energy to be diagnosed with cancer? Like, what do you mean by this? It's also worth noting that that comment and many others have more likes than the video itself. Very rarely have I ever seen somebody get ratioed in their own comment section. But anyway, lack of empathy aside, doesn't every artist have main character syndrome? Tyler, the creator, just made an entire album about how rich he is and how he's terrified of becoming a father, and you seem to love it. Is that not main character syndrome? I'm just confused, because if an artist shouldn't center their own lives and experiences in their art, then what do they talk about? He then went on to imply Halsey is just being like overly dramatic across this album.
Halsey is just hell-bent on making sure the audience knows just how dark and tortured and edgy she is.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like it's not edgy to feel a little bit off because you thought you were gonna die. But anyway, he goes on to specify he's referring to lyrics like, well, they say all dogs go to heaven. Well, what about a bee? What about an evil girl left lying in a ditch? And this doesn't read as Halsey being edgy so much as it does Halsey repeating things that she's been called. The edge you're referring to is actually misogyny that she is talking about in the song. But maybe I'm just doing too much. Am I doing too much? Let me know if I'm doing too much. But no, this review is weird.
She only seems to be using them as a means of laundering untold amounts of
laundering. He loves accusing women of doing that. That like they aren't taking enough accountability for themselves when they're expressing their own pain. They're laundering their reputations or whatever.
again, childish angst, and expecting us to sit here and wonder at it.
The childish angst of a leukemia diagnosis. Ladies, gentlemen, people of all genders. Anyway, other things stood out to me, like him saying instead of trying to channel Springsteen, she should have only referenced Avril Lavigne and Taylor Swift, which, again, one could say it's just because she sounds more like them on this album, which is true. But just in conjunction with that and comments like this,
why does every goddamn song on this record sound like it's being written from the perspective of some troubled girl character from those shows? Or, I don't know, one of those like Delaney Rose skits on TikTok where she's pretending to be a character in some coming-of-age movie.
Absolutely insufferable female lead of an indie movie whenever there's a window in the scene. He then gave the album a 1 out of 10. Who am I to disagree with a numeric review? But in conjunction of this entire vibe of you're being dramatic, you're being childish, you're being angsty, you have main character syndrome. Stop trying to sound like Springsteen, you sound like Avril Lavigne and Taylor Swift. All of this together just makes me side-eye. Not just this review, but the Pitchfork review, and all of the weird energy that this is stemming from. And it's not like this is just coming from me. That is what the majority of the comments here are talking about. What Halsey was going through while making the album: cancer, her husband leaving her dog dying, her record label dropping her, all while raising a toddler. But wow, yeah, what a victim mentality. Such main character syndrome. A woman can have everything going on in her life and a random man comes in the room to say you're being dramatic. Halsey, I'm scared my baby could become an orphan. Fantano, main character syndrome. The weird mental gymnastics here that are happening to call Halsey overly dramatic for how she's presenting her own health. I can't lie. It just seems like exactly what she was talking about on the album. There is such a strong theme on this album of like, why are you making me feel like I am taking up space when I am literally just trying to take care of my health here? How dare I even think of choosing here to die, because then I'm just a problem that you have to take outside. So yeah, a woman made an album about a health scare and specifically her experience of not being believed by the men in her life, and then was immediately told by two of the biggest sources in music reviews that she was actually just being dramatic and playing the victim and childish, aka the thing that she said was happening to her on the album, but everyone seems to have ignored that to make a point about how the way she's presenting her situation bothers them. And I really think there are like two ways of reacting to this video that I made. You could either say, oh my god, D'Angelo, just because someone went through cancer doesn't mean you can't criticize their music, or you could just hear what I'm actually saying, which is that to me, even from my outside perspective, somebody who has never been through anything Halsey is talking about, this just seems like an example of people proving her point, and the point of many other people who related to her experience of not being taken seriously or told they were doing a bit too much. Life imitating art. You could be literally dying, but some dude will still think you're doing too much. And this life imitating art vibe is really what inspired me to talk about this. But that's my take on the situation. Dave's take is that he's going to give Halsey...
Correct. I mean, it's the similar thing of like Taylor Swift writing a song where she says, you don't get to tell me about sad, and then a bit, again, Anthony Fantano jumps in to be like, actually I do. Actually, you're being overdramatic. Actually, you're being silly. And then here's someone else talking about the exact same thing. Another person who is being very, very kind to Anthony, for one thing, but also someone who isn't even sticking up for Halsey in the sense that they really like the album. That's not the point.
Is Halsey trying on all these icons' different sounds. That much is true. Fantano had plenty of things to say about that element of the project, saying it was a good thing this came out around Halloween because it read like trying on bad Halloween costumes. I want to make it explicitly clear that Fantano is allowed to say the record didn't work. If your record is called The Great Impersonator, you should be impersonating, not just making light sonic nods to. But where Fantano went wrong was, well, he technically first went wrong by complaining about the marketing campaign for a whole 6 minutes. My buddy, my guy, we are music critics. Fantano really went wrong by either completely missing the important context within this ad campaign or willfully ignoring it. I do not know which is worse. What is this important context to The Great Impersonator? Not only was it posted in the many video clips between these very photo impersonations, Fantano no doubt saw this promo cycle if he complained about it so much. It was in the lyrics of the music itself, that which Fantano supposedly analyzed before writing this review. The Great Impersonator is this grand tribute to all of Halsey's icons because Halsey thought she was dying. They've had a terrible last couple years, diagnosed with a rare blood disorder on top of already battling endometriosis. Halsey is very sick. They openly express this and interact with this reality in the music. Her record label dropped her, her husband left her to raise their toddler all alone. Halsey had no security, was essentially in free fall while battling a life-threatening illness, and wondering if she was going to live to raise her son. So she made the great impersonator to exorcise all these demons and to leave her son something to remember her by in the event she succumbed to her illness. Once again, you're allowed to not like Halsey's writing style. I'm not a fan of their music personally, but Fantano took it too far. As a music critic, I believe there's some courtesy you have to execute as a writer critiquing someone's life's work. There's stuff you can say, like making the occasional horseman sing about dead dad joke, and there's stuff you just don't say, like accusing a person facing their own mortality as having, quote, main character syndrome, or calling these unfathomable, crushing fears of leaving your child behind, quote, childish angst. There's taking a jab at a larger-than-life personality or having a chuckle at a bad record. And then there's mean-spirited shit. Fantano's great impersonator review was blatantly, obviously, appallingly mean. I've made plenty of jokes that towed the line, I've rescinded ones I'm not proud of, there are reviews I'm not proud of, and I own up to that. That's why I redux so much and people inevitably complain about it. Not every review can be your best work. Sometimes you make a stupid mistake, or miss a sloppy edit, or you put your foot directly into your mouth. But there's a difference between a mistake, or a joke that didn't land, and willfully, intentionally crafting an entire review around this, quote, main character syndrome accusation. There's a pretty big difference between a joke that doesn't land and leading an entire album review with ignorance bordering on cruelty. Like, I'd be willing to forgive Fantano for shoehorning a Cal Schuchesta skit into a review of a serious album if the rest of the review weren't based on ignorance. Fantano also rated The Great Impersonator the same score, if not lower than, the latest Katy Perry album. That's objectively whack, but...
Yeah, that is crazy. He's insane.
Not the point of this video. The point is, to write about music, or any art really, to critique someone's life's work, I believe you should lead with a degree of empathy. You can laugh when a record is laughably terrible, hello angelic to the core. But when it's a record that runs as deep as this, you should familiarize yourself with what the artist intended to do and the place they were coming from. You don't have to understand it per se, but as a critic and tastemaker, you have a responsibility. You have to do the research. You have to know.
I don't even think you need to do the research in that instance to know, to do addition. You just have to listen to the album and you have to listen to the lyrics and actually try to understand them. Which is not what he's doing. He's not paying attention to the music that he's reviewing.
The circumstances from which the art was born from. This Fantano review has worked me up so much because in this instance, Fantano did not lead with empathy, let alone for an artist putting all those thoughts and feelings out there for mass consumption and mass response, positive, negative, everything in between. In calling it, quote, childish angst and, quote, main character syndrome, Fantano wrote it all off as a shallow cry for attention. You don't have to like The Great Impersonator. You're allowed to think it's cringy. You don't have to want to go out and buy a physical copy of it. You don't even have to appreciate it. But you've got to have basic respect, and Fantano left his outside that room that day. On top of all that, it sounds like he didn't really listen to the lyrics or the sounds of the album at hand. Those are pretty important for writing a review. Those lyrics and sounds explicitly reference Halsey's sickness. For the love of God, they incorporated the sound of their treatment pump into a song. Or Fantano ignored all of that, which, for one, that's sloppy work as a critic. And as a critic who has sat down and presented 12 minutes of context, then another 7 minutes of context on top of that, before every single review I have posted for years, this ignorance, sloppiness, and lack of empathy really rubs me the wrong way. I hope this doesn't read as melodramatic, but Fantano's review of The Great Impersonator is everything that's wrong with modern music criticism. It's all snark and no substance. There's being sharp like Lester Bangs, and there's being cutting like Christgau. Know the difference. I don't know how long this video is going to be up for. It's not because I'm scared of the response it could get. I recognize I am punching up in a big way by making this response, and it could very well come back to bite me in the ass. I've had that happen before. I'm scared because I respect Anthony Fantano. Again, he's the reason online music criticism looks, talks, and acts the way it does. He's the high water mark I've always been trying to match, the benchmark to meet as an online music critic. It's no secret I want to be the Anthony Fantano of classic rock. I've said it in so many of my videos.
Girl. I think that you're aiming a little low. Because I think you're probably putting out reviews that are a little more thoughtful than this man. But that's just based on this sample size. Like, this woman, I mean, just this video, I've only seen, this is Abigail DeVoe. I've only seen this video, so I don't know the rest of her work, but I think this video was very thoughtful and very well put together, so I have to imagine that the quality of her content overall is of a similar value. And the content I've seen of Fantano, I don't think is at that value. I think that she's maybe even diminishing herself by saying that she wants to be like Anthony Fantano. Because here's the thing, too, is like, here are the options that I have with the reviews that I've seen from Anthony. Either he is a misogynist, like, not like a violent misogynist, you know? Maybe he's not Sam Hyde, but he's a man who thinks Sam Hyde is kind of funny, which isn't good either. He is definitely misogynistic, or he is talking about men in the exact same ways that he's talking about women, in which case he's just not a good critic. He's just not good at his job. Because I don't think that you can be putting out videos of that quality where you're just willfully misunderstanding the lyrics that you're listening to. I don't think you can do that so consistently and have the following that you do unless you're only doing it to women, or you're primarily at least doing it to women. So, yeah, not my favorite. And again, I don't think that he's like scarily misogynistic, but he's very gratingly misogynistic. I would just love it if he would just shut the fuck up. Or at least just engage in the criticism a little bit differently. Stop writing it all off as people that are just like stans, or people that just want to take the things you're saying out of context. Because again, it's like, you can kind of do that with Taylor Swift fans. You can kind of cherry pick the arguments against you in that instance and make it all seem more unhinged and more unreasonable than it actually is. And those are the things that he chooses to address, those cherry-picked arguments. He doesn't address stuff like this. I don't believe he ever addressed any of the criticisms against him with the Halsey review, and they came from many people, like his own comment section. I think even if you probably look at it right now, yeah, even his comment section currently is being like, dude, what the fuck? He's never addressed it, because as soon as it's a legitimate criticism against him, he wants to pretend it doesn't exist. He wants to, if he could delete this video from the memory of everyone that saw it, I believe that he would, because he kind of did that with the Flux review. When he realized that he was objectively incorrect and that people noticed, he edited it out and acted like it didn't fucking happen. It's just a little weird. It's really, really fucking weird. And then there was another video. We're essentially done talking about him now, but I did want to point out, because we talked about this. Normally I don't.
Hi, everyone.
I try to keep talking shit about other creators to the member streams. So you know, I made an exception here and made this one public, but we did in the member stream like last month talk about this video that I thought was insane. So we're not going to talk about it this time. If you want to watch my commentary on it, you can pay the low price of $4 a month for a membership, or don't do it on Apple. If you're doing it on Apple, it'll charge you an extra $1. But $4 a month, you can watch my commentary here, or you can just watch the video, because I think it's pretty self-evident that like this video is fucking stupid. He's defending Chappell Roan here, but by humoring this argument against her to an absurd degree, where he basically is like, Chappell, oh, here it is. Here's the Fiona Apple comment that he's always referencing as like this unhinged instance of his, and it's a screenshot from 11 minutes prior, which makes me think that he acted real quickly. I don't know. I still don't know if he edited anything out of that Fiona Apple review. But yeah, it says, you're a misogynist. There's nothing special about your opinion. You do not and will never in your life understand the meaning of this album. You feel as though she had a lack of lyrical filter, as if it is a flaw in her writing. It is not a flaw in her writing. She said the word rape and you were scared. A woman didn't stay silent about female pain like she should have, and I know that makes your thin, pasty skin crawl. I know it's scary. She would fail if the world was run by cowardly men like you, but for the most part it is not. Tori Amos, who speaks about subjects like this from her own experience, has said that straight men are afraid of her music. This is your reaction. Your opinion on women's art is invalid. Stick to being a Death Grip stan and updates channel for now. It is a position that best fits your experience, Anthony. And like, does this comment kind of seem like an overreaction to that review as it currently stands on his channel? Maybe a little bit. I mean, to say that like he was scared of the word rape when that doesn't come up in the video is maybe a little much. He definitely does get stuff wrong in that review, even in the one that currently stands on the channel. And maybe that was the version that was always uploaded. Maybe it was never edited. But even in the one that's currently up, he gets stuff just blatantly wrong about the lyrics and about their meaning. It's stupid. But he uses this comment constantly to paint his critics as, like, insane. And I don't even remember how it came up in this video, but he's talking about Chappell Roan, and he humors this argument against her to such an absurd degree that you can tell he definitely does think that way. But then he backtracks and being like, but you know, I think people are being a little too harsh on her. It's like, okay, fuck off. So this video was insane. If you want to watch that, you can. If you want to watch my reaction to it, it is on the member stream from last month. And then I also have to point back to this because I made a whole video about the Max Landis manifesto about Carly Rae Jepsen that Anthony Fantano completely endorsed at the time. And if we want to talk about, you know, we want to criticize women writing songs, we want to do these like little tiny critiques of their lyricism, the idea that he could read this document and think that it was well written and well thought out and well researched is absurd. He saw no problems with this living document, even though it is poorly written, poorly organized, poorly researched, exposes the fact that Max Landis doesn't know anything about pop music, and it's also very misogynistic throughout the entire thing. And I know that I have the context today to say that Max Landis outed himself as a misogynist a little bit after this manifesto got published. But I think even if you read the manifesto, even if I had read it back then, I would have seen right through it even then, because I understand misogynistic language, and I understand how men talk about women misogynistically that Anthony Fantano clearly doesn't fucking understand because he does it all the time. So, there you go. Similar media criticism to Max Landis. Do with that what you will. Anyway, we are now at the end of the stream, which means that it is time for our Honorary Pop Girlies. We just have one this time. Oops, sorry, I got rid of my... Oh, no, I don't think that matters. Okay, we only have one this time. Well, kind of, we have two. we have a pair. We have a duo. So let me find my drum roll. It's Zendaya and Robert Pattinson. Now, they've both separately, interestingly enough, been honorary pop girlies within other couples. So I think Robert Pattinson and Jennifer Lawrence were honorary pop girlies. And then Zendaya and Tom Holland were also honorary pop girlies. But now they're together, which, like, fantastic duo. I haven't seen the movie yet. I haven't seen the drama that they are promoting, but I have been watching the fuck out of their promo videos. Like, any interview that they do, I put it on. It's a good little background thing. They are funny. They are charming. They're engaging. They're in 3 movies this year together. The drama, obviously, and then also the Odyssey, and they're both in the 3rd Dune movie. So these two are the dynamic duo. They're doing great. Love them both. Both so fun. And we still don't know whether or not Zendaya and Tom Holland are married. That's somewhat mysterious, but I wish them the best. And I believe that Robert is engaged to Suki Waterhouse. I know that they're together. I think that they're engaged too. So I wish them the best as well. And I wish you all the best as well. And I wish Anthony Fantano a hearty shut the fuck up. And I'll see you guys next week.